Welcome, everybody, to Plat Chat VALORANT episode 274. We were almost not late, but I think we're late by like 5 seconds, but that's okay because no one's really counting. Anyway, we got Achilleo, Slee, TMV, and myself, Cherber, on to kick things off today again. And we are now at that part in Stage 2 where everyone's doing their own thing because the schedule starts to break apart because EMEA is done with the group stage, right?
Oh, yeah, they did. They did all the super weeks.
Right, all the super weeks.
But
yeah.
we did get some banger matchups though. We'll get into that one later. But
yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, we'll cover EMEA later. So
I think this whole episode should just be about Fnatic. I think we should just get right into it.
We could probably do 4 hours on Fnatic.
I reckon we could, yeah.
Oh my gosh! I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. There's a lot to unpack there, but
Japan and Fnatic.
There you go. Yeah, Japan deserves a shout out. A full mini episode. Wow, dedicated to mini. I mean, you know, the only coach to have 2 0-13s related to him in one weekend.
Nah, it is impressive, isn't it? On the same day.
It is.
Probably
maybe actually.
Maybe the only coach actually ever to go 0-13 twice as well, which is impressive. Awesome.
He just keeps collecting them trophies. Yeah.
He really does. Yeah, he's gonna be the best at everything.
Well. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. Obviously, you mentioned Japan. We'll get to that here in the top of the show with Pacific here in a little bit. But, of course, before we begin, we want to thank all of the members who support Plat Chat and allow us to continue yapping away about VCT. And we want to remind you that you can continue to support the show by joining the membership, and you get a slew of benefits, including the members-only Discord and getting to try to ask us a question each week. Now, this week's, we got a big one, and we got to speed through this. So you all have to cooperate with me, which I know you never want to do, but you're going to have to. Okay. Because this time we have Change asking if we can make every Ascension team tier list. So we're going to rank every Ascension team like by year. So we're going to have like double teams, but, you know, depending on how they performed in 2023 versus like 2025.
You're assuming I can remember.
No, not every year, but the year they qualified into it, right? Like
Sure.
What are you thinking, Achilles?
Okay.
What?
Oh, well, I was just thinking, because if the question is, can you make this, we could just say no and move on.
I was gonna say it is a potential 7-hour episode adding a tier list like this in.
I think we let Chobra
speed run this.
We let Chobra speed run it, and we just make adjustments.
No,
I'm gonna.
I'll speed run it. I'll speed run it.
I'm gonna set an alarm for.
Yeah, no, it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad.
I'll speed run it. I'll speed run it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think the rule we take is it's how they performed like that year.
That year in Ascension, right?
Or the next year. No, the next
the
year.
year that they went in.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so if it's 2023 DRG, it's 20.
5 minutes starts now.
Okay.
All right.
Nongshim 2025. Put them first. They won a trophy.
Yeah.
Yes, 2025
yeah.
first. 2024, put them in B.
Sure.
Fine,
Yeah, that's sure.
Yeah. That's
put the guard / G2 in S.
Yep.
Yes. That's yep. Very true.
Envy in C.
Ooh,
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because D needs to be teams that like Apex didn't win a game. Put 2024
Okay.
Apex in D. Apex
do we
the orange A.
What do we do with Ulf
Yeah, that's
here?
a
Is that not a disband in terms of the
Oh,
org? Is that not
yeah.
right at the bottom?
I don't know if you
Well,
make
Ulf
it
automatically
F tier,
D
but
then.
Yeah,
they
it has
didn't
to be.
perform.
They didn't.
They didn't.
I mean, Bleed as well. They didn't pay their team. You could put them.
No,
there.
they gotta be
Yeah,
bottom.
they got kicked
Yeah.
out,
Bleed have to be
actually.
bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Put Boom, I think, also in either B or C.
B, I think is fine.
B, I mean, they had the 5-0 stage.
Yeah, they had the
and then it
5-0.
kind of collapsed.
I mean,
but
Pacific also. Pacific haven't won a game, so they got to be in D.
No. It's
they're
a
higher than
respectable C.
C.
You think
Respectable
C?
I think C.
Are they better than
They've
Apex
been
though? Because they're kind of the
they've
same.
been
no?
Yeah, they're a bit better.
You think they're a bit better?
Bit better, yeah.
Who else have we got?
The big purple
2G?
G can go into
2G wasn't too bad.
They're a C. They're a C. They won a
Yeah.
couple
Okay.
games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
couple
they
games.
did win a couple of games.
I would say,
yeah.
yeah.
Didn't watch
I
any
think you
of
had
them,
them
so I
perfect.
was
Then.
going to put them in D.
Yeah, put MB. Can we?
BBL Pacific should be A or S. They made an international.
So, sorry, who?
And they might make champs.
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
BBLA
they're
is
up
fine,
there.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, BBL
Oh,
is
because
fine.
they went into
Well,
show.
Mates is kind of Mates.
Mates in the year that they qualified were not good.
Yeah, the
they
year they
weren't good.
qualified.
They're like a
so
C.
24,
They're probably
not
a C.
great.
Yeah, I think C is valid. Huh?
This is not current Mates. Yeah, it's after they qualified.
XLG, B or A?
XOG
I mean, I
should
think
be
especially
A,
I
is
probably.
fine, no?
They're
Yeah,
doing good. They did
They
good.
just
They,
haven't
they did
changed.
really well regionally, just wasn't internationally where they were struggling. So
I would say 23 DRG B, 25 DRG. Oh, actually,
Are they not just both?
both B.
I think the
Both.
IB,
I mean,
I
it's
think.
both.
I would say you could probably
Yeah,
argue
maybe
for
an
A,
A.
to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't
I'm
be
fine
against
with
If
that.
we put in G
No
like there, are we not
objections, then
doing
we're
the
on a
same
time
thing?
limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just below Gila, yeah, whatever. Eternal Fire, high B, low
High
A.
B. Have to be
Yeah,
the
it's
highest
B.
B.
I think just
Highest
round
B.
it to you could round it to A if you wanted.
It's similar as like Boom Nongshim, where they're like winning games, but they're not.
Yeah, leave them.
And then
VARREL
VARREL.
SLT
it's just
A.
like-
Oh. A now? No, no.
I think they're with Eternal
Dude,
Fire.
they're about to
Yeah,
go
they're
to
Eternal-
champs. What are you
Well-
guys talking about? They're
Eternal Fire could as
Eternal
well.
Fire finished. They could have.
Well, look,
Fine.
here's the unfair aspect: is that we're doing this during the season, but we could come back to this after everything, and
Yeah.
if they make it the champs,
if
then
they
we'll,
make
we'll,
champs.
we'll
Yeah.
rearrange it.
There
Yeah,
you go.
yeah.
So if you want us to revisit this tier list, you should become a member and then
Look, we've
submit
done,
it
we've
as
done
many
pretty well
times
there,
as-
I think.
Dude, we got 2 minutes
Yeah.
to spare. We did
Yeah,
incredible.
we
nailed
done well
that.
there.
Well, what else do you want to talk about for 2 minutes? I mean, I didn't schedule for this to end so
move
fast.
it, move us on to the next subject.
All right, fine.
I'm not gonna lie. When I glanced at the all the topics, I thought that this was rank all of the teams that are going to be competing in tier 2
Yeah.
for the path to champions.
And,
And
you
I was
guys
that's
are
what I
like,
thought
I am
too.
not prepared for this at all.
That's
So
what,
I
yeah.
was
No,
the
I was like,
Ascension
I
teams.
haven't looked at the other region teams that have qualified for play-ins, but it's a good look at the past. It's kind of a fun little flashback.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So there's our tier list. Let
That
us
might be
know
the
what
best
you
one
think.
we've ever done across any topic.
Actually, yeah,
Yeah, I
speed
think so.
and efficiency, yeah. All right, well, let's move on to the meat and potatoes. I was gonna say the meat of the potatoes, but the meat and potatoes. We're gonna talk about VCT Pacific first. Yeah, I mean that just about goes to show how I felt about this weekend, because I feel like this week in Pacific was very, very hectic and scrappy at the same time. But we'll kick things off with Gen.G versus GE. Gen.G, just as everyone expected since 2024, they are the first seed in Group Alpha. Would you believe it? I mean, Achilles,
This guy expected it.
you get the floor. Did you really
I mean,
expect
I'm not gonna.
this?
I'm not TMV. I'm not gonna call you all frauds or brag about it that much. It's just like I said. It was a gut feeling. Texture is just capable of doing great things, and he did. And Ash continues to be a very good neon. So I guess I will gloat a little bit because TMV. He's a good neon. So
Yeah, you did
He's
call
fine.
him out for not having a good neon when he was.
I said he was an
averaging, like, 2
inconsistent neon,
slides.
and he is an inconsistent neon. He just
He's
is.
been pretty
and
consistent
that means
across
you
the
can
last
have good.
Masters.
That means you can have good. He has also had some bad maps too. That's what inconsistent means. It does not mean shit, and that's what most people's problem is. They think inconsistent means shit, and it doesn't. I'll tell you who else is inconsistent. Absol. We'll get to him later.
Okay, calm
Instantly
down.
gone for my guy.
there,
like
and
a-
there is a caveat that maybe I'll have to pull up on Twitter about that one. So, but when we get to there, we'll get that.
Oh,
Okay.
Are we
okay.
all in agreement that this was a very close game, though? Like very
guess.
close.
Oh, yeah.
No, they're just roping us in, Sliggy. This is all part of the fraudulent trick of Gen.G. Roping us in. I don't know if we can play round 26 of Sunset or not. Whether it
Is
was a
this
bug,
the-
whether it was the
I mean-
fraudulent.
Right.
It's a
This
bug.
is how they're roping you in. Fraudulent
mean-
Gen.G again. There should have been a 2-0, and the game decided that frauds Gen.G are gonna win instead. This is when Texture is sitting in a cipher cage, and somehow a prowler, a imposter prowler and an imposter boombot just walk right past him and are like, nothing here.
I don't think
nothing
it's
to see
well.
here.
I guess
And he
it
gets
is
a
the
kill.
cage. It's
It-
I think
no,
it's
it's the
because
cage,
of like
it's bugs.
the thickness of the cage, and then like when it enters, and both of those skills are already pretty fraudulent to
Joe,
begin
you-
with, and then
You're missing out.
No,
it's
no,
a
I'm-
it's a known bug.
It's a-
no, I'm
Is
just, is it known? Well, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
saying it's a bug. I'm just saying
It's
that.
I say known as in
I
like
figured.
the last
We know about it now.
6
Oh, it's,
hours. Yeah.
The next round. Yeah, next round.
Oh, sure.
Start
So-
next
so-
round.
Basically, if you're inside the cage on this client, that things don't scan you like
just
some
like the
recon.
entire cage, then.
The entire cage, yeah.
Oh,
If
If you-
okay.
If you
I
put
just
a
figured
if you
it
put a
was just-
recon into it, it won't scan you right now. So
Oh.
this prowler should be. I mean, maybe not the prowler, but the boombot, 100%. Trust me, I've spent hours and hours doing boombot lineups. I know for sure that is in range. So
Yeah.
and there's like videos at the moment on Twitter where it's just like people go inside the cages just throwing stuff. So
One thing that I
well,
did not
there you
see
go.
in those, and I mean, I believe that you've done your research, and it does look a little suspect to me as well.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like those should have scanned. But I think the thing that those videos should show is that it's not just your cage and like like enemy utility. Like because it's always like the from the POV of the cipher and then enemy util not scanning them inside of it. I think they need to show that kind of like the reverse, which would basically prove that texture should have been scanned here.
Do you want me
Because
to?
they were the one with
The
the
others,
cipher.
right.
Yeah,
I've
so it
got
should
a
be
good
friendly
clip.
cipher with friendly util, also not scanning an enemy.
I got a good clip that I put in Twitter. If you, sorry, that I put in Discord. If you want to bring it up, just of like the
Okay,
bug
does
at the
that happen?
moment. Yeah, it's dude,
Yeah, I
it's
think
rough.
it'd be good for clarity.
And it's just
yeah.
like, what happens now? Do we just accept it? It's such a weird situation because GE won't have like such a good view of it, so it's going to think that they're like, oh, we somehow
Yeah.
missed it.
Yeah.
Or,
you
and at that moment you don't bring it up because you didn't see it.
Well,
And
yeah,
so-
because in the moment you
Yeah,
can't
you have
tell.
no
Yeah.
idea.
Yes, this is a bug at the moment where that's an enemy recon just in the middle.
Oh,
of
well,
scanning
that
them.
is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Not ideal.
Well,
not
that's
great.
This
so
is
this is
really
the-
bad.
This is the same one that I saw, and I'm just saying. I think that for further clarity to show that it's like the cage is like fully busted, is that you should have enemy cipher with enemy util also showing that it doesn't scan, which is the situation that they had with texture. Because this is
Right.
cipher inside of his own cage not being scanned, and if you want to just show that, like,
well,
nope, the whole thing's
the
broken,
jet
then you
wasn't
gotta
being
show,
scanned either. Yeah, so in this clip, because but either way,
That's
yeah,
tough.
like you could
It's
go
it's
even more
tough.
deeper. Yeah,
It's
I'm not
tough.
saying it's a
That's-
conspiracy. I'm just saying that this
No,
is this
no,
is how the
it
Korean
is-
teams make it work. They
I'm
convince
not saying it's a
people. The
conspiracy,
people
but it's a
won't realize. The people
conspiracy.
won't realize
Yeah,
the
and-
fraud
and-
levels that these Korean teams get away with.
And for sure, I will say this early, teams didn't know about this for sure because
No, right.
otherwise we would have seen crazier
yeah.
abuse like this. It's literally just
Yeah.
texture. He had a timing. He doesn't want to make sound. He's somehow in the middle of the cage. He doesn't want to walk through one of the cages. He's just found himself in a situation where he's in
It was a
front of a
perfect
cage.
storm.
So it's not like before anyone does any like witch hunting.
Yeah,
no one's
yeah.
abusing it. It's just an insanely unlucky situation. But dude, it could have gone either way. This. For
Oh
sure.
yeah, it's insane.
yeah. Because I mean, obviously, like just off, it could have just gotten more overtime. Who knows? But it obviously, from GE's perspective, it does suck because now they're in like we fight for our life and we still don't know. It's not fully under control situation for getting the bye directly into playoffs, and obviously the extra champs points, which matters for GE, not so much for Gen.G. Gen.G is just happy that they're going to playoffs. So it's unfortunate that's how it went through, but all in all, kind of could have gone either way, 50-50. Both teams had great moments. Both teams had some messy moments. Gen.G, basically
that
TMV,
not
you're
all
still
of
on the fraud
Pacific?
train. Well,
To be fair
listen,
to Pacific, I think the difference for me in this game versus the other games they played was texture, because I think texture in the other games, had we've been
He
talking
was
about it, like
really
had been
good,
missing some shots and like not hitting some stuff that I thought he should. Whereas in this game, even though there was still like an odd round or two, I think there was one where he had like 3 chamber old shots that he still
Yeah.
like is whiffing and stuff. So there's still the odd rounder there or not. Like he maybe isn't peak texture, but I think on the whole, like that to me was made me think the fraud levels are a little bit lower in the if texture is playing well, even if it's not peak texture, he still played well in this game, that they're less fraudulent than I thought they were perhaps. But I still think if it's a completely different story if on Sunset that round does play out differently. G close out in OT, it's still a 2-0 to G instead, and then I'm laughing at Seth saying this team's a giant fraud.
And yet here we are.
And yeah, here we are.
Yeah, it was a little rough. I will just give a little bit like positives as well from GE. I did think they played pretty well. There was a really cool clip that I put in the document as well. Just to like for the timeouts. So this is a timeout. Look, this is the first 10 seconds of the timeout. He calls a strat.
Yeah, I saw-
That's it. I'm done. And just stay silent. Like first 10 seconds, he just gives them a strat, and that's it. And we're just sitting here for 50 seconds. And then it cuts the players, and they're like, okay, well, I guess we're just doing this strat. But I like this to be honest. A lot of times, instead of just like overwhelming the players, like just a straight up, hey man, just run this strat. It's gonna work. It is like
Maybe he's got like
a cool thing to
baseball
see.
terminology, like shorthand.
Yeah.
Just
could be.
just a 10 words. That's it.
Yeah.
No, it will be like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that. They'll have a code name for a strat, and it'll just be like, this will work. So
For
I
sure.
just like that. I haven't really seen that too much. Normally people make the most of
Yeah.
their time. And I'm not saying he's not making the most of his time. It's just like, I think it's a very good confidence thing for you and your team. of just.
Did they
like,
win the next round? Do you know?
They won the next round. Yeah.
Yeah,
good.
the timeouts are pretty
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
They were
Flawless
quite
for the
successful.
opponent.
It was a very good round actually. After it was like a set. It was pretty bold from him as well. I remember they were low by, and they used the Sova ult with it, but I think they did like a split, something like that. And I remember it being, and I was like, damn, this is like it's bold. It's bold to call this when you got the low.
You're probably just a little soft. Maybe we could bring you up a bit higher, or if you could raise your volume. But there you go. You should just start casting in the middle of the night in Korea in an apartment, and it'll be fine. But yeah, I think GE the timeout successes were good.
Yeah.
They're saying I'm totally muted, so I don't know. But maybe I mean this. Okay, cool. Chat. I was gonna say chat could also just be completely fucking with us, but
Yeah,
anyway.
and
Chat
That
might
would be
just be
such a
gaslighting
funny
you.
way. Yeah, such a
It,
funny.
it should be
start to
better.
the show.
Yeah, this was cool.
It'd be
I think
great
they-
if.
Go on.
Wait, sorry. I just want
Yeah.
everyone in chat next week on the official broadcast to also be like, Achilles is muted. We just can't hear him. Just the entire
broadcast
cast.
panicking. Yeah.
I've done, but the thing is, you are going to trigger my PTSD because I have literally lived that. The ACL final with PRX DRX, when I was casting for like half of a map and I didn't know that my voice wasn't going out to the fucking stream.
Oh wait,
Like,
yeah. Yeah,
there was
I
a whole
remember
thing that happened, and then we were just off the broadcast for like a whole map and a half, and then I came back into the last 2 rounds of Icebox when DX won the tournament, and I was just like, and they've done it. I just
do remember
I just threw to the fucking interviewer,
I
and
do
that was it.
remember that. Oh my gosh.
So
yeah.
if you wanna trigger dark memories of mine, by all means.
There you go. You know what to do. But yeah, listen, obviously it's not over yet for GE. Not the circumstance
by
we
a
want
long
to be
shot.
in, but they'll have a very important match coming up, and we'll talk about that during the predictions. But Gen.G, that we'll see. I mean, they still have another game as well, but they're just cruising, so we'll
They're
see how they look.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, more time for them, really.
So,
That's
so
good for them.
basically, for people that don't know, right, if GE win against Zeta and Nongshim lose, then they go through to
Yeah.
playoffs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing both for G and Zeta. They have to beat each other. Whoever wins, then you wait for Nongshim to lose, and then
Yeah.
so we'll see how that goes. All right, next we can just kind of cruise through this, but FURRSaken, congratulations, you've completed the Valorant Asian decks. Woohoo!
You
Until
did
the
it.
next one comes out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and then he'll have to immediately
they'll-
just lock it in.
they'll
I
instantly
mean,
lock
surely
it
he'd
in,
be
yeah.
able to. He should be able to get on top of whatever the new agent's going to be, the next one, like faster than he did with Mix, because surely they'll have
Surely it
a little
won't
bit
be
more,
as bad.
a little bit more application to comps.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to
Yeah.
remind you, but I'm pretty sure they released Deadlock and then ISO back to back, and that was bad. That was a worse ISO than we currently have, and a worse Deadlock
Right.
than we currently have. So it's not impossible.
I mean, this is impressive. It's impressive.
Yeah,
he
it's cool, man.
he completed their internal bonus mission of team ulting Jing. Apparently, that was specifically a command given by the coaching staff, and he succeeded in locking him down. But that's really all there is to it. I mean, the PRX boys addressed it as well. Obviously, Secret. For those who don't know, Secret had to play with a stand-in. Their coach or analyst, Sky.
He did
had to
great.
step
by the
in.
way.
He played
did
so well.
great.
He did great.
Yeah. Someone should pick this guy up.
Yeah,
Any team in Pacific could pick this guy.
I was watching thinking, holy, hold on, this guy might not be a coach next year. Like, someone's going to get him as a player. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of cool. Wendler posted in my chat, he's like, thank fuck that's over, basically, and like we can play normal comps. Because I think they've been, I think Forsaken's been like, I have to complete it now. Like, these games.
I mean, they did
aren't
basically
super
just hit
important.
the shuffle button for Summit. I mean, something showed that he is an incredible Viper player.
Bruh.
So there was that.
He was clutching nonstop, larking nonstop. It was
Yeah,
good.
he had a lineup or two. It was good. It was
Well,
good.
he
put
had-
in some work.
Yeah, he definitely had one lineup. And
he had one lineup. Listen,
Yeah,
I
he
tried
had
to
a-
give him some bail.
he had a cross map lineup, which was good, landed, and then next one I'm just like, oh, because he landed a cross map one, so I'm like, oh, okay, he's gonna have loads of them, and then I'm like, oh my god, they're gonna molly the spawn, so they can't flood in. Just follow it onto the roof. I was like, oh, okay, maybe not. But 50%,
I mean,
not bad.
that's a PRX staple.
Classic.
Yeah,
Just think of-
true.
Just think of Forsaken's Harbor on Bind and just
Yep.
chucking coves just onto the kind of roofs of the B site and not really covering anything.
Learning from the best. Learning from the best. But that's really all there is to it. I don't think you can read into this too much for other teams. I think we can just move on. I mean, hopefully,
Yep.
the best thing is hopefully they can the visa stuff for Nats on Secret gets resolved, so they can have their full power and play-ins. That's the best we can hope for. Next, ooh, RQ.
Oh, that's the right noise.
Well, RQ is not the ooh. In case I stopped
Yeah,
there, I
you're
stopped
right,
at the
yeah,
wrong part. It's RQ defeats full sets. Ooh.
Oh, boy.
Mm.
2-1. This one, oh man, who wants to go first? Because I feel like there's a decent amount to unpack here.
Okay, I'll at least start with a couple of positives because I imagine this is gonna be relatively filled with negative stuff. At least they like changed their summit, and you could tell they'd been working on a lot of stuff. When I say working on a lot of stuff, they opened up a K-Corp demo and just copied everything, essentially. But like it's good. It's better than what they were doing, but they were very slow to understand the comp. Like I think this is a problem with this team at the moment. They're running so much different stuff that they kind of just forget how it works. It's like when people used to steal the Gen.G Haven, and they're like, "Well, it works for them. Surely it will work for us." But you're just missing loads of things. Like they were using the wall over towards A on attack, full sense on summit, but then they weren't like pressuring it. So literally they just had like one person just holding it, and they're like, "Well, I've got this side on lock," and they never pressured over towards A main. So that was pretty bad from them, to be honest. Like misunderstanding of the comp. Yeah, dude. Loads of my chat were just like, "Is Full Sense the worst team in Pacific if they lose this?" And I'm like, "Well, maybe. It's definitely a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They're in a
the
rough
running
spot,
for
man.
sure.
How's it this bad?"
I mean, man, there was the press conference with Frost and Cruz as well, where, I mean, it just sounds like they're having all sorts of issues. Obviously, they're not going to talk about all the details, but it's like they're talking about people not like learning things, people not playing the roles they want, or some people wanting other things. Players wanted a different draft, so they tried it and it didn't work, and it's all over the place. It's all over the place. So who knows even what the root of it is, but it did not look good. Sephiroth also playing the Neon didn't really show up.
Holy,
That didn't go so well.
You gotta lean more into comfort. The funny thing is with this as well, when I look at GE, I'm like, damn, their fundamentals and their trading is really good. Like when they're in a man advantage, I'm like, they're probably gonna I feel confident they're gonna win this round. When Full Sense are in a man advantage, I have to stay locked in because I know that they're gonna. It's like sometimes it's worse for them. I feel like when they get the first pick, like their fundamentals and like their trading and how they play the man advantage is just so bad. And I do think they're getting overwhelmed. Like, I do think there's so much they have to think about. They're getting overwhelmed. They're just, like, the protocols aren't there for certain things. And then they're trying to remember the protocols, and then they're not aiming well, and then their spacing's bad because they're focusing on other things. I think you got to go for comfort now.
And it's
For
almost
sure.
like the opposite of like when they were winning in Pacific, and you're thinking about like their Pearl defense is just Primy on Jet on his own one side and 4 people on the other. Like it's just like keeping it simple and just letting Primy dominate a game essentially. And then like you say that they seem confused almost a little bit in terms of what they're doing. I do want to shout out RQ though. I mean there's been a couple teams that like Envy are another one, Cloud9 another one as well. When we get later in the show when they talk about Americas, but like you can just see like the sense of relief on teams when they like get a win and just like we fucking did it. Hallelujah, we fucking did it. And the thing is like because I was feeling a bit sorry almost for RRQ because like I thought they played well against Gen.G last week and like they still lose and it's like you're playing with like 3 different rosters each week, it's in and out. So like just to like be able to play a game and just be able to like win and just have a sense of joy again in the game. Good for you, RRQ. Good for you.
I felt very sorry for them. I was very happy to see them win, not just because I predicted them. It was just they were dealing with so much extraneous bullshit. And the first thing that I asked Jemkin when I saw him in the hallway, I was like, "Are you feeling good?" And he just went, "Yes, so good." I was like, "Fuck yeah, let's go! This guy's gonna go crazy." And really, but like he didn't have like that Jemkin take over, dominate game, but he didn't really have to. I mean, it was just well played by pretty much all of them.
I was going to say that's probably a good sign, though, to be honest, that it wasn't just us going, "Oh, it's Jemkin saved Jemkin saved them for a game." Like it was very good. It's definitely I think a good confidence booster for the majority of the team, but I think just not that I have like any insight, but I think like Monyet especially, because obviously the original move was Monyet out, Zan in, right?
And yeah.
So
Right.
I mean, that's going to do bits to your confidence for sure. So I think like having this, sticking with this, and it actually working, and him having a very good game, very impactful in these is
Monyet
just,
has been
is so bad.
he's been the
Been
most
their best player.
consistent one
Yeah,
throughout all of the shifts. He's just been super sick.
Yeah. Yeah, because I used to pick on Monyet a little bit of just like, we know he's a good player, but he's kind of still confused about what his role is on the lineup in the past years that he's been on RQ, but it feels like he's really found his spot. And I mean, he got match MVP this match
This
as
is
well.
great. I just checked to see. He is the 3rd highest rated player, only behind the GOAT Foxy9 and something. He's the 3rd highest rated player in
Foxy9.
Pacific right now.
For
Yeah.
all
So-
the stupid mistakes that Big Time had done in his stint on Global Esports, the one thing that he nailed was putting Monyet on smokes. Texture on Senti, maybe not so much, because unless it was Chamber, but it wasn't. But Monyet on smokes, they had that one nailed.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks good. I think RQ, yeah, it is. I think it's promising to see that, okay, like we see what they want to go for. They figured out their identity. You know, it wasn't the cleanest, but they figured out their identity. And it should be on the up and up, right? I think we should be expecting progress here from RQ.
Yeah.
And then before we move on, just wanted to ask what we thought of Primi on Chamber. Everyone hates the deadlock. Now he's on to a different Sentinel. It's Chamber. Where is the jury still out? What are we thinking?
How can he play it? That's my question.
How can he play?
How
What?
how can he just be put on
If
this-
Stunlock
how-
does.
How can he just be put on Chamber and then just fry? It just sounds like a match made in heaven on paper. When I saw that he was playing it, I was like, oh, this should be a treat. This I think is going to be great. And then it wasn't at all. There was like
Yeah.
basically like no moments. Like I'm thinking about like, oh, Primi, he's the kind of guy who like, okay, maybe he whips the op shot, but he's gonna drop the headhunter, boom, kill that guy. They're pushing on a pistol round, and he's gonna be able to just tap 2 people, kill him real quick. There was like none of that. It just I don't know. Like I felt so let down. Like I was.
But the
expecting
thing
so
is,
much
like
more.
a chamber player, you're tethered. You're literally tethered.
Yeah.
I don't want Primi tethered to anything. I want Primi to be a completely free soul. And you see like players,
But they
you've
just
got players like
fucking just- I
Cryo who
mean-
are like the inverse, where they're very patient, methodical kind of players and very good on an agent like Chamber. I just like Primi. I just want to just go
Let him
whatever,
loose.
do what you fucking
just
want.
to-
You're the best
just
player in
tell
the
him that he
world. Just do
doesn't
whatever
have-
you want.
Tell me he doesn't have a rendezvous. That button doesn't exist anymore. You have a trademark, you have a headhunter, and you have an ultimate. That's it.
Yeah. 50%
rendezvous
of the
doesn't
Well,
most
exist.
that's
impactful
most
part
of the
your
chamber
kit is
value gone.
That's your big bit of the value.
You're
yeah.
playing a blank agent now.
I mean, at that point, we should just be playing Jet. Yeah. Like we should just.
I think it would be good with a bit of time. Like it would be good with a bit of time. I don't think
Like a
he's
texture
comfy.
thing?
Yeah, I just think,
Okay.
but I think they don't have time. So I think you just got to put him on Jet, to be honest, and switch some stuff up. But I also don't think they like maybe had the best setup in terms of chamber stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the
So-
summit we talked about it, like just overall the map and whatnot wasn't quite.
Yeah, like when you see
Quite ironed
when you
out.
see like a Gen.G play the chamber, like especially on summit, they're using so much util to set him up over towards B so that he can prod B and that he can potentially get some picks. Whereas they just go, yeah, go on, mate. Go try take this. And it's like, well, how's he? And his trip's on the other side of the map, so it's not like on these maps where actually the trip's pretty good for like taking A main or like B main. His trip's on the other side of the map, so it literally just has to dry swing and just hope that his team is making pressure. Yeah, it's not good.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what new agents we see Primi on in the coming week in VCT Pacific.
Reyna.
All right,
Back
Play
on the
Reyna.
deadlock.
Reyna. There you go. All right, now let's talk about perhaps the most important teams in Pacific ever. DFM and Zeta Division. Japanese Valorant was almost back. Japanese Valorant was literally 1 round away from just
I think it was
sweeping the
mostly
entire
back.
weekend. Well, it ended
It's
on a
mostly
pretty
back,
low
and then they
note,
got
but-
30 node.
Yeah, and then-
But
and
it
then
was
they got
still
13-0.
match-wise. It was still 75% back.
Listen, let's talk about the good. Let's talk about the great parts first. Let's talk about DFM. DFM. I mean,
Yes.
they come out swinging against both VARREL and T1. I mean, how are you feeling? Both of them obviously go 2-1, so it's not like they were stomps. But DFM Achilleos, I mean, obviously you had to cast with Paper Thin throughout the weekend as well, so I'm sure he was just ecstatic. But you think it was valid? You think could you congratulate him this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, they continue to play very well. I think the biggest thing for DFM that I'm seeing is a lot of resilience, as well as just getting themselves into like decent advantageous positions a little bit faster rather than having to try to like claw their way back into a game necessarily. Akame, incredible. Might be one of the best, if not the best, initiators that we have at the moment in the league. Like he's just
It's very
continues
good.
to.
He's not on Neon anymore. That was a good change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was one of those things where like he had his moments, kind of, sort of, but Yatsuka's looked way more comfortable there, and Akame just knows how to set up his team, and he also is somebody who can set himself up for success. He was getting away with some really crazy highlights, so I think that with him stepping up in performance, and Yatsuka kind of fragging out of control, we haven't seen May have to come in and take over a map. He hasn't been doing that. And it's fantastic that he hasn't had to do that, and they're still finding success.
Yeah, he's had like rounds here and there, but it's not always
Yeah.
been the. It's kind of it's not the main needs help show or kind of anymore. It's actually just like, oh, hold up, he's like middle of the pack a lot of the time, and you're just happy that he's like doing the duelist roles. I like this team a lot, man. The more I watch them, the more I get faith. I think their Ascent's really good. Again, last week we kind of talked about how maybe they should have beaten PRX. I still think their Ascent is like very, very good. I think they can probably rely on that most of the time. It's just a big upswing for individuals from all of the Japanese teams that I feel like I'm watching.
Yeah.
There's so many rounds that I normally watch with both of these teams where I'm just like, you're just getting aim diffed. Like your spacing and stuff is like normally good. Your strats are normally pretty good. You're just getting aim diffed. Now this week I was watching, I'm just like, man, you guys are aim diffing them now. Like this is awesome. Like you've actually got like a good amount of confidence. It's just if they can keep it up. That's it. Like a lot of the stuff they do makes sense. They have good maps. It's just, can the individuals keep doing this?
Yeah, it's almost, to me, it would be almost like say DFM, did make it through straight to playoffs. I'd almost be a bit worried because, like you say, Sliggy, I don't like they can use the extra time, sure, to maybe improve a bit, but I'd be worried that they would just not play for 2 weeks, then go into the server, not be aiming very well. And it doesn't matter if you're, like so many games we've seen, it doesn't matter if your strats are good and you've got it figured out on Valorant. Like you just lose anyway because you just haven't played. I almost think in a world it might be better for them to just kind of carry on a bit of a heater through the play-ins and just go through like that. I think that might be a better chance for them because like you say, it's happened this week for both Zeta and DFM. It happened this week, kind of. Well, apart from maybe one map. But I do worry that like next week we could just go back to straight away like, oh yeah, it's not so good. But I was pretty high on DFM. I picked them in that VARREL game. I didn't pick them against D1, but maybe I should have done. But they definitely, if they can play individually at this level, I mean Pacific, I think right now, as you said at the top, Joe, bro, kind of scrappy, kind of messy, kind of pretty open, I would say. There is. Who the fuck is going to champs from this region?
Yeah, it's
VARREL.
open. It's open.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know though. Yeah, but they just lost to DFM. Maybe DFM will.
Maybe
I think
DFM will as well.
We can at least say PRX. We know one.
Well,
for
yes,
sure.
I know one
You
team
know
is going
PRX,
through.
yeah. Imagine PRX chilled because they're through points and there's 2
Exactly,
spots
yeah.
for anyone.
Yeah,
That'd be
if
so
they
sick.
just-
But
if
PRX
they
is
just
probably
go-
going to take one of those spots. It's only going to be like one.
Yeah.
But imagine somehow
I
they
mean,
don't. It'd be
yeah.
insane. Because
It's
right now everyone has belief. And I watch other regions and like people come into my chat and I'm like, how much belief do you have in this? And I'm just like, I'll be honest, mate, I don't have any belief. But actually in Pacific, I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. I can't work out anything. Everyone seems like relatively even. And then you have PRX. So good luck. Let's see what happens. It's fun to watch though. It's fun
great.
to watch. It's really fun to watch. I'm looking at I go to bed pretty much every night going, oh, I know what the America's scoreline is going to be.
Yeah.
And then they wake up into the pure chaos that is Pacific of, oh man, who's winning today? Which upsets are we having today? It's fun.
Yeah. Let's talk about Zeta a bit further because DFM, we just touched on them a little bit. But Zeta, come out swinging 2-1 against Full Sense. Now it was their super week, and then we can talk about the 13-0 separately. But up to that point, like they keep up a. I mean, some would say
Could've
they
won
should have
2-0.
won.
Yeah,
Yeah, some
could've
would
won
say they
2-0
should have
against
beat
Nongshim.
Nongshim as well. So, how high are you on Zeta compared to DFM? Like, are we at similar levels or still just a little bit behind?
I think you go.
Oh, I was gonna say like not quite to the same point with as DFM levels for me. I think that Zeta has a lot more to prove, just given that they've missed out on things like playoffs for the longest time, etc. Whereas DFM have been that team that have kind of been climbing the standings. This is a very good overall sign, and I think that there's going to be plenty of people who will clown on them for getting the fucking 13-0 and all that kind of stuff coming in. But the thing that I'm seeing from Zeta right now is just like the level of confidence that they're playing with. It's just been so absent for as long as I can really remember from this team and from a lot of these players. What we were seeing, especially in those first two maps, obviously, was a hell of a lot of confidence being shown from every single person on this roster. And I think that was the best thing that I could have seen from them, even with the loss. I wanted to see a little bit more of it on that Haven. I think they could have put up a stronger fight there. But it felt like they just really got rattled after the breeze had, not gone their way.
Yeah. I don't know if you can show the split. That game against Full Sense, the split was one of the maddest maps I'd seen in some time. If you just go to the performance so we can see the clutches on split.
Yeah, it's just
How many
clutches.
is this? Zeta have
like 11
so this
or
is in
something,
one
right?
map. Zeta have 7 clutches and Full Sense add another 4 to that. I mean, this was a 14-12 game. It was an insane game because this game was Full Sense, even in the rounds the Full Sense would win, it was like they would be in a 5v2 and it would end in like a 1v1. It was like every round was just, even if Full Sense got the first 3 kills, it was like, well, hold on a second here. Hold on a second. Because one guy is up on the site still. And then he kept 4 kills somehow. It was an unbelievable game. I mean, yeah, it was truly a map for the ages, this one, that probably not that many people saw.
How many 3Ks did Absol have on that sunset?
I had a lot of more.
It was a ton. If you go to
Sunset,
if you go,
Yeah.
their most recent game.
2
against Nongshim.
Against
Nongshim.
Nongshim.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry, I'm moving past.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean the one where he got 35 kills?
Yeah, when he was just dropping bombs on them.
Yeah.
I mean, it must have been 5 or I want to say like 6.
8 2Ks, 5 3Ks.
Yeah.
5 3Ks. 35 kills and 15 of those are 3Ks is pretty diabolical.
I do feel
going crazy.
Don't you think that these two teams are a little similar though in terms of like DFM and Zeta, where I feel like it's very dependent on their maps. Like they have like 3 to 4 like good maps where I'm like, oh, you guys could win, but if you get that map, I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna get wrecked on that map. Which obviously we saw. It's funny that both of these teams are running like a similar, or they were running a similar Haven comp, but then I think DFM changed. But they struggle with the same thing. They have the same like B weakness that teams are just exploiting. I just think the map was a little too to do a run to like if people are thinking of champs to do a run. The map was not good enough.
There's a lot to be shored up.
Yeah, I think the thing is I think for DFM, I think we all probably think that they're probably a bit more consistent. Why are we staying on this Stream 4 app so bad?
I mean, we gotta talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about it.
No one's ever had a performance like this. A 2 rating to a 0.02.
Yeah, like a 2.01.
No one's ever had a game like that. No
Listen,
way.
he's just paying respects to the Korean stock market. He's just trying to mimic what's going on in Korea, where we're playing VCT Pacific. That's all that's going on. 2.0 to 0.2.
It's a shame it ended like
0.2. Oh,
no, yeah,
yes, it was 0.02.
Oh, yeah,
0.02. Yeah, it's rough. But I mean, they don't have B retake protocols, and their comp can't stop a B plant. So you're doomed. And who is to blame for that? It's Mini. Where's his notes at? You don't have a B retake protocol? They're smoking and walling the same thing.
I've heard Mini talk a lot about that as well.
You wall to go in, that's your first bit, and then you smoke off the spike. That's the good thing about the neon, is that you don't have to use, like, a lot of the time now it takes a long time for your smoke to come back. And they're like smoking the choke to get in, and then they have to like push through their own smoke essentially, or they're just getting spammed through smoke. It's wall, cut off half the site, whether it's C or whether it's B. then you smoke the spike, then you can duel in front of the spike. They're just double smoking.
I assume Minnie's
Many,
on the he's on the EMEA segment today. Yes, he is. Okay.
Oh
Yeah.
I'll
He's
just
gonna have a lot
Minnie,
to
if you're already watching from your Berlin prison,
Bath.
I called.
Yeah, he's in the coke tub.
Yeah,
I did call Sliggy out on this because I knew that when things started going wrong, that Sliggy was gonna say that was all Minnie, and that when they were pounding and Absol was going crazy, he was just gonna be like, Minnie had nothing to do with this.
No, yeah, it's just the way that it rolls. Like if you're part of the coaching squad, you got to take the hits. No beat.
Yeah,
Like if you're in charge of like having protocols and stuff like this, your comp has a giant weakness. That's on Mini to make sure that it's stronger.
Yeah. I mean,
I
I think it's
posted
also just the expectations added
Shakes
the
his
first two maps and just overall this stage. Like they've been showing better and better map understanding, comp understanding, like what's our strength, what's our weakness, and then Haven shows up and they start double peeking both sides together, getting double colladed and
Oh, the double
and,
collab.
I mean, it was-
That round
was
was
crazy.
crazy. Yeah,
it
I
was
just
I
went
don't
devastating.
I don't think I've ever seen it before. Like that.
No,
Like
it's never
that.
happened.
Yeah, I don't know if
I
we've
don't
seen
think
it in
it's ever
VCT. Yeah.
Oh yeah, crazy.
We've had like what, like maybe one or two triple collats, and then I don't think we've ever had that like quick succession double collat.
It's
was-
it's an
It's interesting listening to
unlucky.
Paper Thin cast these games with Japanese teams because he goes from this, like in this 13-0, he goes from like annoyed, and then he just like you could see the acceptance, the sadness starts to just creep in. They
Yeah.
can't do it.
That's, I mean, to be fair, like I'm kind of on that same page as him. It's mostly just that you want to be seeing the teams, no matter who they are, doing better than that.
Yeah.
And it's very unfortunate because I mean, like at the end of the day, like we are also viewers. Like even though we're casting the game, like we are in our like ourselves just viewers, and we want to be entertained, and we want to push that the entertainment that we feel out to the audience. Like that's where the magic happens. And when a game is boring, I don't get excited, and I cast, I cast like I'm unexcited because I'm not gonna like try to big up something that isn't actually exciting. So there's moments, obviously, like the RB, double collat that are exciting to see because you just never see that ever happen. But for the most part, like this was a boring map, and it's unfortunate. So it's less his bias and more just give us
no, I
something
like
to
it.
help us do
I
our
love
jobs
it.
better.
I love the
I
sadness.
like it.
I love
Yeah,
the
I kind
sadness.
of like it.
You don't get that very often. You don't get a kind of sad cast.
Sure.
That's not something
Well,
you
that's
get.
what I'm saying. That's what
I'm
I'm
all
saying.
for
Like,
it. I'm all for it.
If you're gonna watch a team just get absolutely blown out, then yeah, like I'm not gonna hype it up that much.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I mean-
that's
Nah,
still
for sure.
emotion.
Oh,
Here it
this
is.
is the
Here it
double.
I mean, it was just.
this is where nothing's going right for you.
Yeah.
Like nothing's
And then he
going right.
tries to get the ace
Yeah,
And
it gets
of
denied.
course he
and
doesn't get it.
swings him at a
It's
Heaven
It was
stairs.
funny after the match. The Nongshim staff were telling RB like, "Man, if you had gotten the ace, like instantly that clip's going on main VCT, not even VCT Pacific, but you missed out on the ace. Now you're not gonna get the freaking YouTube shorts at the
Yeah,
Instagram.
you got
Reels."
nothing
it
for it.
should still go on. It's
nah, it is
you're
kind
not
of.
gonna see that very often.
Yeah, it's a one of a kind.
It's I feel bad for Zeta though because everyone's going to talk about this, but honestly,
Yeah.
they played really well. They had a very
had a
good
good
chance
week.
of 2-0ing this. Imagine they 2-0'd it. It would have been insane over there.
Yeah.
And then we
Yeah.
wouldn't have seen this as well. It never would have happened.
This game always makes me think there are so many games where 13-0 was waiting, and we
Yeah.
never got to see it.
What could have been?
Yeah.
What could
I-
have
How
been.
much
do-
the narrative changed.
You mentioned the first two maps as well. I think those
Mhm.
maps also did show really good prep from Zeta. Like they
Yeah,
knew Nongshim's tendencies a lot on both maps. So Nongshim
sure.
was getting punished a lot.
As much as Mini has no B retake protocols, his harbor stuff is actually like good on Breeze. I'll give him that. He's got that one down. He's got the harbor stuff down. It's like a 1-for-1.
Okay, yeah, he's getting there. He'll
Yeah,
grow as a
he's
coach, I'm sure.
50% of a coach.
I mean, Choba, can we quickly talk about your team for a bit? Because I was
Yeah,
watching some of
sure.
your stream, and you were unhappy at times, is what I would say. You were losing your mind a little bit. I don't know if we can show round 15. I think it's a good example because you were losing your mind at this one a bit on
which
Breeze
map?
against Zeta. This is where they have a Phoenix ult. They
Oh.
do a short. They do an A split. They harbor wall, and Dambi just goes "Yee-dee-dee-dee-dee," and slides through his own harbor wall with no util, instantly dies. Then they Phoenix ult and get pinched from behind as they
Yeah, and then
flank in on
yeah, it's oh,
and I was just watching you being like, what are we doing?
this team, man, they are driving me mad. They're so stubborn. I listen.
If you want some catharsis after this, Chober, you can just go watch TMV's stream for the last FUT game.
Oh Jesus. We'll
Oh,
get to that. We'll
No,
get to that.
my favorite part of this weekend was watching BBL win. Honestly, that was my favorite part of this
Oh,
weekend.
Damn.
Yeah, Pacific. That was
But
tough. But
yeah,
yeah,
I
look
mean,
at
it's
this. Yeah. We have a Phoenix,
yeah,
so
it's
there goes
just-
them.
Yeah, like what are we? Why
Gives
are we
us a gun.
sliding?
This is a bonus.
Why are
The gun
why are we
delivery.
sliding into that wall? Oh my god!
The weird thing is because like the whole point of this wall is to go wrap the back aside.
Yeah, it's like,
that's the
you
whole-
have a-
that's
No,
the whole
Hey,
plan.
we've cut them off, and Domby's like, not hard enough.
Not
And
if
he
I go
just-
this way.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, it ain't a sage wall. He's like, you can break through a wall if you try hard enough.
Down
Just
the fucking
freaking
entrance to the
slides
back
through it.
rooms, just had to go right through it.
It
But,
was
in there.
The
Yeah.
good parts for Nongshim is the Yoru just gonna fix everything in the perfect time for them.
Oh, it's so interesting.
I
isn't it?
They obviously changed like who's playing the Yoru, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
BBL as well. Just
yeah,
if you were
no,
good
it's
at the
a-
start of
it's
the
a
year,
savior.
just fucking play Yoru,
the savior
apparently.
again is this like, oh, you got a bad map? Be like, hold on, we used to play Yoru on this. Can we not just use our old thing there? Just 10 seconds
Yeah.
is different. That's it.
Seems like it's a good fix. I would say that Francis, the Omen still like he has tendencies that he used to have on other agents that he's showing on the Omen that's kind of messing him up when he's like holding one side of the map or something like that, where he's like not sure if he should smoke first or go peek for info on like a timing. And I would say there's probably still a little bit of that discomfort, not to the point where he's like a terrible Omen, but he's not doing the part that's really helping support the other side.
Sure.
But yeah, the Yoru looks good. I mean, RB back on the Yoru, RB starting to flex again.
RB look good, and it just all over this game. Even the harbor on Breeze was cool. They do a cool thing where they're when they're trying to pop out towards A, and like a lot of teams just A spam on Breeze. It's a weird sight at the moment. They like drone, and then if the drone clears close over towards A, they'll smoke themselves off of the harbor, like leak out smoke, so they can take different pathings out, so they're not getting spammed. Because a lot of people are always getting spammed out there. I think that's something that a lot of teams are going to add, because necessarily you don't. Unless there's some teams that will like go further with a harbor smoke and then take that space with it. But if you're not going to take that space, then you can just smoke yourself off and then just pop out with the reinforced smoke. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen another team do that. And again, they're just using the same strat book they were doing, but it's just RB on the Euro, and it looks good. It looks good in the Euro. But when they used to do this old comp, it wasn't like we were talking about Francis. Really, we were just talking about Danby all the time. So I think as long as the Euro is just a little competent, then you're fine, and it works.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Unless I'm missing something, but I think it's fine.
Well, Danby needs to not slide through that wall. But
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
my
that stuff-
frustration. Yeah, my frustration is just this: like they suddenly they're like, oh, we have plot armor, and then they walk through and they're like, oh, we don't, and then they just like fall over, and I'm like, guys, like the play was good. You just don't need to break it on your own. But we'll see. We'll see if they learn. But they're finding their groove. And I mean, Zeta definitely unfortunate. It would have been crazy if they 2-0. What a weekend it would have been for Japan. Would have been
Oh yeah.
insane.
it's in the most
Insane.
crushing way possible instead.
Yeah, it's very ironic how it ended up. Before we move on to next week's, we do want to talk about another team that's being paid by Japan, VARREL, coming out. Hey, listen, I want to just specify: a Korean org didn't want to pick them up, a Japanese org did. So listen, you got to give credit where credit is due. But VARREL, Foxy9 continues his revenge tour. He shows up to Termi and says, "You were wrong."
Well,
Sends
actually,
Termi to the Shadow Realm.
we did actually kind of gloss over something from the previous topic, which is, and I think this could be summed up pretty quickly, but it was DFM making
Being
T1 look like fucking idiots.
Oh, we did skip over T1, yeah.
So
T1 looked terrible, yes.
yeah, I don't think there's
Yeah.
like too much to say about it. Like obviously we guaranteed that one, and that
Good job.
backfired.
Good job.
but
Yeah, good job on us.
Jesus Christ, they looked fucking awful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
Yeah.
was Meteor's like first half of it. I mean, his total kills on Ascent was 8 and 16, but his first half, I think he had like
Yeah,
one.
It was 1-9
Yeah, one.
or
Yeah.
something at one point.
I mean, T1 is another team that I think T1's kind of in the full sense camp, honestly, where it's like we can't tell if they're playing comfort. We can't tell if they're playing as a team. Some of them definitely are on comfort. We know that, but it's just we don't see any coherent plan or image or vision or
this needs to be a blip. Like if they come out and they look like this again in the next one, big concerns. If this is just going to be like a one-time stumble, okay, fine, whatever. You can have the one throwaway game where you just look like dog ass. But if this is going to be a consistent thing, oh baby, they're not going to champs.
Yeah, I do want to mention right as a ending note here for T1 is I think that's like the most visibly angry we've seen KDG, because before this you could always tell he kind of wanted to just like be humble and be like, I'm like new here, in tier 1, I'm new here at T1, coaching Valorant. Like, I'm gonna take it slow, and then after this match, like, you could feel the anger. So we'll see how that works out. But going back to a team that was much more joyous this weekend, VARREL beating KRX. Foxy9 continues to do his thing. Klaus played for all 3 maps, played some Raze on top of the Omen. It looks like VARREL is on the up and up. They're going to champs.
They could.
Not really. For anyone who's listening, like they're not yet, but they're going to go to champs, is my belief.
No,
Someone just tuned in, they're like, oh, they're going to champs.
They absolutely could. For me, I mean, VARREL, I think they continue to look very good. Zuna, I'm loving seeing Zuna back into kind of top form. Started off the year really good. His offseason performances were insane. And then he did really start to fizzle out. We weren't seeing his clutch factor and his fragging really shine. Foxy obviously is just God's gift to the game at the moment. He continues to be just excellent. But I think the bigger thing for me was that KRX actually kind of looked pretty fucking good in this series. They just threw like 2 to 3 really horrendous rounds that ended up costing them pretty heavily. But I'm regaining a little bit of faith that there's a brain in there and that it can work.
Yeah,
we're starting to get a pulse. It's coming back.
Yeah, there's a conscience. Okay, that's a good place to start, I think.
Yeah, I can get on board with that though. I got a little bit of hope for KRX, but do they again? It's just like they're just playing catch up, man. They're just playing catch up. They did a dumb thing, and then now they just gotta. They don't have time. They don't have time, bro. They don't have time. I just can't see them doing it. I will say the big thing out of this one, if like you're looking for positives, so KRX was, again, it did make sense, they had some cool rounds, but Hyunmin, if we're just looking at individuals, like actually having like a Hyunmin game where you're like, oh yeah, this guy is one of the best aimers we've seen.
It felt like he learned how to play Phoenix, compared to what we were seeing from the week prior, where he got, we went through the whole map and he got 1 kill. I forget which map that was. I think it was Summit versus PRX. He got 1 kill. It did improve a little bit on Breeze, but like, this was way better. I was like, okay, it looks a lot more comfortable. Loved just seeing as well freeing, move him off the chamber. Same thing with Primi. Move him off the chamber, put him on Jet, freeing on Cypher. Just go with that. The comfort's there. Or I mean, you could just put him on Teo, I guess, as well if you wanted to do that. But yeah, I think that this was overall a lot stronger for them.
Yeah.
The thing is that, I mean, T1 and DRX play each other this week. Whoever loses that game, I mean, is going to be in the doldrums. Whoever wins, like, you're feeling okay, but whoever loses, oh my.
It could be anything, that game. I got no idea how that game's going to look.
That might be the
KRX play the way
closest
they did
game.
here, and T1 plays the way they did versus DFM. I think KRX wins.
I mean, yeah, but surely not.
Well, if DRX lose, they're last in the group, right? I mean, that would be
think so,
because they lost the secret. So even
for sure, right?
Yeah. So if they lose, they're last.
Probably.
I think Omega is just
That's
like
the
all
idea.
up in the air. Nobody's actually fully locked in yet. So we'll see. Yeah.
Still a big win for VARREL though, really.
Oh, I
Huge
was
win for VARREL.
once they lost to DFM, I was like, oh no. Like I really thought, they because they had to play 2 games this week, and DRX only had to play 1, and so they're playing the second game after losing. I was like, well, they're in probably quite a bit of trouble here. And then didn't they lose map 1 as well? Yeah. So they lose on Summit map 1.
Yeah, they ain't got.
And then I was like, well,
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, okay, the dream is dead. And then the dream is not
doubters.
dead when Haven is map 3 and Foxy9's on your team.
Exactly.
You ain't losing.
Exactly. I was looking at it. I saw Haven
That's-
map 3, and I was like, you got Foxy9. He's the OG Klong puncher, and he's just gonna punch Klong It's like he's looking at me like I'm crazy here. But, you know, I was like, it's just the grand plan to go Klong on map 3, and he did. And he won. He led them to victory. So
What are you saying?
Klong.
you don't know?
Long.
You don't know the best strat on
the
Haven?
altar of Klong? Yeah, just go
Yeah.
Klong.
Oh,
You
I
just
see.
you punch Klong, easy win. That's
I
just
see.
literally in
Unless
this
you're
map,
against Foxy 9, who punches.
I
back.
thought you were
Well,
making some
yeah.
fucking
Punch
anime
him
reference to something I didn't understand. Like,
well, it'd probably be like a '90s K-pop reference if it's coming from me. But but there was like someone in my chat was breaking it down. I think on VARREL's attack, they go 5 times C long, and 4 out of those they convert to a win. And it's just like, oh, there you go. Like Foxy 9 knows how to attack on it. He knows how to defend on it, and there you go. That's just the easy strat for VARREL.
I mean, the best thing you could do for VARREL is that if you're going to go to a map 3, like save your voucher for the free map win that Foxy gives you for that map 3. Win on your own merit in the second map. If you drop the first one or win the first one, whatever, you get to the map 3, cash in the voucher.
Yeah. Well, exciting times for VARREL. They're gaining so many fans too, both in Korea and globally.
Dude,
Oh, they're
it's
fun to
been-
watch.
Yeah,
it's been
they're
crazy.
loud. They're loud in the arena.
They're
They
really
are.
loud, and then I talked about it actually on the broadcast because like the turnout has just been insane. Like this has been so grassrooty, like the way that this is just like developed, and I think that there's just probably so many. There's like VCT fans that like maybe didn't have a team to really latch on to, and it's like, okay, I could go for KRX, I could go for for T1, whatever, Nongshim, all the kind of like usual suspects, Gen.G, for the Korean orgs, but that now see this like really young team that is out here just doing like crazy shit, being loud, kind of playing a little bit more like an SEA org, etc. Like having that like just crazy aggression behind them and sometimes brain dead play and being like, I really identify with that. That's how I play in my ranked games. I like VARREL. I want to cheer for this team. Because like initially it was like, okay, they had a contingent of like 15 people that were showing up to every single game. I was like, this has got to be, their schoolmates, a couple family members, etc. like that, their cousins coming out to support them. And now the whole like half of the arena is fucking full of just of VARREL fans. It's sick.
Well, maybe they just got in contact with more family members.
Just
They-
bringing
they
them all
did
up.
Yeah, they did have quite a bit of
my
family.
my
this
aunt
time.
in Kyungju, my uncle in Busan, get up here, bring all the fucking cousins.
They always started believing when they got more wins. Yeah, they're like, oh, hold up.
But it's just like I haven't even
doable.
seen, and I'm sure they do have content out there, but it's not made its way. It certainly hasn't made its way
Yeah.
into like the Western audience sphere.
Yeah.
So when I see this, it does really just remind me of like when a film kind of like spreads like wildfire based on like word of mouth and everything, and suddenly everyone's talking about it.
Listen,
It's like
Everyone
that.
in the streets of Korea going, have you seen this team? This Foxy 9 guy? Have you seen this guy play Haven?
It might be a lot of Foxy 9, surely. This guy must be popular.
Yes. No,
Yeah,
he
there's
has a
He
pretty
has to
good
be
fan
popular.
base. Yeah, and
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
just like fun. He used to
They
mess
got a
up
6-man
interviews.
roster
You
they're
know.
winning with.
And my
this
favorite-
guy,
one of my
Slicky, he said it can't work. Look at them go.
The family thing actually though, joking aside, we'll know that VARREL's actually getting all the recognition when TK9, the head coach's parents, show up, because he still hasn't told them that he's a coach because they do not respect it as a job.
Oh,
So he is like basically being like, "Oh, I'm like a academy like
me on
mentor
the phone.
still."
let me talk to
Yeah.
him.
So he's talked about
Let's-
this on a Korean interview where like he's like, "Oh, my parents don't know that I'm like a coach of a team
That's
because
crazy.
like, they're
That's
not
fucking
gonna respect
insane.
it." So when they show up at
Mm.
in Shanghai
word of mouth
at
gets to them.
champs,
At Champs
Yeah.
Final, yeah.
yeah, there you go. That's when we'll know. That's when we'll know. But I'm very happy for him and the rest of the team. They just look so happy too. They just look like they're having the time of their life. So there you go. All right. Well,
It's a
that just
closeted
about.
coach.
Did you just say a closeted coach?
I mean, true. All right. Well, hey, we made pretty good pace here for VCT Pacific. All right. Well, we got through the scrappy week. We got 1 week left. Before we go on to this, we should probably remind the listeners as well that this week there is no Thursday match. There's no Super Week this week for Pacific. It's just typical Friday, Saturday,
Regular
Sunday.
old.
Yep.
Oh, is
2
it
matches a
actually?
day.
Yeah, there's
Yep.
one less day.
Mhm.
But don't worry,
Oh my
Sliggy.
God.
Thursdays will come back next week, and then Wednesdays will
okay,
be added
well-
the week afterwards.
yeah.
So
Oh,
you don't have
okay,
to
well.
worry.
Then we
Yeah,
get the
don't
5
worry
days
about that.
Oh, I
notice.
thought it was going to get easier. Well,
Yeah, no, you'll have
We
plenty
we
more
have one
Pacific to
easier week,
watch.
Sliggy. Then play-in start, and it gets way hard.
Yeah. And
It
then
gets a
So
5-day
yeah.
cycle, and I'm casting for 4 of those days.
Nice, nice. That sounds exciting. Yeah.
It's gonna be
well,
sick.
all right, let's jump into our predictions. Make sure you follow along and see which match will be the match of the week to put in your vote under the
The what?
community tab. The match of the week, and make sure you put in your vote, and then we'll see how you all do in the coming. I feel like, well, why am I paying for this? By the way, Sideshow's not even on the show anymore. Why am I the one that's saying it more?
Somebody's gonna do
Anyway,
it.
Someone's going to.
Okay.
My
You
guy's a
host the
part timer.
segment. You sing
Yeah.
the jingle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, all right. So first match coming up this week, it is going to be Team Secret versus
Oh,
DFM.
dare I do this? Dare I put my thumbs up? I dare.
I was checking. I was
I
checking.
mean, yeah, this seems fine.
it seems
right?
I would
Is
love
the-
to know how many times have we guaranteed DFM?
Oh,
It can't be many.
Ooh.
It can't be
Yeah.
many.
Without-
this might be a
yeah.
first.
The coach is still playing, right?
for Team Secret.
Yeah.
don't
I
know yet.
don't know if we've had an update on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I assume this is one of those things where it's like they might be able to bring nets in last minute. I
Mhm.
assume because it sounds like it's a visa thing, so there's no
Yeah.
fixed time.
Yeah, they've said as
Um,
much. As far as I have had no updates on it. So maybe he makes it last minute. Otherwise, I would assume that it'd still be the coach, which still fine. So
I mean,
No,
he's
he's
doing
decent.
great.
Yeah.
he's good.
But all right, DFM, they're looking good. We'll see. We'll see if we are the downfall of DFM,
Oh.
and we'll find
Paper
out. Now
Thin
this
was on
this is an
episode, he would have predicted Secret to prevent this.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah, that's
this
very
is an
true.
important match, by the way, because
Yes, they do need
this,
to.
yeah, this like puts DFM if they win in a place to be top 2, right? Or like
Mhm.
pretty much guarantees it, I think, because they have the tiebreaker against VARREL. So if they win
Damn, that'd be
this,
cool, man.
Yeah. So yeah,
Yeah.
I think are they winning?
Yeah,
it?
I think it would slot him.
Dude, and with their
Yeah,
time, they
because-
could kind
because
of
they
get
beat
good on the
T1 as well.
maps.
Mhm.
Big game.
Yeah, they beat T1 as well. So it's
Yeah,
like
so
if
yeah, they're
they
winning
win,
in.
Yeah, they
yeah,
would-
if they win, they're in, no matter what happens.
Holy. Game
Well,
against Team Secret to get winning.
yeah.
in. Oh yeah. They would be.
Unless
They
VARREL
would be.
wins, I think. I don't know. There's something weird that can happen there because if VARREL beats Paper X,
Oh,
they
yeah.
lost
If
Paper X,
VARREL
and then
wins,
get
then they would
fucked
Oh
lose.
yeah.
it's
Farrell
a
win.
weird world out there, but,
They need
but it's
Paper X to
important.
lock in.
Yeah, they
and
need to
not
win,
just
and they got to
troll.
yeah, cheer for Paper
You need the
X.
team that says Alt Jing, Team Alt Jing to not troll.
There you go. So important match there for DFM. All right, guaranteed. We'll keep track of that. Next up, we go over to Group Alpha, and it's going to be Gen.G versus Full Sense.
Oh.
Wow.
Didn't-
Okay,
didn't
I
need
remember.
that thumbs up.
Dude, I was looking at it and I was like, did I really put this? But then I remember why.
Wow. Okay, so we have Achilles
Pray
and
tell.
myself voting Gen.G, and then Sliggy and TMV voting Full Sense. I'm very curious to hear what you guys thought because I like almost voted Full Sense, but I want to hear your reasons first.
Valorant is more. It's who wants it more wins.
Does
Gen.G.
Full Sense want it more right now?
They-
They
they
got
should-
it.
I
They're
can't
dying.
tell.
They should. They
They're
should. want it
dying
more.
right now, Chobra.
They should want
I
it more.
can't
Gen.G couldn't care less. What does the champ point mean to them? Nothing.
Yeah.
You ain't qualifying for
Mhm.
champ points. It should
True.
just be.
They're locked in,
cares?
yeah.
Yeah.
They're locked
I
in.
w- I would-
Max against the wall for Full Sense. This is going to go one of two ways. If they lose this game, particularly if they lose badly, they might lose to a tier 2 team at that point. Like they might.
They might lose to a tie
might-
tier 2 team.
They might lose
Oh.
to a tier 2 team anyway. I think. Yeah, but
No, but if they win this game, I feel like they'd be all right.
sure. You reckon the confidence would be enough?
Yeah, I think if
Mm.
as long as they win this game, and I'm not going to say they'd make champ or anything, but like they'd
Sure,
be all
sure,
right
yeah.
to get maybe
Yeah.
to have a respectable placement.
Yeah. It's who wants it more, man. Full Sense should win. I can't imagine
Yeah.
Gen.G would try that hard. It would just be
Okay.
like they'll do a lot of this stuff. They'll probably maybe play
They might even,
exactly
yeah,
how they
pick
played
'em.
last time. Just
But they might even pick like a map that they're not great at just to get.
yeah,
around
just
it.
to get
Yeah.
better at it. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, I was thinking
Yeah.
along the same lines of just like, sure, like this has to be where Full Sense locks in and Gen.G's kind of cruising. But then I thought, I mean, on paper, Gen.G is just simply looking better. And Gen.G's not looking like the strongest team. It's just they're better than Full Sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
Texture.
My worry is
texture.
that I thought FURSAken would bounce back this week.
Yeah.
Me
But,
too.
yeah, I'm kind
Surely,
of
surely
I'm kind of
they
waiting
bounce
for it, but it seems to get worse and worse. But also
They-
they fixed the Summit comp. They just need to understand it. So that's like halfway.
I think also probably the fact that now they've trolled enough that they are fully tied with GE in points. Like they actually need this to make
No,
sure,
they
like
need
not
the
only to
point.
catch up to the
They
higher
really
teams,
need
but,
the point,
yeah,
man.
but to make sure they're not falling behind out of the running. So.
Yeah.
All right, 50-50. All right, moving on. Perhaps this is not
Oh.
match of the week, but
Oh.
it is not. It is not the
This
match
is
of
the
the week.
Doomers match of the week.
But this is the Doomers match of the week. It might be the most contested match of the week. It is going to be KRX versus T1.
Who the hell did I put for this?
Oh my God, we did it! We
No.
guaranteed T1.
Yeah, dude, with how they looked, if we went off just purely how the teams looked, the RX are favorites. Like, if we ignore the other weeks and we just look at this week, right?
Yeah, but why did we? I
Because
mean,
we're not ignoring the other weeks. Because we still are something about this team that you look at the names on paper, you go, "Oh, this is a good team."
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
too hard,
that's-
man. And at the same time, bro, I'm watching, no offense to him, I'm watching Flicker, and he's struggling out there, bro. Like, he
he's
really
having a hard
is.
time.
And, like, he gets kills when he gets, when he's got a Neon ult, he's going to get 4. That's cool. But without the ult, like,
Yeah.
when I watch him, it doesn't feel like 50-50 Jaws or 50-50 Jaws. I just feel like he loses all of them. So I need to see
Yeah.
some Jaws being won by
Yeah.
the main duelist.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I don't have anything.
Good
to say about
guarantee,
this
good
one.
Yeah.
guarantee.
Not that I feel
I'm-
great about T1.
I got
but-
nothing. I got
Which
nothing.
hang on, which day is this on? I think
The
I'm
second
probably
day, Saturday.
Not today.
You casting it? Yes, he is. Nice, nice. I mean, we're gonna hear pain in Achilles' voice either way, no matter who's.
I will be
winning.
watching one of my children die during this
Yes,
game.
basically. So there you go. Well, all right. There's a guarantee, and on the other side we have GE versus Zeta.
Oh, no.
Super important.
Nice,
Oh,
dude.
no.
Nice.
A Zeta believer in Achilles. Wow.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
They've impressed me. I went against the Japanese teams pretty much every single game this last weekend. I lost 3 times, except for the Nongshim one. I think that Zeta, just a little bit of refinement, come back in, widely going to be okay. I also predicted this because I knew that there would be a curse if I didn't, and also the Global Esports fans fucking hate when I predict their team. So
It's a
fuck it.
win-win.
Whichever way you want it. It's either I'm blessing you or I don't believe in you. Fuck off.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is a whole new arc. You're just collecting haters.
The map veto's not too bad for Zeta. I was tempted
No.
to go for them because of that. Like, they banned Summit, which is probably the map that G would want to play, or like one of them. So that's a
Sure.
good sign. But I still just think G will be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. TMV, you got anything else for GE?
I've just been a G believer in general. So I'm just sticking with it, to be honest.
They should
And-
absolutely win
okay.
this game.
Yeah.
I will say that. They should
I
absolutely
don't know
win
about
this game.
absolutely, but I think they should be favored. Yeah. Like,
To-
what percentage would you give it, Sliggy? What percentage would you give this match?
This is a close. This is
Yeah.
a 60-40, I would say.
Yeah,
Because in theory, if Zeta, I think if they pick Sunset, they win Sunset. So I think I don't know what the other maps are going to be, but I think it goes 2-1. I think they win Sunset, but I'm not 100% sure they're going to pick it, but I think they are.
I think it'd be a decent pick. I think
And GE did get better on Sunset, to be fair to them.
they
but
did. Yes.
I think Zeta
Yeah.
look very
Gonna get
comfy on
trolled
the
by a
map.
cage again.
They did get wrecked by a cage.
True.
They did get wrecked by a cage.
True. Yeah.
It's
I
a
just think
60-40.
GE will. Yeah, GE will probably have the fortitude. I think because I think it'll go 2-1, and in that case, I just think Zeta runs out of steam earlier. But we'll see. All right. Well, there you have it. Seth saving us from a guarantee. All right. Next, another very important match could decide the first seed of Group Omega, or more or less really
Oh, it
does
will.
decide
It
the
will.
first. Yeah, it will decide the
100%.
first seed. The other team could even get pushed out of playoffs depending on how the other matches have gone on. It's going to be VARREL versus PRX.
Yeah.
I knew
you
there'd be one. I thought it was
doubter.
going to be TMV, but I knew there'd be
Nice.
one.
You doubter. So I am the only one voting for VARREL. You all are just boring, going for paper X.
No, we're
you
logical.
know?
We're
What do you mean
logical.
logical? This
Logical.
is
What is Paper X's overall win rate in Pacific? I mean, that's,
Right now,
we'll go off that.
Hi. Dude, this map was great for them at the moment as well. They're going to pick Summit, VARREL,
troll
struggle
and
on
win.
Summit. They're 1-0 up, Chobra. What 2 maps are you winning?
Haven, and then a Foxy 9 map. So
Wow. So he's not cashing in on Haven.
no, they've learned how to play it on their own, and then Foxy
Okay.
9 will win another one. Listen, Paper X gets Summit, VARREL gets Foxy 9. It's a 50-50. I mean,
Can
it just
I
comes down to the
can I ruin your dream a little bit? Paper X Paper X perma ban Haven, bro. So I'm gonna need
what will
some
they
more
ever
maps from
do?
you.
They perma it, and they also looked really fucking good on it when they were playing it because they just had Devi on chamber, and it looked great.
No, surely Paper X are looking at this and going, VARREL's a really good Haven team. We should get some
Let's
practice
try,
in against
they
VARREL.
could, they
Yeah.
could,
They
There
could.
you go.
They
There
you go.
could.
They could.
They could.
Yeah.
You never
Well,
know.
They
I
probably
just
won't,
think,
but they could.
yeah. The other reason I wanted to vote for this is I do think there's enough reason to be hyped about VARREL. Like I do think there's a chance. that
believe
they
this
can-
is
they
yeah,
can-
get in early.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No,
like I think
it.
it's worth believing in. Yeah, I think it's worth
Yeah.
a 3-1. So
Sure.
Yep.
there you go. Can't wait for next week. Oh, I can't wait. All right. Well, the last match of the week. Next week, I'm just gonna
Like,
show
weirdly
up.
sensual at the end.
Yeah. Trying to seduce us?
Now I can't wait.
Listen. Thanks to Achilles, my mic is working again. I wanted to use it to its full
That's
potential.
true.
All right.
That
So-
is true. That is nice, actually. I kind of.
I gave him a mixer, so you can
Yeah.
all. I should
really?
get.
Thank you
I
for
should get
that.
Wyatt's weekly award for that one.
That's true.
There
Yeah,
you go,
probably.
saving our listeners. All right, last match of VCT Pacific Stage 2 regulation. This is going to be our match of the week, so you should make sure you go
Thank you.
vote on it. This one matters a lot because this will determine who the second seed of Group Alpha is, and it might not be either team that's in this match. So it's a very, very important match. It is Nongshim Redforce versus RRQ.
Whoa, really?
50-50. Sliggy and myself for Nongshim, TMV and Achilles for RRQ. Okay. Who wants to go first? Achilles?
Surely these
I-
guys go fast. Yeah.
I did kind of think that this was also going to be a guarantee, if I
guarantee.
didn't go this way. This is just honestly, this one's a little bit more of a punt. I think that RQ with Jemkin back in, I think they're going to be really hungry to try to make up for lost time. They don't have nearly as many points, and they need every win that they could possibly fucking get. So I think that they are just going to be on the grind set going into this. I think that there's been enough. There's there's some weak points that they could try to pinpoint from Nongshim in the last series. As far as what they want to do map wise, I'm not really sure, but I think overall, like, they're just going to be hungrier for this win. So I just kind of am backing that and backing Jemkin to continue to have improved performances, match over match.
Okay.
Jemkin is due.
He is due a game. I can agree with that.
Yeah.
If that's your theory, I can get on board with that. He is
A
long
Nongshim
overdue.
trolling and Chobra molding as
Hmm.
Jemkin fucking destroys them on chamber or something.
Nah.
As they
80
one by
80
one
kills, yeah.
run into his chamber up.
No,
Yeah.
don't
Just picture it
manifest
now.
it. Do not manifest it because I can
Yeah,
see it. Because I can see it happening.
Chat, for fuck's sake. Sorry, I knew that this was going to happen. Your guys' British accent's betraying you a little bit. He said due with a D.
To be very fair,
Okay,
I
well,
didn't say
oh
anything because
boy.
I was trying to figure out what I heard. So-
Jesus.
Jesus.
I
he
knew
is-
that they were going to go this way. I glanced over, lo and behold. So I
How would
will-
you say
I
it,
will-
Seth? How would you say that word?
He's due a win.
Yeah, no, we
Due.
do.
Due.
I can see
Yeah.
where it gets mixed up.
You gotta
Due
put a
or
little
win?
bit more
Due.
oomph in the
You
concept.
do
that's-
hit a little
no,
bit more of
this
a
is my
G
accent.
Can-
/ J. And
Yeah, now I can hear it when you say it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, how would you say it, Slee? Go on.
same as you.
Exactly.
just
That's how we
speak
say
Korean
it.
Quick,
It's
just
just a
speak
British way of
Korean.
saying
But
it.
No, yeah.
Sorry. Jesus.
How would
He
you
is
say it?
long
Just-
over
just-
due a game. Yeah.
there you go. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I can respect that.
Yeah, Nongshim will be fine though. They want it more.
Say do.
They gotta.
They
get
want it more. And listen, I hate to break it to you, but Nongshim's win rate against Indonesian teams is just kind of unbeatable. I don't know what the actual number is, but Nongshim against Indonesians, it's a guaranteed win. So
you got Indonesians and Japanese, the two teams that Nongshim can't lose to.
I think. Oh yeah, I guess we know. Didn't we lose to? I feel like we lost to Zeta last year. I don't know. Nongshim last year.
We ran a graphic
was
at the beginning of the game that
Oh,
said
did
that
you?
Nongshim had never lost to a Japanese org. So
Oh well, I wasn't paying attention because I was malding. So
there you go.
There you go.
I mean, it was before anything had happened, so I don't know why you would be malding, but
Well, I was pre-malding because I knew that it wasn't going to go well.
okay.
But there you go. Yeah, listen, I think they know how they play, but Jemkin is the X factor, I think. Like X0 is good, but I think stylistically Nongshim RQ favors Nongshim, but you're right, Jemkin's hungry. He's back. He's feeling good. The mask is off. He's free. So we'll see. All right. Well, there you go. Make sure you vote on this match, viewers and listeners. Go to the community tab, vote on Nongshim versus RRQ for Pacific. We'll see how you do next week. We'll check back in on it. And that about wraps it up for VCT Pacific. So looking forward to the final week of groups. It's exciting that
they matter.
every day matters. Like all 3 days.
It's
like
always
the
a
last
worry.
day matters. Yeah. So
it's always
cool.
a giant
cool.
worry with this format that it's like, oh man, you could get to the last week and nothing could matter at all. So
I'm glad that we had that, and
good.
then we also just had like a very contentious week. I mean, like we got, I had to cast 12 maps over the 2 days, which was sick. It's like way better than going in and casting like blowouts the entire time, especially when the games are interesting. Because I think what was it like last week? People were like, "Is this the worst week of VCT ever?" Where it's just like 2-0 blowouts across the board. So it was good to kind of shift away from that a little bit as well.
Well, there you go. We're gonna hop off so you guys can talk about another 13-0 that happened in another region.
Oh, we'll be
so
talking
That is
about
true.
that.
But I did want to shout something out before we go, and that's the homegrown documentary about texture that came out. If you guys want to, you guys should absolutely check that out. Team behind it, fantastic. It's Core Studios. They always make excellent shit. And obviously texture is texture. So getting a little bit into his backstory and seeing how he grew up, there's some very funny stories that his mother's got in that documentary. So wanted to shout that out. Make sure you check out that content.
cool.
Nice.
Thanks so much for having us. Akios and I will hop off. You gents have fun with EMEA. Have a good one.
I'm sure we will.
Oh,
Minnie
we
is
will.
about to. Well, he's gonna have to explain himself, I think, a little bit.
Mate, he's not on Fnatic.
We're gonna treat him like he is.
Oh,
Minnie,
yeah.
wait, you're not in the cook tub room.
Wait, it's home.
No, I got sent home.
Well, because the 13-0.
I actually
were too
asked
embarrassed
to go home.
He actually decided to
'cause I was
leave.
so
He said he
annoyed
was not
by it.
taking it anymore.
Yeah.
Wow,
It makes sense.
that's tough from you. Okay, well, welcome to EMEA. Welcome, Minnie. Welcome, Kukuka, to Plat Chat EMEA. This has been the final week of the regular group stage. We now know who's in the play-ins, who's in the playoffs. The picture has become quite clear. Some teams have improved from the start of stage 2. Some teams maybe have not. We'll get to that in a second. Minnie, I do want to start with you though, just quickly checking in.
Hey,
How's it feel to have two teams associated with you lose 13-0 in the same day?
why? Like, what? I used to coach that team, and now I don't. And somehow it's my fault.
It's like,
Well,
I'm
like,
not,
surely-
I'm not
usually-
blaming you.
You will always be responsible for what Fnatic
Usually it's the
how
other way
Fnatic
around.
does.
Usually it's when a coach leaves a team and then they get 13-0, you're usually like, oh, that coach, he should be pretty good. But no, for some
Well,
reason
It was a
me-
while ago for you though. I mean, that would be weird if you were like,
Well, the last.
Minnie
So-
left in 2024. Now they they lose 13-0 in 2026.
Well, then the logic plays both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it.
Well,
He's
what
trying.
about Zeta one though?
He's trying.
What about the Zeta one?
I mean, they would have lost 13-0 either way. So
What? You would have got him around, surely.
to be fair, I didn't realize the B retake was that bad. I haven't actually watched it back yet. I've been busy. I've only just got in from my flight. It sounds like a macro problem though, rather than a micro. Obviously, there the smoke timing,
Like-
but like if you're having to smoke the front of B in the first place, it means you're not encircling, you're not flanking anyway. So
Mhm.
there's probably some issues there. Yeah, but quite a good week for them. I'm quite impressed.
Yeah. No, overall, it was
Just
good.
just a peek behind the curtain, because nobody ever asked me real questions about Zeta. This week they did actually ask me for some prep, and I did do.
And it was
a little
Haven.
bit of prep. Was it Haven? No, the first one was
He was like,
against.
this
first one
Haven
was-
defense I have, guys. You need to try it.
The first one was against Full Sense, and so I was like, oh,
Yeah.
Frost, oh, Deadlock. And then I locked the fuck into that one to prove who the real podcast king was, and that is of course me. I don't quite know. Like again, like I watched back a couple of the maps, but like I asked them like what they want me to do and what to focus on, and so then I didn't get to watch back all of those maps. But I'm hoping that the Deadlock anti stuff was actually working, because I'll be honest, Full Sense had. I play Deadlock, so it's not too difficult to play against that, in my opinion.
Oh, well, we'll get into some of that. Let's talk about EMEA. Unfortunately, we have to start with Team Vitality. I say unfortunately because they beat my team. But they also beat Gentle Mates, which was their first game this week. In my notes for this game, I wrote,
Oh God. Go on.
Vitality lose some shocking rounds, and otherwise are good. Because they really do. Some of the rounds they lose are shockingly bad rounds.
I had something similar in my notes where it's just like they're just trying to close out games too much. Like people are going for too many hero plays. But when they like play together and it's like actually no one's doing a stupid move to try end the game quickly, they look pretty good. But there's definitely like loads of times where I watch them and I've seen this before from like Kron as well, where it's just like, mate, why why are you doing this stuff? Like why are you doing this? Everyone's going for the hero plays. But and man advantages in the after plants. That was something as well where it's just like, guys, just play your after plants properly. And
We have
and
to
you
play
have a
round
better time.
18 from Haven if you could.
This is an after plant.
It's
It's
Martin.
the Martin.
This was
Martin every
I'll
week
give him
has a
this one.
clip
Yeah.
that is like
I've
would
lowered
be
my sense.
with someone's best clip of their career, and he does it every
Lowered
week.
my
I know. I
sense.
played deathmatch whilst you were doing APAC, and I lowered my sense. I was
as low as
inspired.
Martin's sense, or have
No,
you
I
just
I
lowered
don't
it?
have arms for that or
Mm.
the age.
Yeah. That's fair. He's got very low sense. His aim is insane. I would say he does clips every 1.5. To be honest with you, like a video Reddit worthy clip
Yeah,
every like 1.5. It's insane.
you
what
can
he
go
does.
towards the end of the round because it happens at the very end. But I mean, this is truly an unbelievable clip. And as I said, like, what I mean though is like every week he has like one ace or something that is like
Sure.
someone's best career clip of all time, and he does it every single week. It feels like on Mates. It's
He
Bro,
has like 2 in this game.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
he had 2 in this.
It's-
What
He had
makes
to
him?
double down because it was a loss. So then he has to do 2, just so he's just as impressive.
I think these questions
Like I
are always
did all this, we still lost.
these questions are always difficult to answer. I feel like, but especially for me because I'm never watching POV. I'm watching the radar quite a lot. But like, what makes him so good? Like apart from the obvious, like his aim. Like, is there anything
Aim.
specifically?
but
He's
to
very
me, when-
he's very good at making decisions. Like
Yeah.
when I've never seen him hesitate. Like he
Yeah, like
he
if
gets
you
into
watch
a
that clip,
situation and
his
he'd go
awareness.
boom, boom, boom. Yeah,
his
yeah.
awareness of where everyone is about to be and like the likelihood of each situation, and then how quickly in the 1v1, how quickly he makes his decision. He did it again to Kron.
He has to make
in
them
this
so
game.
quick because he's got a fucking it's 10 years to move his mouse.
Yeah,
to the
but he
next-
goes one
Look,
straight to
there.
heaven. He knows that peak's coming, and then instantly he knows, flash, I'm gonna walk this way.
Dude, it's so fun. It's
Yeah,
so
fast,
sick.
yeah.
It's so like there's no hesitation on any single move there, and he also knows that like to win the situation he has to do stuff to get kills. That's why he's going aggro like this. It's insane. He knows everything that's gonna happen. He's one of the best. Imagine this team sorted out their anti-ecos.
Oh my god!
Surely
we'll get
they'd
to
be
that.
winning.
We'll get to that.
Surely
We'll
they'd
get
be
to that.
winning everything.
Oh my god! Yeah, they're horrific. Anyway, let's come back to Vitality though, because
Sure.
that's where we were meant to start. Team Vitality, Hukuka. They haven't secured first seed actually, despite winning both games this week. They actually are the second seed, so they do go straight to playoffs. They are now first on champ points. Is there? Should they just be like that? Should be a lock now for them. Like they should be going to champs. We should feel safe about Vitality. If you're a Vitality,
I mean,
Yeah.
especially considering other things that we have seen in the region, I guess that they're in a very good spot. Chronicle and Sayonara are delivering as they were expected to. I think that Sayonara had a little bit of a slower start at the beginning of the year. Now he's just clicking and shooting. I do agree that there are some decisions where I feel like they still get very lost in the sauce. But then when it's just two of the players, it seems like a fucking army, especially if it's them too. So yeah, it's looking good. I think that Derke also had incredible rounds in both of the games that he played. Like there were some rounds that he would win by himself, and I was like, damn, he's still that insane. Like especially when he was playing race, was pretty damn good. So yeah, I think it's looking good. Like I'm happy with how they're looking lately. Like it's much better.
Yeah, I think so with the time restraints as well, like going London, EWC, and then doing this, and then 2 maps changing. Like I think to do all of that and be this strong is very, very good. Because I feel like their map was
Same
good.
goes for BBL.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's hard with the amount of time, but they've done a good approach of just we ban Summit. Now they're obviously going to have time to get good at Summit when they come back as well, so they're going to have a map advantage. And even like their worst map, which is maybe Haven, maybe Sunset, probably Sunset from what I've seen. But like even their Haven's good still. I don't feel like they're bad on
They're
the
competitive,
Haven.
yeah.
They just the problem is that maybe like it has a lack of C. Like it's a little bit weak on
Yeah,
C. Like
a C
people spam
defense.
C against it, but they're pretty
Yeah.
aware of that ever since like one of their losses to BBL, I think, where it got abused.
Yeah,
So
I do
like
want to.
they're on top of their weaknesses, and their map
Well,
was good.
I mean, Minnie, you're apparently a Haven defense expert in in how to lose rounds. I mean, you have been saying, I've heard this narrative from you that like, oh, it's Haven defense. You know, shrug your shoulders. Maybe that explains Zeta, to be
I
honest.
mean,
but-
genuinely, the reason we lost that game is because we lost the pistol. We win that pistol, we won that game. I guarantee.
Okay. Well, what about Vitality? Because this is Vitality's
I'm
Haven
just shrugging
defense.
aside. No, I'm being serious. Like this map is the most defense. It's the most attack side of the map in the pool. Like it's ludicrous. But yeah, so like even
But
this
do you
game
have
is
it-
like a 10. What's it? 9-3 both ways. Like it's a shit show. This map's awful. Anyway, what's my take here? I don't agree fully with the map pool take. I think if Vitality come back after this break and with Summit being not their permaban, I might agree with Sticky. But I think there's now 2 maps in the pool where I think they're going to champs. But like with this team, that's the kind of bare minimum like at this point, especially with the EMEA looking how it is. So it's like, are those 2 maps gonna cost them later on? Is basically where I'm at with it. I like overall. I think Dirk is switching towards not just playing Neon every map. It's looked pretty good, and I think that's the biggest stories really. Some of the maps they don't get tested as much on. Like they just win every Lotus because they got the best comp, and EMEA just played double duelist on Lotus, which is terrible. But
yeah,
yeah,
I wanted
they
to bring
look
this up to
decent,
you.
you know?
I did think about this. Weren't you on Paper X when they were playing double duelist? On
I think
Lotus
Yoru
and
is
they-
far better
Okay.
than
I was
like
gonna- I
the
was
double
questioning
duelist
this.
combos.
You were working for a
now.
team that was the best Lotus team in the world. Was playing double duelist.
Their macro, Paper X's macro is actually decent. I wasn't involved with that genuinely. The first time I watched them play, I was like, I don't understand how you lose games if you play like this on every map. And then they thought that Lotus was terrible, and I was like, you guys are doing stuff that they were teaching me the map just in practice. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I understand like their push outs and shit. If they are able to play a better comp, they would never have lost that map ever. So
Okay.
I think obviously it's not just composition, there are macro flow stuff too.
Yeah.
And that's why with Vitality, I think they play the best comp. But the Paper X stuff that they were good at with the push outs Bs, the reclears Bs, the kind of push outs and stuff. Maybe Vitality missed a little bit, but TLDR, it doesn't matter in EMEA right now because they're just better. Like they are good.
So what I'm
That is the
getting
thing,
out
yeah.
of this is that if a team that you're working with does something well, you have nothing to do with it. But if it's a map that you've prepped for them, it's a 13-0.
Did I prep Haven for them? I don't think I
Did you just
did.
say that? I might have misheard.
He said he prepped the Haven.
Are you
against
calling me out
Force
for being
Sentinels.
humble?
No, it's the complete opposite. She's calling you out for
Clueless,
being
I
shit.
think.
Mm.
I mean, I just said that I could easily have just stolen Paper X Valor right there, and I didn't go for it.
True. Yeah,
so-
you could have said
That
I told
is
them
true,
everything
yeah.
they needed
Yeah.
to know about Lotus, and no one would.
So it is a
no one
little
would
bit
know
of
apart from
humble.
on
Zeta,
Paper
no,
X.
like a lot of I heard like Zeke's talking about the micro Zeta, and I'm obviously nothing to do with micro stuff. So the Haven micro, that kind of stuff with the C holds, C pushes with the cages and shit. I think Sliggy was talking about before.
Mm.
That's nothing to do with me. So
It is cool.
Zeta
It's still-
coach is doing some good work.
yeah, they got some cool stuff. Yeah.
We probably should spend less time on Zeta in this.
Why you
EMEA
guys?
segment,
You
I
guys
think.
prod me. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah,
defend
no,
myself.
not blaming you, not blaming you. I do want to just quickly ask though, Minnie, you've kind of been big on this about like you know, and I know you might not have got to watch all the other regions and shit, but like Vitality, you're confident they're going to go to champs, and anyone can chime in on this really. But like when they go to champs, this obviously is built as a team that should be trying to win champs.
Yeah.
How close are they to getting to that level of a team that can actually win champs?
They still need to mature. I think right now, if you play champs right now, they're probably like 5th, maybe. I think when I get home, I watch Americas before I go to bed, and there's some teams there that look pretty decent. Obviously, PRX just exists. I don't know outside of PRX who actually exists in APAC, because apparently my team's beating teams. So
no, it's a mess. Don't ask.
So yeah, if they mature a little bit into some of the map pool, then they got a decent spot. But like I think they still got some stuff, and obviously it's so hard with the EMEA sometimes that you can just skill check people sometimes, and they do have skill, so I can't take that away from them.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, cool. If you don't mind, can I just go on a little rant about FUT?
Sure.
Please, please.
It's just an apology because
Please,
they
please.
didn't.
Yeah, I want the same effusivity, the same
Energy.
power
Yeah,
that you were
yeah,
bringing
yeah.
I said
last
the
week.
BBR
Okay?
pretty good, and I got
Same
blamed
level.
for it.
Did I flame you for saying BBL were good?
He said I was biased against.
Oh
FUT.
yeah, that's not me flaming you though. That's just me saying facts. Anyway, FUT.
BBR #1.
FUT. I mean, I can't remember who you said it about Sliggy in Pacific, but FUT have to be one of the worst teams in terms of playing with man advantage. I mean, they are dreadful in man advantage situations. It's fucking atrocious. It really is atrocious. I mean, in the game against Vitality, I don't know exactly, but the first kills are like level, I think, or they're about level, if it's not exactly even. But the round scores are not even because FUT get a ton of first kills and then fucking just do the most stupid fucking dumb shit you've ever seen for no reason. And look, SOP. The thing is, when you got to play like SOP, obviously, if he's playing like he was on stage 1, it's like, you know, you get away with it, and you know it does. No one brings it up because like, oh, he got away with it. In stage 2, he just hasn't been playing as well, and he's not getting away with it. And it's like, bro, this is the 5th time this map you've done something ridiculous, got punished for it, and now you're losing. And it does feel like, to me, as watching and I'm supporting this team, like you're going to have a ceiling with this team of like, you're not going to be able to beat better teams because you can't play like this against better teams, right? There's a reason you can't beat Vitality because they are a good team. You can smash other fucking teams, but you play against Vitality who are good, and you cannot beat them.
What's the difference? Because I see that when you talk about this, I'm looking at Nongshim in a weird way. Does anyone follow me here at all? Where I'm like, they got away with Santiago shit, where they just did some stuff. Arguably, the Yoru was a big thing back then, so maybe it's more Yoru stuff. But like, and then after they realized that they can't just get some of the timings they were taking at Santiago, I had to re-look at myself as a person and figure out if I was just wrong about my, you know, everything. Is that similar here, or is it just
similar in a sense? But the thing, this is compounded with another problem, though, I think, which is that their roster right now, the FUT roster, is like so locked into what they can play. They don't have the flexibility, right? They have to play double duelist. They have to play double dive duelist because they don't even have a good Phoenix. They can't play Yoru if they want to play that because they don't really have a Yoru player either. So they are very, very limited in scope in terms of the comps that they can play. And so I feel like, you know, don't get me wrong. Like, you know, obviously their Haven is still good, but like their Lotus, they don't know what comp to play. You can't play no Senti on Lotus. As soon as I saw the comp, it's like, well, let's go map 2.
that's
Just, it's just not going to work. And then, I don't know. Someone else can take over. But
Well, they're never going to win Lotus against Vitality.
no,
basically.
true.
That's
But
also
they're not going to beat many teams with this comp.
Well, they can because EMEA plays these dog shit comps.
Okay, they're not going to. I want them to go to champs and beat some teams.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're not going to beat Americas or Vitality. You need to start banning this map, basically.
Do you like this comp better than the one with no initiators?
But no issues.
Oh,
Oh,
just
when
had
the
some
old
dark
FUT,
ages
the
on
old FUT
Lotus.
with Sage.
With
I mean, they beat me with that
listen,
comp, so I'm not
with
going
the
to
Scythe
speak
one.
up too much.
They've never had an easy time.
Cypher
It's
Sage.
never been breeze.
I don't know
win some
why.
games.
Breeze.
Like,
They won like 3 in a row as a
these
banger.
teams like Lev and FUT who ban Breeze, to me, like, is shocking. Like, Breeze is... You should...
This is the
you
thing.
could play Breeze and just have a
Yeah, this
map
is
where
the
you're not
thing,
going to be beating Harbor teams who are playing like a really deep
Yeah,
Harbor game.
Their players could
But-
actually play a Breeze comp. They
Yeah.
can't. Their players can't play a Lotus comp,
No.
but their players
Yeah.
could play a Breeze comp. And it. Oh man, I'm losing
Yeah,
my
yeah.
mind to this game.
I agree with you that my only note from FUT in that game was how many rounds, because they just FUT in so many fundamental rounds in the map, maps lost, in particular Split. It's fucking terrible writing, but you get the point. Split defense was some of the
Split-
worst rounds. Like,
Split on defense, they don't ever play like retake or to leave a site.
No,
like
no.
if there's one guy, if
It's a
there's one
ranked
guy
setup.
isolated,
It's a
he's
ranked
just like,
setup.
yeah. If
I
there's one
think-
guy's like isolated, he's like, well, let's see
This
what
is-
I can
this-
do. It's like, bro, leave the site.
this is one of those things where I gave BBL some kudos in that kind of matchup, because BBL have shown, not consistently, but they can push out the map and flank and do interesting defense stuff. I don't think FUT ever do that. I think FUT are just set to flood all the time.
Yeah, they
And I
love
think
a
that-
flood.
Because I was thinking about doing a segment where it's like, what's FUT's next level? They are probably going to champs. They're probably that level of team. What's that next level? And I keep saying it's like, look at PRX and how they play defense. Like, you are playing the same kind of archetype, and yet you seem to not just look at the best team of all time playing this archetype and figure out why they're at a level. And it's not just because the players are better. It is because they actually do have macro intuitions that you don't have.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, well, foot rant over. Let's move on. Let's move on to a well, what's this Cairo state? Oh, is this the fucking little Cairo thing that he posted?
I don't
know
know.
if you
What's
wanna
the,
play
what's
it.
the
What
button
are
you
for?
Do we
looking at?
have
Didn't he
do you have
cut
the
back at
audio?
you?
Can you play audio with that?
What is it?
It's
The
just
pew-pew?
it's just Cairo saying when I called him biased. Which by the way, he said again did say that BBL had already finished top of the group when it was 5-5 on map 1. And said that they had beaten
Oh, you
FUT when
called
they
them out
hadn't
last
beaten
week,
FUT
yeah.
already. So then BBL finished top of the group. So then he makes a little clip of him going, "Oh, BBL at top of the group. Yeah. Oh, BBL at top of the group." You know, he does that, and he sends this to me, and people are like, "Oh, Cairo, isn't he so funny?" Anyway, I'm not sure if. Okay. Oh, stand by us in the
Jesus.
whole show.
No, just
We'll
for
stand
the,
by
the
us.
I got
video.
Just a
very
clip?
worried for a second.
Just the
Yeah,
just the
yeah.
video,
Are we
mate.
about to? Yeah.
We're trying to get it
Anyway,
up.
either way, we can keep talking. Let's talk about BBL whilst we maybe sort out some of the tech stuff for Cairo. Kakuka, BBL, they do
Yes.
finish top of the group. They go 4-1, losing to FUT Cairo, just a reminder. But they do finish top of the group. They're going straight to the second part of playoffs, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And they played 2 games this week against Mates and Pacific. Wasn't always the cleanest. They did lose a map in both series. But they get over the line. Why do you think that is the case, for one? And two, again, BBL are only 2 games away from champs, I think. I mean, it might even be 1
Yeah.
to be honest, if they could, make on
Mhm.
points, I think, as
Yeah.
well. So could even only be 1 game away from champs. Are they gonna go to champs in your opinion? And do you think they are one of the best teams in EMEA right now?
They can. I like it. There's a lot of screaming when they're in. Oh, so situation as it stands. I know that you guys see it when we're on the show, like their reactions and all that. But we have League and Valorant happening at the same time. And on Saturday, I wasn't working on Valorant, but I was shadowing League, and I could tell the score from the FUT Vitality game, depending of if I were to hear Jet to J scream or Yampy scream. So it was insane. Like for the rest, the studio is in complete mute. There is no reaction from anyone in League, but we are incredibly loud. I will say that there is one thing I do not like about BBL, and it is that when they finish, they say horrible things to the other team, but they say it in Turkish. If you think you have the
Oh.
balls to scream at someone, do it in a language they can understand. That is all I'm saying regarding that. If you want to talk shit and you want to yell at somebody's face, do it so they can understand. Because otherwise, it's a bit of a,
Yeah, you cop out.
it's,
Yeah.
you're a coward. You're like
What if they're
pretending.
complimenting them?
Yeah, can you,
yeah,
can you speak
sure.
Turkish? Are you?
I don't know. Maybe.
Did you-
No.
did you know
I
this?
asked someone being like, what are they saying? And like, because the players always tell you, oh yeah, like nice things, this, and that, because they're not going to tell you what they actually said. But they said like very, very harsh things. I think that Lovers Rock is looking absolutely fucking insane. La Rock as well. I also think that in the second game, like I feel like it was very set in stone. Like I wasn't that super impressed with BBL this week, just because they're maintaining what I thought they would, which to me is a very big positive, because they are still in the group of teams that had a very tiring last couple months. Like I am dead. I only worked 2 days this week and I am dead. I need my bed. I can only imagine like what the teams are going through. But for me, BBL is looking good. Keep up with the progression. They were incredibly excited about winning because that meant that they could actually go to Turkey and see their families and have some time off. So I just hope that that doesn't break the momentum that they have. And that's about it.
Yeah, they get a lot of time, right? They get like 20.
this the video?
Is this the video?
Yeah.
Go on, let's see it.
Yeah.
Go on,
Well,
let's play.
Cairo said this during the game. He said, BBL should be favorites to top the group. Beating Vitality. Beating FUT. The strength.
Nope, no dong there.
That they had beat Vitality and beat FUT whilst the game was going on. The score was 5-5 on map 1. And he said BBL should be favorites to top the group now. So Cairo said this during the game. He said,
Yeah, that's it. That's Cairo giving me a bong.
It's not the strongest argument for Cairo because
No.
it doesn't retract the fact he did say it during the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then they still lost the game. Yeah. Anyway, I do want to talk about some specifics in these games as well, though, because
Mhm.
in the mates game, I don't know how you three felt about this game, but the mates pick of Ascent and then having Mini play Yoru when he
I
can't play
remember saying
Yoru,
this. I
and
remember
you have
saying this. I
also the
remember
best
that. It is
Yoru
a
in the
disgrace.
world. Disgrace.
Bro, you have Martine! Fucking man!
Yeah, that's basically. the
Have we
argument.
learned nothing from Nongshim? Like, have we really learned nothing?
Okay, can I go one step further? Because I think
Go on.
I can devil's advocate this because of their philosophy, which is what I probably maybe disagree with. Should Martin just be playing more Euro anyway, even if he is dropping 280 ACS on Phoenix?
Yeah, it's a hard choice to make. I agree.
No, but to me, the problem is they pick Ascent. They've played this map before, but Mini was on Neon. So they've picked him on Yoru this
I'll be
time.
honest, Neon
He-
is terrible.
He
this
wasn't
map,
on Neon.
so-
He was on Jet, was he not? For
was it Jet?
Vitality.
Chat is
He-
also pretty bad.
He was on. I swear, for Ascent, he was on Jet. Right?
Oh no, yeah, he was on Jet. You're right.
So
sorry.
do you know what their problem was with Jet? The problem was with Jet. I feel like I could diagnose a lot of their attack on Ascent. The problem was with Jet. He was using his dash to prod somewhere, like take a jaw, like over towards middle. He'd swing middle. He'd pop his dash in case someone's facing him. Like if over towards A main, he would like pop his dash just in case like someone was facing him. And then you get to the XX, it's like, well, can't really get into the site anymore. We're essentially playing like what Pacific's do, like a solo Phoenix, can't get through the choke. So end up just smoking the floor and just running out. Like his actual use of the dash was like fully wrong. It's not even just like a little bit, it's like all the time is just not dashing out. So that was like their main thing. That on top of the fact that they don't play anti-ecos correct. I have like 4 clips that I could potentially show in terms of anti-ecos. Why don't they drone? They don't use drones and anti-eco. I'll give you 2.
Is this because Starzo tries to draw on either side?
No.
Or he just
Mate,
doesn't draw at
Dude,
all?
you don't know? Okay, I'll put them in the document, and then they'll just go on in the background.
I'm
but-
usually skipping anti-ecos unless...
I know, but if they lose, you got to go back and you got to look at them and be
Yeah,
like,
sure.
how the hell have they lost this? Mate, they're just like, they don't even drone. And then they don't even like with the, the human drones where like you essentially have the lesser guns and you can kind of let them prod out the map and stuff like that. It just doesn't happen. Like this one.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
a good example of him popping his dash early as well.
Yeah.
Right? Like dash is gone. Like good luck getting into sight. Also, they got a drone and they just go, fuck it. I'll just send it in. Here we go. Updraft to entry, of course, against an eco. We haven't drawn to see if it's a stack. Also, if we went into the interview after, they said that Scott looked at their anti-eco last time and they just sent it into A. So they sent it into B site without using a drone. So he's like, well, they're probably just going to go A with no drone. We can just stack the sites early. And then they do the same thing over towards B in the next clip where they just don't drone and they just send it in. It's like, guys, how can you be
They're
this
the
bad
worst
at-
anti-eco team in the world.
which is
But
crazy
then
because
some of their
EDG
rounds,
exists.
because like some of the rounds is like really beautiful layered defaults and fakes, and then to do that wrong, it's just
The pure basics. It's
oh,
insane.
please don't
Yeah.
make me think worse things about teams that I'm watching because
Mate, trust me. It's
who wants me? Which
look at this one, Mini. Our guys died over towards theirs, like 50 seconds left. What?
Oh yeah,
Dude,
they
fuck
forced it.
fuck
Yeah,
the
they
drone, just get in there, boys.
I
Yeah.
remember this
What
one.
are we
Yeah,
doing?
this was rough.
They're so
Especially-
bad at anti-eco.
Especially as someone who needed mates to go 1-1 this week. Holy, this was some rough watching of mates. It was
Like-
it was Martin and friends sometimes, but
It's
I mean, look
bad,
at the
man.
coaches, man. Oh my god.
But
Anyway,
Look at
the
it,
point
identify.
about the Yoru though is like, okay, they did that on Jet. I agree with you, that wasn't good. But you think Yoru is an easy agent to just pick up in a couple of days when you've never? Well, I think he's played 2 games of Yoru before. His Yoru was, he doesn't know how to play Yoru either.
I'd
Yeah.
say it's easier
They
to
were
play
lost.
Phoenix than freaking Yoru.
And you've got also like, yeah, he could just play Phoenix. Put him on Phoenix for a map and have Martin, the best Yoru in the world, play Yoru. It's not an easy agent. Kang tried it for years and couldn't play it. Anyway,
Yeah.
the other game against Pacific, though, I do just want to quickly talk about Pacific's attack solo Phoenix. Does anyone have any thoughts on?
Okay, here's my take because things are already in the chat. Ascent attack. If we're talking, is it Ascent? Ascent attack.
It's an Ants.
I mean, I'm
Sunset,
copying an
wasn't it?
Anders take, but every time when I was working with Anders, he's got stats on jet dashing out of chokes anyway. Jet dashing out of chokes is net negative EV in the first place. So on this map, the dash
Yeah, but
technically
that-
isn't the best idea.
The problem with that is that include everyone played Jet, so you're including the
I mean, there's
30 bad teams.
that's not Anders ain't bad with stats. He ain't so
No,
dumb
no, no,
to like
no,
know
but
I know
he's
how to
not.
figure-
Surely that's including all of the teams that are shit with Jet.
I mean, I'm sure if he, sure, but like what you're saying, like you jet dash out of a choke onto a site there's not really much difference between
No,
a
it's
jet
good.
dash out of a site. I've never seen someone use a jet dash at the start of the round like fucking Mini's doing.
No, I agree. I agree. You
So like
should be-
the argument that he would make would be if you want to play like a jet, you play a whaler because then at least you've got the option to fucking
Go back.
dip back out. I think that you don't need to run a dive on Ascent personally, and it's why I hate the Neo comps
really.
as well.
I mean, that's crazy take.
The thing is, many.
if I run an Odin on short, if you play America's team,
I'm
they
not
run an Odin on
A-splitting.
short, you're not A splitting, then how are you getting
No.
through any chokes? You have to go B perma split. You can only
B
B
split's
split.
pretty good. A X6 still good. B
You're,
X is still good.
you're not getting into A site. If I'm spamming
Well-
from
well-
short over towards the choke,
I mean,
Well, this
you
is the
could-
thing
we
though,
could, we
Twiggy.
could ask Anders for these stats because like genuinely like that.
yeah, but I guarantee if you put an Odin on short there, it's only like 2 teams in Americas that does this. No one else does this ever. It's broken. It's
But-
busted.
But to me, like the thing is, even if we take the mini side of it, which I'm not even fully against, like sure, maybe you can make this work. Some of like if you're gonna make it work though with the comp that they're playing, you can't have your Viper. Your Viper setup must help you actually get. He must be able to
Their
walk onto
Viper
site.
steps are bad, yeah. They
He
were
must be
orbing-
able to
they were
walk onto a
orbing
site.
First mid.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it was orb M1, yeah, and then just wall
When you
across
need to
A,
wa-
and
wall
on and on
What,
Sunset it was wall across mid and just the orb on like the A main part.
Harry-
Which is like, if you're gonna play no duelist comp, surely you need your Viper to be able to like threaten the site, where you need to actually end up. And if you're pressuring somewhere else, he can threaten to actually walk up onto the site and potentially kill someone and open up the map
But
for you.
is the plan not your wall blocks the one way so you can farm you block the one way you get over towards A main, you can farm the Phoenix orb? Is it just
Yeah,
not
yeah,
the
but
fact
you
that
can-
they're not farming the Phoenix orb?
No, well, I mean, they did try it on that third round where he just did it on his own and instantly died.
Yeah,
But
that's
the
what I
thing is,
mean.
you can do the Nongshim wall though, where it's more across the site rather than just like cutting off the
Sure.
choke, because then you're still blocking off the one way, but then
Sure,
he can actually try and walk onto site and cause some threat there. And the thing is as well, Valorant is playing like the passive. He's playing like a passive sentinel role, when in reality in this comp, I mean, again, I was losing my mind because I needed Pacific to win this game. That's the only reason it's being brought up on the show, by the way, because if FUT didn't need Pacific to win this game, I wouldn't give a shit. But I did, and I was losing my mind because I needed them to win. And I'm just watching them like, please, Valorant. Valorant did not use an attacking pit, by the way. He doesn't know it exists. He had, I think, 3 attacking pits. He had about 12 rounds he could have used it and never used it once. He doesn't know an ult exists on this agent. It's crazy. Anyway, why are
You
we spending
said
so much
that,
time
and
on
I
Pacific?
thought of the freaking ult that he uses on Sunset that he used like yesterday or whenever it is that they played. Yeah, it was yesterday, right? Where he's put in the pit and Ninja's like
Oh,
pushing
Ninja
with
walks
the
past
with the
it.
chamber,
Oh.
and I'm like, what is going on? They're
Oh.
like, they start the round 5 ults, and they're like, let's try and like use everything.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Anyway, Pacific.
I
mean, the
mean,
next topic was meant to be Pacific.
Pacific take to me is that 7 was supposed to be like I thought he was going to take over, and then he just never took over. I know
He can't with a solo
yeah, but
Phoenix.
he wasn't doing it if they played Double Duelist 2 this year.
Sure.
Like, he genuinely we thought at the start of the year that he was going to be
I
this
thought that he'd
like
be on chamber.
he was going to be a star player and then he was personable. So it's like, let's build this guy up because he looks like he could be a superstar. And then he just didn't really deliver, I don't think.
But I do think that is a little, like, I agree with the double duelist stuff, but I think if you're looking at him for stage 2, expecting him to do anything when he's a solo Phoenix, he has to wall out, run into that wall. That's it. He's going to get spammed by everyone using Phantoms. Like, he's no, you can put anyone on that solo Phoenix, but the best player in the world. I promise you that they're not having a good time on attack. They would maybe get a little bit better if you were farming orbs. But other than that, you're just destined to get wrecked.
I think it is a tricky comp to play, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, they also lost against Navi. Does anyone have anything to
I
say?
didn't even watch this game. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, great. Let's move on.
No,
No, we're moving on. KC. Oh, this was a banger game. Now here we go. This was a banger game. KC versus Team Liquid. 13-11 on every map. The closest game possible. It was and this was to determine quite a lot as well. This was to determine who I mean, we're just on perma Kakuka camp. Kakuka, I guess you can start with this one then. What did you think? What did you think of KC versus Team Liquid? KC win the group.
Yeah, bro. Somehow somebody messaged me being like, well, sometimes French fans, but sometimes I got a message saying you said that KC was going to have a hard time in this group, and I was like, what? And you blame me for stating something that looked obvious? Like, things were not looking good for them, and they were put in a group with teams that are like a Team Liquid that always finds form. That like, I'm like, bro, it was a complicated group.
Wait, why are you getting threats? Why am I clear of? Surely I've said
I don't think you want
bad
to see
things.
my I don't think that's somewhere you want to go into. But bro, looking good. Now, Raid, seriously, the stage that he's had, probably the best in his career. It's been absolutely amazing, and this is also counting like 2024 KC. Fucking unreal to me. To see them play that well, seriously. And that's about it. I don't think that this was incredibly bad on Liquid and whatnot. It was just a good game to watch, in my opinion.
There was like a couple of rounds that was like bad from Liquid. I think after I'm not sure if it was after the timeout or what. They did the aggro strat that they kind of spammed against Fnatic. They did that against an eco and gave them loads of guns. That was like a step too far for me. I'm fine with spamming that against big Byrons. It's like a whatever. But I think do it against the eco is so risky that 2 of them die, give them 2 guns, and it's just like, wait, they just doubled up their guns now, and they just did it the round before. So it's like, well, we also saw the Fnatic game where they just spammed this, so there's a chance of doing it. I get it because I think K-Corp called a timeout for that, and then they didn't. So I get that, like, you're trying to mess up their stuff because they're on attack and you're on defense, so you want to go aggro. But that was like the only round I was looking at from Liquid. I was like, oh, I'm not sure about that. That was like a bit rough for me. But it was a pretty good game in the end. I wanted K-Corp to... I think if K-Corp carried on spamming A on Summit, they win that. They won every round on A, they lost every round on B, but they went B like 7 times in a row at the end. It's like, guys, you won your first 3 or 4 rounds on A. You can just spam this site. Like, your util is good enough. And they just didn't. So that was like, that annoyed me a little bit. But other than that, it was a high level game. It was nice. I thought it was good.
I do want to ask as well, because Levin, I think, has ended the stage as, you know, one of the top 10 players in the EMEA. And he's done that playing exclusively Neon and Raze. And I remember at some point during stage 1 or whatever, I remember being on Plat Chat and was basically saying, isn't this guy just a Jet 1 trick? So what has happened here? I mean, maybe Mini Kakuka, I don't know if you've...
Just before KC got knocked out of stage 1, I was looking at trying to find narratives for them, and Levin had played like 3 games of Neon in stage 1 and was like a 250 ACS Neon in stage 1. And so if they didn't get knocked out, I was starting to maybe posture that maybe there's an obvious pivot. Obviously 3 games in the big sample, but then when he started playing it in the lead up to stage 2 and then stage 2, I was like, oh, okay, like clearly he is just actually pretty good at the Neon, and that's just a comfort for him. You know, historically we did say Jet, but I think it's because he just maybe wasn't playing the Neon very much back then, and it was the Yoru kind of meta where we had to compare the Yoru. But yeah, no, he still has this style that works really cool, especially in this meta where like he'll just re-aggress everything all the time. Like he just has giant balls and defense, and it's just like if you can get away with it, you just win. And I think you compare that to, you know, we'll get to later, but like Heretics and Fnatic, where they just don't move, and you're watching Levin, a kid who's just like, in all rights, should be playing much more scared because he's inexperienced and his team has been, you know, pretty bad this year, and he shouldn't have this much confidence, and he's just confidently just pushing everything. So give him his props because he's actually turned stuff around quite a lot, I think.
Yeah.
From what I talked to with Zage, I asked him about, he's doing so well, like what has changed? The only thing that they have both told me is that the beginning of the year was so rough and whatnot that he at some point learned to not care about what people thought and just you know, because they were like almost close in some big games but never getting the win, and it was really affecting his mental, and he had already been struggling in BBL with what you're saying, he was just playing Jet to the point where BBL just decided to put him on Jet and not even think about anything else because it was not possible, or you know, time restraints and whatnot. And now he's just vibing. I think everybody in KC is just vibing, so that also gives him the courage to just go and push and pick, and he's getting away with so much of that it's just adding fuel onto his performance.
Yeah. Cool.
Doshia also seemed to be coming out of his shell. Like, he seems very like reserved personality wise, but on camera he's now getting like reaction cams and like being a bit silly, and I think that's like a really good sign. Like, I know it's like a weird thing to mention, but I think those things do really matter.
Yeah.
And he's been playing quite well. Like, they've all been playing well, and the comps have been generally pretty good. You know, the general ideas have been pretty good. It now just comes down to what I was saying before about like a big game moment. There's some of these rounds in the listenings that I can see some of those little rounds potentially veering up, which could happen against a better team where, like, you know, there's a bit of stress and like decisions that don't make too much sense and overcoming. But like, given where they're at and given how well they're playing right now, I can't really, you know, that's very critical levels at like for a champs qualification kind of game.
Yeah, there's a couple of those rounds, to be honest, in this low, as far as like low time, and it's like, oh god, are you even going to be able to plan on some of these? So there's definitely a few things that worry me, but I do like the fact that they're all very, very confident, because it's something that we said before. It's like, we kind of don't get why this team doesn't work, because all the individuals are, in theory, at their peak, like one of the better at their roles. So it's cool they're actually kind of getting to see their potential. Dude, they might do it.
Well, I've got a couple of questions. One is, should a lot of teams maybe now, I mean, maybe some teams that we're about to talk about in a second, like KC, if you look at them, have essentially just gone full comfort. Everyone is just, here's a role, here's an agent that you can play it on a, you know, a decent amount
Well,
of
that's
maps.
what Liquid, I would say Liquid are doing that more.
Liquid are doing that, yeah.
I
think
let's
doing
see
well
where the question goes. Let's see where
well,
the question goes.
I mean, that maybe not as much in EMEA, but certainly in Pacific, there's a lot of teams who are trying shit and trying different roles, and they're losing games maybe to teams that they shouldn't be losing to. And
could you not make that argument for KC at the beginning of the year? Like, they did experiment, they did put Avis on duelist, they did, like, they are at a point now, but it's not like one day they woke up and they hit the key. It's like they were for a very long time trying to figure out how to make it work, and finally they found something. You know,
I like this question so much that I'm sorry that I've butted in already, because I have two now. That you finish yours and I'll have another.
No,
they're
just
both very
talk,
good.
Minnie. Just fucking
okay,
talk.
So one thing is, you're going to ask about, like, should people just put stuff on comfort? I think Team Liquid is the better example for that. I think KC is a better example for mixing both comfort and good agents. Like, Narrate is playing Chamber. Like, that isn't comfort for him, I would argue, but that is a good agent that he's looking good on, I would argue. They're playing good comps. They're not just putting... I would say Team Liquid is the perfect example of comfort and clearly not optimal. And that's why I have my reservations quite a lot of the time with them. The thing with KC, I actually think that, like, is the big question is, should teams... Because I always say, if you're a lower level team, you should be looking at, like, a Lev to copy. Like, that very structured approach, the kind of style that I'm kind of used to, and I think that I would go for. But you have KC now who have thrown that out the window and looked at PRX a little bit more and had conversations with PRX and going for a more, like, intuitive kind of... There's a macro, like, basis, but, like, they're not calling rounds from VALORANT, you know? So I think that is the big question really going forward for those teams, is like,
Freeform or structure?
Freeform or structure, and then does it, like, maybe it just which teams suit which, like, I don't know. But it's very interesting, that development, to me.
My second question was, out of these two teams, KC and Liquid, KC have to finish top 2, I believe, and Liquid don't have to finish top 2, but, you know, it could get a bit weird with the points. Who's more likely to make champs?
Liquid.
Liquid
Somehow. I do think that
they can get a
there's something
fourth,
that we
right?
like kind of like overlooked, or at least that was my feeling throughout the entirety of the stage, and is that because game one it was like, oh, Nats is not here and Lohan is playing, we disregarded the team. Liquid did technically change 2 players and still did not dip in performance as many other teams could have. They still make top 2, and I feel like this is a team where there's always something else. I don't feel like they've ever been stale. So that is good jumping into playoffs. I think that they could get cheeky. They were not scared of playing Summit. Like I have trust in them somehow.
The frustrating thing for me for Team Liquid is it's the same story all the time, in the sense that both positive and negative. So like, oh, the coaching staff have done really well. The players, maybe the roster does have certain skill ceilings in certain areas, and you know, we saw Purple and Lotus, for instance, on that defense side, just fully dashing into nothingness for like 6 rounds. And those are the kind of things that I'm looking at as like, yeah, that's not gonna, do well at champs. And then like the comps are always very dry and basic and comfort, and they're not particularly skill ceiling based. Even that's after the game was like, he was like to me, it's like, oh, many people keep telling me you hate Team Liquid. I was just like, what do you mean? He's like, so I need to have a chat with them after about it. But like, it's just because like they're not like, I preferred my teams looking at that skill ceiling, looking at like going for that really high level. Whereas with Team Liquid, we're always going to get a okay game of Valorant.
So what you're saying is
just
Liquid
never
are going to
gonna
go to
be-
champs and go 1 and 2.
Yeah, like yeah, pretty
That's what you
much,
mean.
yeah.
It's like you can
The-
look forward
the-
to
I mean, that's
another
ki-
1 and 2.
That's kind of what comfort gets you, and I feel like if you get into playoffs, you did well, because I think you do have to be playing like the strong stuff to actually go ahead and.
I
So
think
if you were the coach of Liquid now, then Sliggy, would you say we've got a bit of time? Let's try and mix things up a little bit, or
No,
you
no,
just be
I
like, we
would
need
say
to make
fuck it.
champs?
Let's just this is what's working for us.
Let's go
Let's
1 and
let's
2.
just make champs, dude. That's a good outcome for them. You made champs.
Okay.
You made a roster change
That's
against
true.
champs.
I'm not trying to like diminish, because I think the problem here is a lot of these players are doing well. They're performing better than what I expected. But I think that like I'm almost jumping into the future. Let's say they have lost 1-2 at champs. I would love to see what this team does with a roster that like makes me like perk up a little bit. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like I'd love to see what those coaches do. I'd love to see what
As
Nats
in,
does.
as in the
I
core
know
of
next year's
Nats
going to
and
be
the
a shit show,
coaches.
but
Nats
yeah,
and the coaches.
core would be Nats coaches,
Yeah.
Camo, and then
Yeah.
between Trex, Nats, Trex, Kicks, and Purple, you decide. I think Trex has been performing quite well recently, but yeah.
Anyway, let's move on. This is the one that people have been excited about, I think, or depressed about, depending which way you look at it. Because Team Heretics, I mean, a Team Heretics, well, they won against Giants. We don't even really need to talk about the game. But then they played Fnatic. And initially, in classic Heretics fashion, it looked like they were going to crumble into a little ball and die. Because they started, 8-0 down, I think, on Summit.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Mid one at some
acro-
point.
Yeah, 9-1, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then from that
0, yeah.
9-1 point, they then Fnatic only won 2 out of 25 rounds, something like that.
Yeah.
So let's start with the Heretic side. Let's go map by map. That's the easier.
Sure.
Let's start with Summit. How on
Man is going to
earth,
love this.
everywhere across the world, everyone is good at defending on Summit, and no one can attack this map, and yet Fnatic have drank a mixed up potion. They can only attack.
Yeah, I mean, but their attack theory is like pretty good, I would say, for sure. Like I like a lot of the stuff they're doing. They're making the Vice somehow look better on attack than they are on defense, which is pretty impressive, but also at the same time worrying as hell. So like the Vice stuff that they're doing in terms of like hitting sites, they're making sure that you can't flood out, and obviously the rotates are so long. Like that's good. They're good pressure over towards A. They do a lot. They're very good at like middle. I find it so weird because they pressure middle and they go for a lot of B splits, which in theory, like I think shouldn't be that successful, but it is super successful. But then on defense, they're like heavy holding A. I don't even know what to call it. A short, like the little cubby in A
I
short.
think they called it art, which is kind of funny.
They call it art. So they stack all their util there in defense, but they rarely go there on attack. Like unless they're like gonna A split, of course. But like they don't like try and take it and then.
I think, like, to be frank, I don't think opening middle is very good, and they keep opening it and then going into B splits. I don't think that should be very good. I think people are so bad at like it's early Pearl where like people do B splits a lot and not know how to hold it with the basic crossfires, where you had to like fall back behind those tiny chokes. Like people will fall back north. I don't know what to call it, like north of CT instead of into the site, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it just looks like that's not how you're supposed to play. And then no one pushes out. Like both these teams, I was so mad in the green room watching this, genuinely, and I hope it came across on air that how disgusted I was watching this map, because it was really not good Valorant at all. Both these teams just sit on sites on defense and do absolutely nothing the entire game. And I'm not saying that I know all the macro flow and all the fucking how you're supposed to play this map, but I know you're not supposed to play any map sitting on the site every single fucking round and do nothing. And that's just what
Yeah.
it felt like. It's like you could do a B split, but then I'm hoping that you're pushing out that area, you're pushing out that A main, you're
Yeah.
getting those flanks going, and
Flanking,
whilst
yeah.
you're trying to hold that site with 3 people delaying, but no, they just rotate through CT. Like, yeah. So I think the theory on this map for EMEA is looking kind of pretty bad, minus maybe a little bit of Casey looking okay, but like it was rough to watch, and it didn't surprise. Like what I started to build for the desk was like Heretics look really bad on defense. They can't hold. They don't know what they're doing. And then it flips the side. And I'm like, okay, I'll just add stuff to this pack then, because
Yeah.
it's just the same shit. Like
It's just everyone doing it.
just so passive.
Yeah, that's
I,
tough.
I don't get why they're using their Vice wall. Like on defense, Fnatic use their Vice wall for art instead of like a heavy hold over towards A. And I
A,
just
yeah.
I just don't get it. It's such a busted wall. It's so committed that you would never ever be able to trigger it. Even if they're doing a Euro clone, you'd always be able to shoot it. It's like so committed into literally like 5 angles that I'm just like, why would you use this as an info wall when you can heavy shut down this and then make somewhere heavier? And at the same time, like they're like having their defense smoke there one way. They're like doubling it up, and I'm like, guys, we're not
Yeah.
thinking about our
I think-
util. And then we're viproing and then putting the wall there at the same time. We're like, guys, no one's doing it. And then we put a wall over towards middle, and then we never fight middle. Like you've copied the PRX wall,
Yeah.
and you don't get that they use that wall to not commit over towards middle because it's like Pearl middle. You don't want to commit out into the open. You drop it in your duel with like numbers. They don't do that. And then something happens and there's no reactions. Push through middle. That's what the wall's there. You can go scout out middle. They just...
I think
they
that's the
miss
big
it,
thing in EMEA is like people don't fight middle on defense. And I watched like almost all the PRX games so far, and it's like 3 or 4 times minimum per defense. They're just walking at middle.
Pushing behind, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a good it's a good reaction, especially for chamber. But that's like why the wall was good as well. But the thing I was impressed with, like Heretics, is this is the best a solo smoke that isn't a brim has looked, because I think the NRG brim stuff is actually pretty cool. I'm on board with a solo brim. I wasn't on board with a solo Astra, but I do think the cage stuff that they did over towards middle Heretics and like the cages they were using over towards B when they were X-syncing was like really good. They're trying to essentially just save the amount of just trying to save an extra Astra smoke that you can use in one of the chokes because you kind of need it. So I thought that was cool. Like the whole Cypher theory that the coaches or Benji have come up with was like really good. But dude, the defense on this is mad, man.
I think the
I don't think
takeaway.
that this is very ready for the side of Heretics, because they did go London EWC season and Neil is not there, and Neil was literally in surgery 2 days ago. So I don't know how much I want to read into how prepared this summit was. If you add on to then the listening that we had where Boo was like, yo, executing here is so difficult, I don't know how ready they were to play summit.
I think the best
They had
takeaway
some
for them is like Woot looking pretty okay on the Euro.
Yeah,
Like
that was a big
I
thing.
like Euro a lot. I think that it's very strong. If Woot's and Woot's to me seem like in this right now, like he still doesn't really know what he should be playing, and it feels like they don't know what they're. I think that like not putting him on Phoenix seemed really odd to me this year. I think he is an Asuna archetype. He is. You think of great ISO players during that meta. You had Woot, Alpha Year. I'm sure someone like Asuna was probably playing it too. Like it's those second entry kind of players who aren't, and so that was weird. But if he's good at Euro, like that's at least something they can use to take away from this map. I don't know if they could take away too much more personally,
No,
but a rep's a rep, I guess.
Yeah. No, if he could play Euro, that'd be good, because I think they kind of want him on this upping role, you know, don't they? I like
That's true.
playing
Yeah,
Jet and
yeah,
stuff.
that makes
so
makes a lot of sense.
Speaking about Euro, Kayak had a rough game.
I mean,
Like
the weird
nothing
thing
was
is,
working for him.
the weird thing is, because Fnatic, I mean, I genuinely, I had to look at the show notes and I was like, Fnatic lost to Eternal Fire, wasn't that last week? This was still somehow the same week.
Yeah.
And the thing is, in that game, is they put Kayak on Yoru, and the team lost, but he had a good game on Yoru, and he was having a pretty bad stage overall. But he's in that game, it was like he had a good game, but the rest of the team didn't, and they lost. But I was like, well, okay, at least they figured out they can put Kayak on Yoru, and you know that's one thing solved, and they can figure out the rest of it. Then, like you say, we come into this game, and it's like Jesus. But let's now turn our attention the thing that people really want to talk about. Mini, you know what it's like to get 13-0'd.
Yeah, I do. Can I be honest? Didn't
Yeah.
even
Go on.
watch.
You didn't
I
watch?
didn't watch
I
it.
wasn't locked in. No. I was watching the score go up and up and up, and I was kind of watching. You know, I knew I was about to finish work, so I'm just watching, kind of like, oh, this is
Watching the
over.
clock.
I was just watching it being over.
No. It's more so
I
like
just-
if it's a 2-0, we know that
I know I
the
gotta
flow
go- I
is
go
we do
home.
stage interview, and then I was, for example, getting the draw show ready.
Oh, I see.
So I
it
was just
only
kinda
like
watching,
we only
like-
build if Fnatic win.
So
I
they're
see.
4-0 down,
You
and I'm
weren't
starting
locked
to
in.
like, we're not locked in, and it's just happening to me, and I'm just seeing Rians get kills, but I didn't take, I couldn't tell you anything that happened in the game. I just knew Rians was doing stuff, and there was a big clutch or an ace or something he did.
There was an
and-
ace pistol. Yeah, he aced on the pistol.
Yeah,
he
he
got
aced on
another
the
4K,
pistol.
I think. Like, yeah, he had
Mate,
it.
he had a-
Rian's
he had a monster
dominated them.
game.
I mean, he did last time, if you remember, like in the
Yeah. He
playoffs
was the
for
reason
London
they won that one.
against Fnatic. Yeah, he
So I'm not
dominated
very
them on the
useful on
center.
this one.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
always the same.
Sliggy, then talk me through
I-
probably Fnatic's lowest moment.
I don't. I just, when I watched a lot of this, like I think like the calling was off. They couldn't get through any chokes. No one wanted to take any risks. Kayak's never using a slide. I don't get it. Just put him on the jet at this point. Unless you're really into it and the stats are
Well,
that bad. But I promise that the stats are bad because of other like bad teams. Like he's not sliding ever. Like I'm watching him just like, mate, go out. Like what? I just couldn't understand it. And then like some of the ult strats as well. And it's like, okay, you got a Sova ult now. They'll like drone, give everyone a heads up. It's like, hey, we're actually going to this site. It's like, it's just all so obvious. And I do think Heretics played incredibly well, like incredibly well. But they just looked so lost. And there's loads of times where they're losing to time. And then you get to listen to the comms. And they're like, oh, I think this place is clear, and everyone's just guessing. Like they're just going, oh, I'm pretty sure there's only 2 over towards A, and then Boaster's walking, getting killed by Wine. Like there's no reads. And then it just looks like when this team is just. It just looks like this team is crumbling, man. Like fully.
Yeah.
And they're just switching duelists all the time. They've made too many changes, and they're trying to play like some weird version of the meta, and their players aren't good at the meta. I just don't like where do you even go from this? And then they had so much time, and if they wanted to make it work, you probably had to go with a lot of comfort. But now it's too late. So, and what's their map pick? They don't
Well,
have
this
a
is
map
something I
pick.
think
This-
that
this
both
is
have
their-
said.
this
They
is their
don't have a
fifth-
map pick.
Well, the
fifth
thing
time.
is that like Sunset was looking great, and the comp looked good, and they looked good in that first match, and then they banned it the next week, and they were able to get it third here. So technically, it's a good veto because they still get the map that I think they're probably best on third. But
Mhm.
if you're losing 30-0, then genuinely
Yeah,
it's a
don't
bad
know.
it's a bad map pool. Like the way I read Fnatic is they're obviously a playbook heavy team in the sense that they're going to be having their structure and system, and because the map pool is, I would argue, quite bad for them in terms of like theory, especially like, you know, they don't have some of their best maps in this pool right now from like, you know, the old times. If they don't have good theory on maps, it feels like they can't win sometimes, if that makes sense. Like you watch a team like PRX, and even though I think there's some looking really good right now, if you just threw a random map at them right now, they're gonna probably be the best team in the world on that map
Sure.
because they're just good. Whereas it feels like something that
Broken.
with Boaster sometimes is like that kind of like I think I said at the start of the year with Sideshow was on the show, it's like in this meta I think I'd be genuinely really looking at the micro and team fights in APAC and trying to figure out that style and how fundamentally, instead of VOD reviewing the macro, VOD review the actual fucking micro every time we're in a fight and figure out why we're not fighting well. It feels like when I watch teams, even like the Vitality, for instance, in EMEA, they're not synchronized on the team fights in a way that like APAC is at all. And even Americas, I think the comms in America is just better. So I think EMEA is just, I mean, there's obviously more issues there than just that, but there's mental issues going on. There's the micro issues, there's macro issues. There's just everything.
Can I just ask to show round number 8? Because I think for all the people playing ranked out there, round number 8 of this game, you will recognize very, very well. Because round number 8, that's the one where Fnatic go to B main as a 5-stack. They try to get out of the choke point. They look up. There's a Sova dart. They all go, fuck that, I'm running back. And then they sit in B main. And we have all been there in a ranked game where you try to do a B exec, you get pushed back, and then you just sit there going, well, now what the fuck do we do? And they just end up slowly dying and getting shocked out. So look, we're going to do a B exec. Oh, no, we're not. Psych. And now Benji's looking around. Where are they? Oh, they're still just there. And now we sit there and wait. This was just
Did he
like,
go-
Kosh like ult.
yeah, he did all.
Like,
Yeah.
they
and
all
they get
have, but they
destroyed
just
by
got 200 damage shock die.
Yeah,
But it's like,
200 damage
mate,
shock dart.
slide out. Wait, he didn't slide once entry into this.
But isn't this like the most Ascent attack ranked round of all time? Like
I
you
mean,
just try and
yeah.
go B and just then don't get in and you just die and you're 7-0 down on Ascent and you're like, this map's fucking shit to attack on. And then you go back to mid and it never works. It's classic. Yeah.
Mini, to what you
were.
were saying, at what point, because you're saying like, oh, this doesn't work for Fnatic. At what point are we talking about a new Fnatic? I mean, at what point is you know, Theseus ship? You know this this guy about like how many pieces do you have to replace in a ship for it to stop being that ship?
Because Fnatic's identity is boasters calling.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, but what if everything else around it allowed it to be that?
By the way, they don't really try in this round.
Oh, no,
it's
like,
like
I
10
think
seconds left. They're not.
me-
They're not even trying.
Okay, Terry. Okay.
me existing helps, but like,
But you don't exist with them anymore.
no,
You
I
need to-
know. That's
They
why I'm
need
like,
to
I
move
think
on.
unless
that's
you-
Okay,
if
that's
you
what
are,
I'm saying.
you're
I know that
getting
you
blamed
have
for
moved
13-0.
on. You've been with PRX, you've been with Zeta, you've been here and there with other teams. I will not say, and they still haven't moved on. Maybe they need to.
They gotta change something. But if they were gonna do this slow cooling style where they feel like they have to do everything perfect, we've now taken this, which means we have to do this, goes into this and then that. Why don't, like, if you're gonna do that, just play a double scan. Just go, oh, who wants to play Fade out of U2s? Who wants to play Sova? Let's just fucking try and do that and make it work. You do what NRG do, does it some kind of double initiator. Instead of going double duelist and then trying to do the perfect steps, just
'cause
fucking run
Plat-
into a
So
site.
I thought that their
Literally.
Sage Chamber route was really good. And I think he
Well-
got flamed for playing that, but it's I think that's really good.
Sage
Meta read.
Chamber? Sage Chamber's
Yeah.
good, but which map are you talking about? Sunset?
You could play this on a Sun, just a variation of the Vice Chamber. It's just Sage Chamber. I think that's pretty
Sure,
good.
because they would be able
Or
to
even
slow
Vice
it down.
Chamber.
Yeah, they'd be able
Yeah.
to slow it down.
Yeah.
But like something like that to slow it down so the calling is more to your style makes sense. Instead of going double duelist and trying to do slow stuff, you don't have
I
the
don't
detail to do that.
have the round reference, but in my prep for the show, there was a round in which we listened into Fnatic against Eternal Fire on Split. And they were calling out, Bosa was calling an anti-strat. He was like, they like to play Alphia, which he was calling the top of ramp split on the left side. And so he was like, make sure we do the spit there and we'll take aim in. But as he's saying it, they're about to go and Cloud's not in position to do the spit. And then he's like, kind of being like, you got do we need the spit kind of thing. And so then Cloud realizes this, pulls back. And as all this is happening, Eternal Fire just push into them with 2 players and kill them all. And it was like,
Yeah.
I remember that Fnatic, but also it's kind of emblematic of this meta completely. The team that's like trying too hard with the microing and also maybe anti-stratting and kind of all the details is missing the bigger
Yeah.
picture of you do just need to kind of be able to focus on your crosshair in this meta.
There's
completely, and-
another example of that on Ascent against Heretics where they try an A split and they start an A main and Kayak tells Boaster they're gonna do the smoke slightly to the left. You need to go in wine. You need to go in, and like multiple people are saying, Jake, you need to go in wine, and he doesn't. And then they do the smoke on the side to allow Woot to walk into wine, and he ends up dying to Woot in wine, and the rest of the team just gets fucking sprayed down as they try and force it through A short and just all get wrecked as well. So yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting. We're gonna talk about who they play because who they play next. I mean, we think that this is rock bottom. You're a Fnatic fan? You think this is rock bottom? Oh, brother, this might not be rock bottom. Wait till next week. You might hit a new low because the game that they got, they might lose. So yeah. Anyway, I mean, quick one sentence on Team Heretics. Where are they? I mean, Mini, I know you're eternally confused by this team. They have won 2 13-0s in this stage, and yet I don't know if they're any good.
It's weird, isn't it?
Are they good?
I mean,
Are
we
they going
tried,
to
to, we
champs?
tried to get Neil on the broadcast. We couldn't for whatever reason, so we asked him some questions. And even
Mate, you didn't want him on the broadcast. He was in my chat high on morphine, typing some mad crap.
Yeah, that's
I
what he did.
promise
I mean,
you
we had some
guys
technical
dodged a bullet.
difficulties.
I
But
thought
yeah.
he'd then be able to because he then texts us back with some answers, some questions. But he gave a very, in my opinion, quite a PR kind of response. I do want to sit down at some point and ask him these questions. Like, instead of me trying to search for the answers with everyone else, Neil and Weber need to at some point be like, well, why do you think you're inconsistent? Because I think they would admit that they're not consistent.
Yeah. I mean, Weber was writing a eulogy for Fnatic
Oh,
mid-game.
that was good. Someone help these guys.
Yeah. Who else it seems playing them? That was crazy. Anyway, let's talk about next week. So the play-in start. So the stage is over in EMEA. We are donezo with all that nonsense. We're now into the play-ins, which is the second part of the nonsense that is this stage. So that means the tier 2 teams are joining. The tier 2 teams are Eintracht Frankfurt, Job Life, Reborn, and Enterprise Esports. And so the first 4
It's
games.
not Reborn anymore.
Oh, they're not Reborn anymore? What are they called?
Fireflux now.
it's weird.
Fireflux. They've been taken over. I
Yeah.
think.
Finally.
They made me like do the Joshua and everything with Fireflux. I think that they're all like I don't think they have announced it properly. I don't know.
Leak. Plat Chat exclusive. It's
We
now
literally
Fireflux.
did the yesterday.
I mean,
on
it
the-
was
on
on-
the
yeah, it was on
Joshua.
the
But yeah, it is a
broadcast,
Plat
yeah.
Chat exclusive.
Well, there you go. We're taking
Official,
We're
they
taking
signed.
Official. So those are the games, and there you can see the bracket of the play-ins. This is to qualify for the playoffs, where some teams like KC, Liquid, Vitality, someone else are already in. I can't remember who the other team is. VLR doesn't even have it. Shocking. Anyway, so that's the bracket. It's a double elim bracket for all these teams. Let's get into some of these predictions then. Are we going to predict the tier 2 teams that I'm going to guess we don't know too much about? Minika, Kuka, Sliggy? Are you big on any?
I've not been keeping track
I'm big
of
on
tier.
Kachow, and that's it.
Yeah,
I've-
I don't
I've
know.
been-
And the recurrent names like Magnum back in
Yeah.
VCT
Yeah, you'll
for
recognize quite a few of the
6th
names.
time on his 7th team.
Yeah.
I'm not up to date, but I'm also aware of how much time they've had. So I'm
They've
like,
had this is the thing. They have had an immense amount of time. How much have they had? Like a month?
it's like
whole
over a month. I
yeah.
think.
Is
So
it
they've
more
had a
than
long time.
Is it more than China, London?
It's about. It's less than
Obviously.
that. Yeah, it is
Okay.
less than
Less
that.
than that, okay.
Anyway, let's dive in. Giant X versus Eintracht Frankfurt, who I know is a football team, and holy shit, I'm the
Now
only
the
one
worst
to pick
part,
Giants.
make
I
your
stopped
case.
a guarantee for a tier
This
2
is-
team being a tier 1 team.
I'll be honest.
Holy-
This is my least
confident.
confident of the picks that I've gone for.
Sure.
But Monster's pretty good. I think the fact that these teams got time and they will just want it more. Like they are gonna want it on a level that you've never seen before. And I think all the pressures on the tier 1 teams, everything is gonna be like you start losing some rounds against a tier 2 team. I guarantee these idiots are gonna start thinking about it. I think we alluded to it earlier, but players are still watching social media, they're still fucking looking at shit, they still look at Reddit and crap. Like the amount, like we've had done.
Yeah, but
two
imagine
interviews-
imagine if I picked Eintracht Frankfurt and the Giants players are watching this, so I was guarantee a tier 2 team against them. Then they would want
Yeah,
it
but it's
more.
fine because like we're just a bunch of idiots. Like we know the general sentiments is going to be that like it doesn't matter because at the end of the day it's still embarrassing to lose to a tier 2 team, and that is the only thing that's gonna
Yeah.
that's
They
going to be
should-
in
they
their head
should,
the entire
like,
time.
When it starts getting close, you're like, oh fuck, and you can't think of anything else.
Mm.
So I think
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
fun.
I mean, look,
I mean, people should
I picked Giants 'cause I
recognize
think R will pop off.
Musashi, Fizzy, and
Musashi, I mean,
Monster
Musashi
are
and
the-
Monster. I used to root for them on a sim.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it's a decent team. Okay, well, we shall see. That's already 3. I was gonna set this up as like, oh, will any tier 2 teams? We're gonna pick any of them? Well,
Maybe we got a few
fucking
of them, I
yes.
reckon.
I'm not going to lie. Well, I will not make spoilers.
Okay,
Well,
well,
I've
next
done the
up
same
is
as Kakuka. I've predicted all of them.
let's
I predicted all the
versus
tier
Job
2
Life.
teams.
Have you
I
done all
want the
tier 2? Right,
freaking
Navi
tier
versus
1
Job
teams
Life.
to crumble.
Oh, look at
Okay.
it. This time it's only
Dude, we're
Sliggy
gonna
who's
be
got
we're gonna be
Navi.
3-1 for every single one.
Oh my god. Okay. Well,
I
mean,
hope that for the last one.
You're-
we're
so, wait,
not.
wait, wait.
I hope that the
so
last
Minnie,
one is
you're
not.
more confident in, or you're less confident in Frankfurt being
Out
Giants.
of all of them.
I
So
think Job
why-
Life are pretty
why-
good.
You think Job
Because
Life are
Frankfurt
good?
are the 4th seed. They're a team
Yeah.
that like does lose. I look at this team. I'm looking at Runner, Kamek, Doma, Chiwa, Unfake. That is a team of players that you should recognize if you watched EMEA before. Like, there is a chance that it goes to shit, but like genuinely, they got players there that are so hungry for it and willing to prove that. Although I
If
just
they-
remember something, but yeah. So
Don't you think,
I think
Hero Rucksack? Shouldn't they be a
Hero
step
and
above?
Rucksack should win. Should
why have you
win.
picked Job
But
Life?
the logic of my picks is that I think 50% of the tier 2 teams will win their matches, and I don't know which ones will. So if
You've gone for all
50%
of them.
do, I'll go for the fun pick of I'm going to go tier 2 every single time because it is really, really competitive.
Yeah, it is competitive for sure. I
Okay.
honestly, if they had their full 5 for this, I would have gone with Job Lice as well. But they
Is
have a
that being
sub.
announced?
They announced it somewhere, or
I don't know
everyone
for
knows.
leaking.
Oh, he made it the
Mate,
fuck
he's
up,
on
but
he's
who
on the
knows?
VLR page.
Okay.
True.
So
I don't think
And
she was going to be.
that's a
playing.
bastion of that can't be wrong. Surely.
Yeah,
the VLR
I'll be
page.
honest. It sways me a little bit more. That whole thing, but
Who cares?
who cares?
Pays
Job
is
life.
very good, but I just think it's like
Oh yeah. Oh okay. Pays. Then we're Gucci. We're
yeah,
Gucci.
no, pays is great. Yeah.
We're Gucci.
We're Gucci. Okay, let's move on. Next one. Pacific. Oh no. Versus Reborn.
We might have guaranteed this.
Oh
one.
no. Oh no.
That's
Oh,
a crazy
no.
guarantee.
Look, it's time to win a game, and
They're not going to.
Nah, this is probably the time where they win a game. I will say one thing: if a Phoenix comp is going to be able to win, it's against a team that like might wanna fight against them, and I feel like these guys will probably want to fight.
I mean, Batu back in the tier 1 lobby.
yeah,
I'm living for it. I know Sideshow, if he was here, and he's here in spirit. He's smiling because he can't wait to watch Batu. I hope he plays Deadlock.
The
Man,
two players to
or
look
Yoru.
out for here, Kachao is the obvious one. Him as well as Kozi later on we'll talk about. Like Kachao is the one who's been frying every single time. If he's not, he won't be on this team next year. Like he's gonna be picked up for sure. Like someone's gonna get him. Like he is the next thing.
Well, that's a guarantee of a tier 2 team.
I think
Guarantee of Kachao.
dude, I'm telling you, their style, like, they're a Turkish team. They'll have seen them much. They must want to fight all the time. I feel like that's what Pacific will want. But at the same time, I just think they're gonna win. So, but if they play smart, I'm telling you, they should annihilate the Solo Phoenix. I'm
Well,
just not sure
with
they're
that in
gonna
mind,
do that.
let's talk about another team who's in some trouble, perhaps. Fnatic versus Enterprise. Enterprise, considered probably the best of the tier 2 teams, and we have guaranteed.
Wait,
I
did
mean,
I
I
really
don't
go for them? I thought I went for Fnatic here.
I know you have to stick with this league.
I mean, I'll stick with
It's
it.
a fucking funniest guarantee of all time.
Can we check mine though? I felt like I knew that you guys were gonna go for it, so I was like, I don't want to guarantee it. I don't want to put any pressure on them.
No.
It says in the sheet,
It's
but
a-
then we'll
Can't
stick with it.
guarantee block.
No, I was just checking. I would stick with it because I didn't want to put too much pressure
I think
on
if
them.
you genuinely
and I
thont
want them
Fnatic
to
are gonna
do
win, then you should go for it. But
No, I think
No,
they're gonna lose.
we
I
have
was
to
just
stick
doing
with
it
this.
so that.
Again,
we
I don't know how
guarantee this.
we guaranteed DFM on this episode. I don't know how many times that happened. It might have been a first. We mustn't have guaranteed against Fnatic many times, and yet now we sit here guaranteeing a tier 2 team against Fnatic.
just funny, innit?
I mean,
Enterprise are good. Like
They are good, yeah.
Magnum has never lost to Fnatic, and he's played them a few times now.
Ooh,
And
that's a nice stat.
he farms every single time he plays against them. I think
What?
Magnum is.
That's not true.
Oh, is it not true? In my head,
Magnum has never lost against Fnatic.
Mate,
Did
in
maybe
K-
it's like-
BBL
there-
beat them?
there's no way
Check
in
your fucking
K
facts. He
Corp.
was in Corp.
Oh, okay.
In
Oh,
K
he
Corp,
was on
there
Corp.
is
What do you
no.
mean?
Not even that. When he was calling in K Corp, he would have.
Yeah.
True.
Oh, okay.
Hey, they lost to
then-
everyone.
Oh.
He might not have beaten Fnatic at this point.
No, he
No,
Well,
he
they
won.
could
He won with
first
BBL. I think that they were like
he won-
1-1
he
in
beat-
the
he beat us
entire
at
year when he
kickoff
was in
at KC.
BBL.
He beat us at
Okay.
KC.
Maybe it's that he has good games.
I think his win rate might be above 50%, which is a pretty good stat for
I doubt it.
against Fnatic. But then, okay, I completely lied to you all. Magnum's usually pretty good against Fnatic. I still have
we
this
have to
narrative
go
in my
way
head, even
back
if it's
for
a
that
fake
one.
narrative.
Way
Magnum is also
You have to
playing
go into like a 3 out of 10.
extremely
Yeah, so
well right
BBL.
now.
There's a loss, 2 losses
there.
against Fnatic there. There's
Straight away,
3
first
losses
game,
against
3
Fnatic
losses
with
in a row.
KC. Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
was that-
keep going.
When was that?
He's
25?
never lost. Sorry.
What was that? 25?
This is calling in K Corp.
What, you
So
saying?
that's,
Oh,
that's 2024.
He might have never lost when he's not calling.
He won once, you see?
Hey, was this 20? I'm trying to. Was that 2024?
Well, BBL.
Yeah, that's
sorry?
2024. Okay, so they beat us at the start of the year.
and then you, so you were still on the team.
Yeah,
You beat him 3 times, and
It was a bit of a weird year. I locked in to make sure that narrative. That's I did the Michael Jordan thing. I like made a fake narrative after he beat us that like he was always beating us, and then I just locked in and we beat them 3
Yeah.
times, and I just forgot about
No
it.
one believes in us.
I think they did then beat them with BBL though. I think right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, they
so.
did.
And I remember him having a big game, so I think in my
So-
head it's just that he's a big.
So in his
game
last
for them.
game, he's 100% against
He
Fnatic.
got last game 100%. But yeah, this team, because he is the star player, he is the superstar, he's the next kid on the block. When he's old enough to play VCT, he will just play VCT. And then, of course, there's some players around them that you should recognize, especially Patty Tech. But Magnum is like underrated as fuck right now, and confused why he should probably just be in VCT, to be honest.
This has to
Well.
be match of the week, right?
Oh, this is definitely. Oh, sorry. Yes, this is
Yeah.
the match of the week.
Wait, Shadow's on the coaching staff.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh, that's fine.
Do
Old
we
school.
feel then that who is the team that has the most chances to win their opening game, and why is it Navi?
Where's the
Navi have
most
Hero and
chance?
Ruxic, and if they lock in, they'll be a tier 2 team. You could argue that
Yeah,
Navi are the
like,
best of
I'm-
those teams, so that's why they should.
I
have
think
the best.
Giant X is the most chance.
But I've picked Giant.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
okay.
Giant X might have the most chance as well. Because if you actually look at how they played the last 2 weeks, it's I don't think the results fully reflect it.
Mm. Also, TMV, your side of the bracket looks fine. Like,
Well, I was gonna say. Well, I think yeah, you're right. I think the foot side of the bracket.
I
looks
mean,
fairly
I
easy.
don't
So
wanna
does the
say this, but
Heretics
you're
side
kinda
though as
welcome.
well.
it kind of looks good for foot. Like,
And
look at it.
Heretics, I would say though. No.
Yeah, they're gonna have to
well,
play
but,
someone
but they're in
eventually.
the complicated side. Like there's a Fnatic.
Oh, they're gonna have
they
to
might-
play a team
Fnatic
that-
might
they're gonna have
turn
to play a
up,
team that just beats
Enterprise and
13-0.
Fireflux out there, mates.
What? So you would flip with Heretics right now?
Not a chance.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
For the
Shut
first
up.
game, maybe for the first game, but
Not a
that'll be
chance.
fine. That'll
The
be
bottom
fine.
stacked in comparison.
I hope that when you fall into the lower bracket, your first game is a team that is destroying.
Holy.
None of these teams are destroying. That's why they're there.
Well, you will see when we get to play-ins. I went for all of the tier 2 teams. I think that should be the fun. Like, they have so much to win. The tier 1 teams have only things to lose, not only on champs. Like, if you come from tier 2 and you don't win, it's like, oh, they were better. But because of how partnership works, they kind of like have to, the tier 1 teams have to prove that they deserve the spot that they
Yeah.
were given by God. So
I'm not working in that week. I'm so annoyed. I'm hoping that the tier 2 teams have all won.
can
so
come
I can...
over.
No,
Free?
No, it's fine. I worked the week after, so I'm hoping that by then tier 2 teams are still in the tournament. so
Well,
I
let
can-
me ask you. Do you
Okay.
think?
I hope
we've
the
all,
foot is
you've
in
picked
lower
you've
bracket
picked
for
all the
them then.
tier 2 teams. What's like the furthest that you think they can realistically go? How many of them are
Enterprise
making
can
playoffs?
get out, but I think realistically, I think the upper quarters is already looking like, oh, there's just some better teams there. And matchup wise, I think that they all match up pretty decently against, let's say all the tier 2 teams won their first game. I would favor probably the tier 1 teams in probably all the matchups after that.
I'd be happy with a 3-1. Because there's 4
one of
teams
them going
making
through.
it. A 3-1, like with one team from tier 2 making it, I'd be happy.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Well, certainly a journey and adventures to be had. Guaranteeing against Fnatic for a tier 2 team. How far we've come. And now we
Yeah,
will
we need to
flip
stop
on
treating
over.
them like their own 4.
Now we will flip
Dude.
over to...
Is Sideshow on today?
Fucked.
No, Sideshow is not
Okay.
on today.
Mate, this guy's never on. He's
No, he's a part-timer
Oh,
now.
I
We
know.
argued about where if Crew was better than MIBR for like 10
Crew
minutes.
might be the worst team in VCT.
And I said that, yeah. Mel can bring it up. I
I
think
mean,
Mel
they
was
might be.
defending
I
with
mean,
me.
they'll get into that, I'm sure. Sliggy, you're staying. We're bringing on Mel, Zix, Shio is hosting, so this might get
Oh,
a
boy.
little bit strange. So strap in, everyone. America's
gotta
wasn't
sleep.
completely dog shit this week, so it should be hopefully enjoyable. Enjoy it, Sliggy.
Thank you.
Enjoy it, everyone else. I don't know if we're
See you
taking a
guys.
break. Are we taking a break? Let's do a break. Little break here. Goodbye. Thank you, Minnie. Thank
See
you,
you, everyone.
Babuka. Thank
See
you,
you guys
Lee.
next week.
Bye.
Bye,
Enjoy it,
bye.
Sliggy.
Thank you. Why are they all the pog face? Apart from Minnie. Maybe I should just host. First time ever. Who's meowing, dude? That's crazy.
Eh,
I thought that was you.
promise it wasn't.
Where's our host?
Well,
Where's
well.
Darius?
Look
Welcome,
what we
welcome.
have here.
What is up?
Hey.
Wait, should I talk again?
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, yeah. You're a little quiet.
Am I actually?
Nah, you better.
Hold up.
We'll get
Yo.
you raised up. Oh, did you just put echo on? Did
I
you
did
turn
put
yourself
echo
up
on.
and just put echo on? You're an idiot, man.
Oh my god. So are we taking a break or are we
No,
tapping in?
Mate, let's just go for it, surely. Let's
All
just
right,
go for it, surely.
Straight to work. Let's go.
What is up, Plat Chat Nation? It's America's, and I'm here, so we need an introduction. If you guys have never seen these 4 faces before, let's go back to the 4 screen so I can just quickly introduce every single person on the desk. Mel, analyst extraordinaire, also won a bunch of trophies, is here to give her opinions. Shout out, Mel. Mel, how you doing?
Good.
Let's go. Sliggy, co-streaming goats. Guys online all the time. What is up? How have you been? How was the week?
Good.
Amazing. Zix, if you haven't seen his tip, go on some shorts, see what's up, see the tips, see what's good. Zix's tips, right? That you're doing good. 100%.
Yeah,
also,
good.
Also the GOAT. I've taken a hiatus for like the last week and a half, but I've been tapping in with the games. The streams will resume. Let's start talking about the first topic of the day, which is
Wait,
let's
Shine.
scroll, James. Yeah,
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I've had a lot of times,
Okay,
a lot of time off. Listen. I was doing bad, but that's the last topic we're going to talk about in this American segment. So we'll get to it,
I'm right there with you.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm. If you were there, you were there. 100
know you
Thieves
know.
though, they got to be feeling a little bit good, right? 100 Thieves versus Ascent. Let's talk about it. Pretty cool win. I'm liking like a lot of what Thieves have on the plate, and they kind of keep evolving as well. Zix, I'll come to you first a little bit. When it came to like just the Ascent match first, the first map, what or Summit, I guess I have the wrong map written down entirely.
Sunset, yeah.
Yeah, what are you thinking about what's going on?
I mean, this one was kind of interesting because, I mean, you can go back to that screen. Like, you can see just how many first engagements there were there. Yeah, it looks like 6-22 on the side of 100 Thieves. That's not ideal. So, I mean, yeah, if anything, it was kind of a showing of, I guess, 100 Thieves' coordination. Because to some degree, if you're down numbers this many rounds, and I went back to go kind of check because I'm like, damn, that's kind of a lot. Like, how many of these are insta-traded? It surprisingly was not like a good majority of them. It was actually like kind of clean ISO kills, and then 100 Thieves just had like pretty solid coordination to like close rounds. So
Mate, I've never seen a game like this.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 6 and
that is this
22, that's
close?
pretty nuts. It was this close with 6 and 22. Yeah. I mean, if actually I have a good link for this because it kind of like shows in the first round, quite literally the first round. I actually linked to a highlight video, but if you go to the very first round where it's pistol, it starts with like Cryo getting picked, and then it just shows like kind of 100 Thieves is clean defensive team fighting. But like I feel like this has been pretty much the trend of the year. It's like if your team has a good level of like defensive team fighting, like when the enemy has to come into you and you choose good timings to fight, then you're just going to be a good team. Here, boom, flash, triple peek. Then you see they double fight left here while Neon slides right. So it's just like you're just constantly being fought every time you're trying to scale. I mean, just these kinds of moments, remember that started with Cryo getting picked. So it's like this level of micro that's so impressive, and only a few teams can actually execute it at a high level, which is why you see post plants are so weird for a lot of teams. They try to like play main, play for spams in 2026. And yeah, I mean, team fighting is the meta. So
They're really,
where they
like,
shine.
even with that clip there, like Asuna, when he sees the guy on the ledge, the fact that he doesn't like tunnel vision on that guy, he just goes for the guy at the back because he knows everyone else could be swinging for the back. Like that kind of stuff is so impressive because he knows he's going to tuck in. He knows what the guy close is going to be doing. They're so good at micro fighting. They're so good at. I feel like Asuna is just insane at the moment, and they're for sure like 100 Thieves are for sure the best team at making sure that they set him up the most. Because people in my chat are going like, oh, who's the better Phoenix at the moment? Like, is it Asuna or is it Martine? And I feel like Martine is obviously more mechanically gifted in my opinion. Asuna is very good, but Martine's just like one of the top I've ever seen. But I think like 100 Thieves just first of all set him up so well in terms of getting micro managing of just like min maxing, with just getting orbs he's planning. You can go hunt. Like they are the best at it. They will never leave an orb free if they know that it's pretty much safe to go get it. Like they're so on top of the snowballing this guy, and his flashes are so good to set everyone up as well. Like he's really got his flashes down, man. They did a pistol on Ascent. I can't remember who they're playing. And I just remember looking at it, I was just like, I was against Sentinels. I can link it. Dude, look at how good this flash is. Like Minnie's talking about dude, he pissed me off at this. He's talking about Jet not being able to dash through chokes like on Ascent. He's saying that the stat level isn't that high, but I would say that like the setup for Jets aren't good enough. look at how good like this flash is to set up cryo, right? So cryo's gonna dash through, and the flash that goes past the cage so that he can get into spawn here is incredible. Look at the timing on this
Yeah,
shit.
that's
Holy
perfect.
fuck. That's crazy, right? And they got a molly over towards spawn, so once he's like done the drive-by as well, he can go and focus over towards site. Like, this team is just so well drilled at the moment. They look like one of the most complete teams, and it's so nice when you get a team like this where you can just focus on the little things. And it's like you're saying, like the team fights and all the micro stuff are the ones that are so important at the moment. It doesn't have to be crazy calls. You're not trying to do everything perfect around the minimap. Just making sure that your team fights and just being able to burst and just fight together and just having good util is like the key at the moment. It's so nice. I love watching 100 Thieves at the moment. It's like, it's great. You just sit back and you just watch it and you can just praise teams. And like normally I'm like trying to be the rock. I'm like, holy fuck, what kind of positive can I take from this round? Whereas them, it's like, there's so much. It's sick.
I feel like I always praise the coaching for this team. I think that all these things we're talking about are so consistent across so many different maps. Like, some teams will get something, but it's only isolated to that map for some reason. But when you guys are talking about their floods, it's so good. Like, when I'm watching them versus crew, for example, what you brought up, Zix, reminded me of when they have this very set protocol where every time they flood in on split B site, they always throw that wall up and they always isolate the backside guy before they do anything else. Like, the moment the execute comes in, it's very clear what they're doing. And I think whenever we get a listen in on their comms too, it's so good, bro. It's so good. They just sound really drilled. They sound really confident. They sound like they trust the fuck out of each other too. And I feel like sometimes you get a comms listening on some teams and it's like the tone sometimes comes off like people aren't even like trusting the call or trusting the comm, or like they're like feeling like kind of desperate to make up for something in a round. But 100 Thieves sounds like very firm. They know exactly what they're doing. It seems like this is literally something they're doing in practice over and over. It's really nice to watch.
They had, speaking of the coaches, they had like a lot of impact against Sentinels, Ascent as well. Like they were kind of getting shut down a little bit, and then they realized that essentially all they had to, because they were trying to split all the time, and they were getting wrecked on like mid and short, and they kind of just did a timeout. And ever since they were like pressuring, like they were gonna split, but then just started heavy execing from the mains. They're so good at the coaches at the moment. I mean, they're just proven. Aren't they? They're just proven, and at the same time, they're just having good impact with everything we see on the server and timeouts as well.
Yeah, you can combine that a little bit with some of the missing things from Sentinels as well. I feel like guys are talking about Ascent. There were times I feel like in the earlier rounds of their attack where Jonah just was not using any of his util. Like there was a Neon sliding on A where there were no shocks taken down. They tried to take like a little bit of a B take. Jonah's still up by the time some of the duelists are trying to go in. And then like the op from Timo starts to get online, and then you see like him playing for the op, but then it's missing like, you know, the next layer for like just Asana's gameplay on defense. In general, when it came to Sen in this matchup and them for the week, we'll talk about them as well in a bit versus G2. They had like a double banger. Where do you think, I'll go to Zix again, where do you think the missing pieces were for Sen? Was it just like kind of basically playing with no initiator? Because that's kind of what I saw in at least map 2, but what was Sen's problem in this one?
For me, it was a bit composure. I mean, the Sova util is definitely a point for sure. I think like a lot of the composure moments, like if you look through a lot of their micro, it was a lot of like random timings, I guess, through smokes, or like there's like this thing that I always see from especially rookies, and this is obviously a bit of a developmental team. It's like players like to flow into the next fight naturally if they've like gotten a kill, as an example. But being able to like after the first kill, just pause, reset, go for a new scenario, rather than flash through, fight again, and like keep this scenario going where it's a bit more predictable. I think that composure was kind of the trend that I saw overall. Because they looked great, especially sometimes against G2, where like they would have these like very clear sight freezes in the middle of an execute where they're holding, waiting for G2, smokes the timeout, then the smokes timeout, then they punish G2, and like, I mean, G2 as a team was definitely like, you know, sitting inside claimed smokes all the time. So for them to show that in some rounds, but not others, I mean, overall, me personally, I kind of came away more positive on Sen. Obviously, there's not great moments, but like Jerwin is kind of the first blood machine right now. It's kind of the way that I see it. This guy, I think he has 10 above everyone else in the entire league when it comes to first bloods. So some positives there. And then, I mean, John Cutie is just consistently John Cutie. So
Yeah, I would say there's loads of positives. I didn't realize
Yeah.
they were this good because I always go to bed for the second game, so I was just VOD reviewing this morning. I was watching the weeks. I'm just like, damn, I didn't realize Sentinels were actually this good. They look decent, man. I didn't realize German was like this. I kind of looked at his stats before, and I was been like, well, looks like he's struggling. I'm watching him, and I'm like, damn, I hate people on Waylay. I would probably say I only like maybe 4 players on Waylay, or at least it was 3. And then I watched the demos this morning. I was like, damn, I'm adding him to the Waylay list. Like his Waylay ults are really good. He's going in every single time. He's sticking when he needs to stick, and he's refracting when he needs to refract as well. Like he's not scared to actually just make the space and go in and be the guy that's going to do it. I like a lot of their Stinger Force rounds. I think they're like pretty drilled as well. They're doing that a lot at the moment. I would say not many teams are doing that really in terms of like the forcing of the stingers. I think that's something that can.
It's insane right now. I think
good.
G2 does a lot of it, bro. And in the SRB, the 2-2 game, everyone's just using stingers again. I don't know if it needs another nerf, but I swear I'm seeing it come back all over again. It's so crazy.
People are too good with it. Every single time I'm like, oh, this gun's only good for 1, and then you watch them just like 3 burst someone. I'm like, oh shit. That's not how they get multi-kills with this stuff.
Dude, I think the tech I'm seeing now is people just kind of like crouch. They just crouch and instantly like
crab
destroy
walk?
people. Yes, they just crouch and use it, and it's super OP. I think they found the new tech for it, for the accuracy.
And the new tech, I feel like that's been like a thing since. It always goes back
But
to the
it, like,
crouch break all the
reverted
time.
for a bit.
Yeah.
It's because
100%.
it gets nerfed and everyone's like, oh, it's done. And then you ignore it, and then like someone does it, and then it's like with Euro essentially. You just need that one team to do it, and they're like, oh shit, it's back, and then they just abuse it. But
quick
overall,
question.
dude, I was happy with Sun.
Yeah,
really.
but when it comes on to Thieves, just to wrap this one up, Mel, best team in Americas right now, yes or no?
Damn.
Oh, you're gonna hit me with that one?
I'm gonna hit you with that. We have a lot of
Between
teams to talk about,
them-
so like we have Preds, you can revise your thing, but I'll come to you first, and then I have harder questions for the other two. So you got the easy one right now. What's your?
The easy
That's
one?
the easy one?
Bro,
That's the easy one.
between
That's a
like,
hard
I
one.
mean, the obvious being like Lev and NRG up there. I'm 100 Thieves biased, so I'm gonna give you a biased answer. I think they are. Like they, I mean, Lev, I think the game between them and Lev would be really good. Obviously, them between NRG would be really good. But I think 100 Thieves, bro, they get it. They understand the game right now. Like the game, I feel like everyone has understood the game is so micro right now. And they understand, they play the macro perfectly. They know when to freeze when they need to. When in the midst of all the fast paces, they can freeze and make the other team uncomfortable and make them search for info. They fight together really well. They understand exactly what the advantageous fights are. Like, I think they are currently. I think Lev, them and Lev. I can't even say fully. I think them and Lev are like tied for me.
Okay. Zix, when it comes to their map pool, do they have the strongest map pool in the world right now?
I wanted this one.
You want that
Thieves?
one? Yeah.
No, you can take it if you want.
So you take. I got the hardest one for Zix then. Fuck it, yeah.
Because I was
Oh,
going to
fuck.
say that's my only reason why I feel like Lev, maybe I would put 100 fees above Lev, is because I'm still not 100% sure on their Summit and their Sunset. Whereas like where I watch 100 fees, I'm like, okay, I think it's all there. If they played each other right now and it was a best of 7 that we never get, I feel like 100 Thieves would win because I just feel like they have the better map pool. Until I see Lev look comfier on those 2 maps, I feel like they would have veto advantage. And dude, is 100 Thieves just not got the best breeze right now as well?
No, they do.
It's very, very
They kind of
good.
stomp Sen, and Sen's breeze is historically pretty good. So
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, damn.
Zix,
Yeah.
are they a top 3 team in the world?
Oh wait, that's the easiest one.
that the
Wait, I
easiest
feel
one?
like if
Are
you
they
guys
the
are gonna
best
say
team in
that
the
they're the
world?
best
Are they the
team
best team in the world?
Americas,
Then we
it would be
extrapolate.
easy to say yeah in the top 3, of
Well,
course.
DRG
But I mean,
exists,
I
like-
think that no, if I was being
We're
like
trying to
super real,
sneak that.
it's
Allow
really hard to rank the teams like.
Very, very quick, like your soul take. Look at your soul. I don't want your mind. I want your soul.
The soul take.
Just a soul.
You mean like if they played right now? If they went to the
Right.
if they went to
Played
champs right now,
like, yeah,
top 3,
top 3.
sure.
Everyone's
yeah,
playing-
yeah. I'll
Yeah?
say sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do
Respect.
think that I mean it is like there man, I try to be so pessimistic with this team specifically because I don't want them to lose the balance, you know?
Yeah. Don't
because,
worry.
like-
The Preds are coming. We'll keep them humble.
like-
we'll keep them humble. I
Like
understand what you mean.
Timo Jet, I mean he's looking
Yeah.
pretty undefeated on this ascent. He's like rewalking everything. He's looking pretty perfect. Like he even said a little bit of like lower confidence in his Neon and the Neon operator. It is true if you look at the stats. He has really insane pop-off moments, but his Neon overall has performed worse. So there's some downsides potentially. But yeah, I mean they're pretty damn good. Yeah, they're really good. They're really, really good.
I'm just loving the layers on the team now. Like there's actually multiple win cons that all operate really well. The fact that Bang is a little bit invisible on the team, I think is one of the best things about them. Like Cryo saving half these rounds as well. Like there's so many things you need to do to stop Thieves from stealing games. But let's move on and talk about the next team, because these guys have their big week coming up next. That's where they play the 2 matches against Fraud9 and Fraud. Let's go to G2 versus KRU. I want to talk about that first. They had their super week. Them against Sentinels we'll talk about too, but specifically Breeze first. You guys were talking about 100 Thieves is Breeze. Where does G2 rank in Breeze in general? I'll leave that open first, and then we'll talk about the match with KRU.
Third. Right?
Third overall, okay. So what in this game was good for G2 on Breeze then, Slicky?
The fact that KRU doesn't understand how to play defense.
Respectfully, truth. Zix?
All right, the question was related to just G2's Breeze.
G2's Breeze, because the biggest thing for me, like I missed some of the last week games, but like the whole idea of the identity for G2 was like, man, their Breeze is a struggle. Like if people are coming in, like, you know, pre-London even and looking at things like these guys have no idea what they're doing on this map. Like this map's always flip-flop for them. Has the flop stopped flipping is my question. Like here, deep into stage 2 now, have they at least solved Breeze for themselves?
I mean, I like the direction they're taking for sure.
Yeah.
And you can tell they have like a crazy amount of like intentionality with like Baby Bay on his like angle choice. I actually really like it. I was thinking about it. I wonder if it's Baby Bay or like one of the coaches or something, but like if you really think about Baby Bay's util on Vice, Baby Bay's decisions where he positions himself on Chamber, it's so small detail oriented and so intentional that it's like, it's impressive to me.
Yeah.
I think the one big red flag that I had that I would give a red card to is they won the defense pistol on Breeze and they didn't buy an operator on the 4th round. Like they didn't budget for it, which I was like, okay, you're playing Chamber and you're not budgeting for an operator, which seems unreal, by the way. Like that's kind of crazy. And as a result, they kind of got snowballed on for some of their defensive rounds. I think it was in the Sen matchup, if I remember correctly. But it's like, that one was a bit puzzling to me. But outside of that, I think a lot of deep lines for them, a lot of trying to win the macro game proactively. It's like good signs for sure. But yeah, I think probably like 3rd is fair, as you said. Yeah.
Mel, do you have like experience with like lost like animals and like helping them in general? Like, do you adopt by any means?
I do. I have
You do? Because
two.
KRU is looking for a home, especially them in post plant.
Ooh.
Dear God, like
I'm okay.
I've never seen it. You're
We're
okay?
full.
Oh
We're
my
full.
God.
We're all booked.
Wait,
yeah.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
tough.
Yeah,
have
you
2
lost
of what?
me.
You got to give me the pet update.
Oh, Eamon and Ori, they're 2 cats. We have one
Nice,
perfect
dude.
angel and one demon child that is eating everything in his super chungus. You might see him in here very
That's
soon,
awesome.
actually.
Yeah.
Nice.
I talked to Roy. I might be cat sitting for you, by the way. You don't even know this, but that's the
no,
whole
he
thing.
did mention that. And I was like, yes,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
we
yeah.
need
That's really
someone.
cool.
We do
Yeah, yeah.
need someone.
We will
So
be there. I mean, I'm more excited about the cast than I am about KRU right now. I'm not gonna lie. In this
I mean,
matchup,
what is
man,
there to
it's gonna-
say?
I'm gonna bleed into like a little bit of the C9 game as well. But like the thing with KRU is I feel like they have like good individual ideas, but there's 2 teams playing like on their team at the same time. Like a lot of people, at least, you know, on Breeze, on some of these retakes, it might be more C9 than G2, but you have like an idea for like, you know, Shy going for like the back wall or something, and like 2 people going back wall, 2 people going pillar, and then like 1 person successful or something, and then literally you'll see it on the mini map, the 2 extra players start to look around, like, you know, the main character in what's it called, the Metal Gear Solid's disappeared, and like the guards are looking at what to do next, and they're genuinely, yeah, the exclamation mark noise. They're genuinely confused. Like they're so split on their retakes half the time, and then on their attack, they're playing into like G2's pacing. I feel like a lot of the time, but like they explode on side a little bit, slow down with all this util causing chaos. Then G2 get to do whatever they want. Jaw gets to explode, gets like maximum value on Neon. Like on the B side, I think there was one where like he jumped up on box and got like a 3K. Like it doesn't make sense for the opponents they're facing. They're pacing, in my opinion. But
I'm down.
Yeah.
Can we move into that game? Because I'm so down to talk about it, dude. I have 2 clips from the C9 KRU thing. We gotta keep on the KRU train.
Is it the anti-eco one?
Bruh, what
Yeah.
the fuck is going on
no.
here? So I got
my
2
God.
clips, and I'm just like, mate, I can't believe this one. So they just won pistol. The timestamp, or it would be
Can give you the
it would be
dazzler
It's the same
second-
one that I just linked. It's the same one that I just linked.
Give you that
Oh, really?
one.
Yeah.
It'll be the second round. So you had this clip as well?
Yeah.
Dude, so it's like they just one pistol, they're on defense, and then they one way. So they do their own one way with a harbor over towards main. And you're like, oh, okay, they're just gonna heavy hold over towards main. And then Dante just goes no util, by the way. Look at with the gun, just goes sliding through.
He hits a massive whiff on his stun.
He does stun.
Yeah,
you
know, it's a
whiffed
stun.
it.
Okay. I can actually explain. I can actually explain, but I will say, wow, this is a bad strat. Okay, so here, okay, pause. What is the purpose of throwing the stun and doing the one way? If you think about it, because you're just preventing your own follow up.
Yeah, you're gonna.
It has no purpose.
It's
like
senseless.
the idea to like stun all of a lobby, slide out of the angle across to like that little corner where you're safe to the deep angles. That's like okay. On an eco round, that's pretty suspicious. But I will say that like it at least has some merit, just the neon play. But then you just try to think like, why would they add the one way? And also, why is he walking here when he should, in theory, based on the strat, be running up to throw a flash? If they're gonna like fight deep anyway.
On the team. One of them is the ranked team that like, oh, let's one way, and then your ranked teammate is just going in like,
literally.
wait, we're not fighting a main, guys.
I said I think they're doing a comms drill where they literally are not talking to each other and they're just trying to improve their like intuition and instinct in game. It's like they're just they're trying to like guess how everyone is gonna play in the round and they're just gonna figure it out because it just looks so disjointed and. On an anti-eco is crazy, by the way.
On an anti-eco is highly criminal. It really is. I also, I don't know if I'm taking your host stuff and you had this planned as well, but I know there's a lot of controversy at the moment with like a Dasna thing, and maybe there weren't some comms in ranked. But after seeing one of these clips, like I've seen Dasna run up over towards B and he gives him the spike. I don't agree with that stuff, but in terms of like the no comms, mate, you got to start coming in ranked because it's leaking into your pro games. Because I've linked a clip here and there is no comms on this, and I just do not get it. At first, I just thought that Oxy broke the trip. He gets a kill, then runs behind them, and then they Phoenix all as well. So look on the minimap, you'll see Oxy. Is this the right one? Yeah, he killed someone, he breaks the trip, and then no one looks behind.
Oh my God,
they Phoenix all out in the open as well. Like, hello? Is there any comms here? Like, that's crazy right here. It's beyond me. This one's absolutely beyond me.
So strange. It really looks so strange.
I can't even understand. It's not even a trip and like maybe the Cypher forgot. It's a legit kill on a neon. Yeah. And then you go, okay, I'll Phoenix ult. Like in the open where he's gonna see you from every single angle. 3 angles he could take, 3 different pathings, he's gonna see you at all of them.
It's 2 teams, man. It genuinely feels like 2 teams. And
it's crazy.
Yeah. If we can also reverse back to the G2 game quickly, if we can go all the way back to that topic. There was a round, I'm not sure if you guys know the exact timestamp, but they choose the Viper ult for Mount while the spike's planted for Mount and the spike's not in the pit. They also do that like crew on attack on Lotus. They do that without clearing CT first, and they've never ran the strat before. So G2 is just they're spamming the spike. The first guy dies, second guy gets the spike down. Pit is not for the spike. G2 have the easiest time retaking the pit, and then they just end up winning the round. There's such like again double segmented things where it just doesn't make sense at all. Where like half the team is on, the other half of the team is completely off. That's the crew side of things. I want to talk about G2 Sen as well because I feel like it was a very entertaining game, along with just a fun showing again from Sen's potential stuff, G2 stuff. Starting off, just the one thing that's on my mind: the Lotus pistol with Trent, 1v3, and everybody peeks into him, bro. Like, yeah, I mean, Casper's asking the same thing. That was ridiculous, and I think it kind of boomed them a little bit too, moving onwards from that game into the next one too. It was an issue for Sen, but there were many moments like that where like they just had to do a bit too much, a bit more overheaty. It's this matchup I feel like where G2 just always come out on top. But that Sen game specifically, what did you guys think about that, Mel? Like entertaining 100%. I think both teams were kind of firing on all cylinders. Jerwin again, I think was really good on Breeze, doing consistent things. Like this guy is the truth. This moment though is just bonkers. Like especially from these 3 players, you don't usually.
I
see
mean,
this type
to
of
be
stuff.
fair, they did triple swing.
No, they did triple swing.
Anyone
Yeah.
triple shoot?
No,
no.
they did not. That's okay. You know, they did the right thing there. That technically, they got the best
anyone-
odds. But
Did
they
anyone
didn't shoot.
triple shoot? Is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just
but-
whiffed.
Yeah, what can you really
On
even
some
do
like
about
very
that?
very technical stuff, I see this scenario come up so often. Technically speaking, the B main player should swing first,
Yeah.
with the other two swinging off of his contact. Like that would have been perfect,
C-
but
'cause
like
then
I
you
would
know he's
never
committed.
blame them for just calling a 3-2-1 and just triple swinging and hoping that he's like already out on the angle, because it did make it kind of hard for the B main player. But I mean, still, yeah, it's just insane. Trent's that guy.
Yeah. Honestly, the breeze, I think G2 does have a good breeze. Maybe I'm just very 100 Thieves like pilled with their comp, but I'm not completely sold on the Astra value versus Harbor value in that slot of like the like primary controller. I feel like Harbor just gets way too much value on that map. Like there's so many different cool waves you could do, so many like diffuse situations that we see single-handedly won because it's a Harbor. There's so much post-plant retake pressure when you have the Harbor alive. And I think when I was watching this game, I was really looking for the Harbor versus Astra like kind of head-to-head, and I wasn't completely sold. Irrespective of Valent's individual performance, just from a util perspective, I wasn't like
He had like impact at the beginning, right? He was like sitting in smokes a lot, and they were walking in, and then it just kind of faded off. So yeah, I do agree with that as well. Like I watch the Harbor at the moment, especially like Sen and 100 Thieves. Just like, man, they really got the Harbor down. Like it looks just too good. The fact that you can just play a weak site and just play to leave a site is just, it's so nice on this map because it's such a big rotate. But I don't know. I guess they're leaning for comfort because they tried the Harbor thing. That's the problem with them, right? 'Cause they tried the Harbor thing, just all in, and now they're like, oh well, that didn't work.
That's why I'm surprised, because it seemed to me, I can't remember if it was whose interview it was. Maybe it might have been an Anders video. I don't even remember, but I felt like they were ahead of the meta with the Harbor stuff, and then they completely came back. So I'm surprised that now on a map where Harbor is good, they aren't running a Harbor that they were full running and had full faith in it earlier this year. It's just odd to me. Maybe they're trying to make up for the lack of util in their comp because they're running both Chamber and Viper with like the Astra suck and stun. But I don't know, the Harbor, I feel like Astra smokes are so unthreatening. Harbor waves, you can't go through some of those. They're really, really difficult. You just can't disrespect it.
You would say that G2 is probably the most exploratory team in the world when it comes to how many different agents and roles these guys have played throughout this year. They started with G2 Leaf on Breach, as a reminder. Then they had the Harbor stuff that they tried on like every map, even Vice on Breeze. So, I mean, you'd have to imagine that just they tried it in Prac, ended up deciding we're just going to full index into comfort. I mean, it's kind of looked good on them, but I do agree. I think that Harbor's way too good on the map. Because even if you need like one orb, right, you're not forced to go for the A orb. You can actually just do Falling Cove on B, go for the B orb instead. It's a lot harder to read. It's more of a 50-50. Whereas if you don't have Harbor, you don't really have that option. You just kind of have to force him in.
The pops are so much more pressured too. I was watching Qualanoob's interview, heartbreaking, by the way. Holy shit, poor guy. And he was talking about how often he was getting spammed, and there is so many people getting spammed. I have seen so many spam kills this past 2 weeks, and I feel like having the Harbor Cove just to pop that and just pop from it saves you at least a couple more instances of getting spammed. You can survive at least 3 more seconds.
Do you think the increase of spams is because of Lev? Because I feel like they're the
The
best.
Phantom Lev tech, yeah.
Because they're just doing it so much. Like everyone's buying a Phantom, and as soon as they see smokes, or even if someone puts up a Phoenix wall, they just spam through, and they're just so good at getting kills. I feel it's like that's just, it's just Lev's impact is spreading through because people are like, well, we can just do this back to them. So,
A lot of the
Everyone
maps,
has such a...
a lot of the maps in the current poll too are just so
good
good for
friend.
spams.
Yes.
Seeing this many Phantoms on Breeze, by the way, is like kind of unheard of, but kind of makes sense.
It makes sense for A, especially with like pushing through the choke.
Even B, if you're playing retake, you just have a guy half
far
wall
back.
spamming that like that slant line that goes into B main. So nice.
Yeah, like
Everyone's just so good with building a mental model of exactly where people are going to be in executes. Everyone knows what to expect. Everyone knows this Neon's going to go here, this Phoenix is going to go here on this exact timing they need to catch because of their util. And everyone has built such a good like visual for it. Like I feel like if you're a team and you're not spamming, you're already behind. Like you're already behind.
In general,
you need to
or
catch
like
up.
on Breeze?
In general.
Okay, then my question is, how the fuck is Leaf finding these timings in Split? How the hell is this guy behind
know,
mans all the time? And also,
that's a good
if that's
question.
the case, how the fuck, let's talk about agents, Viper, how is she an opper now? Because on Lotus, dude, these guys are like, John's attack opping with Viper, finding like value, like it's baseball, and he's getting like, you know, the most underhanded throws thrown to him, where he's just knocking them out on C overpeaks from G2. Like, and then Leaf's opping back as well when Babyface on the roster, but he's playing Vise. So like, talk to me about Viper, Mel. Why is this possible, if everybody understands?
Well, okay, first off, I feel like they've done the opposite of a gentleman's agreement. They've done like a Chapman agreement to fucking op on both sides for Viper. I think, dude, the attack op is just so OP. Like, it's so busted. A lot of teams, obviously, like you see it with G2 playing Chamber, but on maps where you do need a Viper, like that Viper is just a must pick for me on Lotus. Like, you could single-handedly pressure an entire line of the map. Like, you need a character like that. And if you aren't doing what SRB is doing, which is like, have your Chamber player and your Viper player doing double lurk setups at A, then you just need someone to attack op. I think you could definitely tell they aren't as in tune with like the win conditions of it and securing rounds with it, as opposed to teams that like G2, because there are some rounds where I saw John get 2 insane picks at A. Like, I can't remember the round, but it was like a Razel. He kills a Razel, then he gets a kill through the smoke. But instead of being like, all right, let me just keep walking up my op, and then we can like, if we want to go anywhere else in the map, we got a util flush because we haven't seen G2's op. He walks right into the op of G2 on the other side of the map. So there's still like details like that are missing compared to teams that know how to really get value out of the op. But it's really good. I think you'll see this more often for sure.
Yeah, it's like, it's very good to do against teams that don't run Cypher as well. Like, a lot of teams will put like early Cypher cam over towards like C, and then basically in a team at the moment, if you're on C, you're kind of told to like get info over towards C, and obviously you don't want to go over towards mound because you're super committed, so you end up just like jump peeking, and the amount of times you can just get picked from this as well, it's just a nightmare to be like, oh, you need to now go get info over towards C because they've taken rubble and maybe they're going back, and maybe we use like, it's a little bit different with G2 because they got a Sky, so they can dog down. But when you have a fade, a lot of times you don't know, you can never clear back a rubble, so they're like, well, get info C, mate, and you're like, well, what am I meant to do? Just jiggle out into an op? So like, the attack op at the moment is hard when like there's not as much info around the map. It's good to bring out early as well. I like the teams are doing it, and it's not like we have to have these agents to do it. I like I like just being chill with it.
Yep. Yeah. My follow up then is like, okay, we understand that for Lotus. Split, man, what went wrong for Sen is my question. Because again, I remember one of my favorite games I've ever watched is G2 versus Sen in stage 2 last year, where like Valen looked like he had wall hacks. I think I've mentioned this like 3 times on this podcast already, where like Sen were running like a breach defensively, trying to throw ults to predict where G2's going, and Val would stop them like right on the breach line as it was coming in with no tell whatsoever. Like, he just knew. So, dodging fault lines, dodging half the util from Sentinels, and diffing these guys with a hard soul read on Split. It kind of feels like it happened again, but this time it was Leaf having like some of the best like lurk entries, timings on like, I think it was it Jerwin's op, or maybe it was Redux or somebody on the lurk on A, like just solving that over and over again. What the hell happened for Sen specifically though? Because we've been singing about G2's laurels, but where did they go wrong again on this map? Because it's a completely different team, completely different comp from their historic Split take.
I have a take, but I'm not sure it's right. Like, I think I didn't look into this one in too much depth, but like, some of the stuff that I'm seeing that teams have in terms of reads on them is like quite a lot. Like, I looked at that 100 Thieves Ascent game, and every single time they like didn't use sudden util over towards B, they would just heavy stack over towards A, like to an insane amount. Like, you don't want to play retake over towards B on Ascent. So I feel like they maybe are a little readable with some of their setups at the moment. That would be like my guess for it, and they just kind of downloaded a lot of what they do. I feel like they're a team that goes like this into, and some of them maybe don't have like that extra step of like this into something else, or when this happens we have to do this and we don't mix it up enough. So I think they kind of looked into the reactions. That would be like my main thing. But I only noticed that in the 100 Thieves game, but I didn't look as close in the Sun game, like G2. So
yeah, I'm like trying to remember. There's so many games, but if I remember correctly, that was like one of the games they were doing like just a crazy amount of inserts, like putting Baby Bay on like the A line, so it just feels so oppressive. I think a large part of it, if I had to guess, like looking back on it, would be when you're getting inserted on by a T-side op, especially on Split, where it's like, funny enough, they do have ciphers, so they have some level of passive info. When you're getting inserted on, like, it makes it so wherever your cipher isn't, basically, it has to jiggle for info, but they can't anymore because they're worried about getting opt. And then it just puts this crazy precedent of like, well, if I jiggle for info, then I might get opt. So I want to off angle. And you're also like just going to play with less info in general. Plus, I mean, just the way that G2 moves around the map, they do have a very good read as to what Sen is doing. And I think Sen was giving a lot of audio cues on the rotates, if I remember correctly. That was even on Breeze as well. So maybe some more intentionality there, because G2's method of play is like, let's get a guy as deep as possible, sit him there, he'll hear a rotate, take timing off of that rotate, like kind of simple as. And Leaf is like kind of the S tier guy at doing that. So kind of makes sense. Makes sense he would farm.
Cool. That was just an actual question I just wanted to know, because I also was skimming that game a little bit. But let's tap into C9 a bit more. We talked about crew. I want to talk about the guys that finally got a win. What is up with the Zelsis way? Listen, in this game, crew again, we already harped on it, looked a little bit lost, but the strength from C9 side, I think the opening at least, Jack was looking so good at some of those early picks, and just as a, again, not even finding his pick, but always getting the end one after the fact as well. Is this like, should C9 be confident, or is this the excuse again of like, this is against crew? Like, have they solved a little bit of something, or were they just facing, you know, a wet cardboard box?
Damn, are we putting crew at the absolute bottom of bro?
Oh, bro, we have to.
We are putting them down there with like
to.
You kind of have to.
Yeah, I mean,
I would say at this point, after watching Envy's sunset, it's almost disrespectful to put him on the same place as Envy, because crew are looking shit, man.
Yeah.
Crew are looking shit, really bad.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
I'm choosing to believe in the Veer way.
Wait, what about
That's
the
my
G2
goat.
crew game though? What about the G2 crew game? Was there any hope for crew in the G2 crew game?
No,
we kinda skimmed over it, huh?
they play macro defense wrong. They play
I had it listed
play a
as the
neon
air
rotate.
conditioning game.
Yeah, I was just trying to play devil's advocate.
No, there's nothing. There's
I
nothing
didn't really
there.
believe it.
TNT.
I didn't
Yeah.
really
Nothing
believe
there.
it myself.
Going back to your original question at C9, I got a little bit of hope for them. I would say there's a lot more intention in terms of what they're doing, and they're not overcomplicating it. When I watched their first Breeze, I think it was the week before, they were doing like, oh, let's default, and then you guys are not ready to default. Your spacing's not good. People aren't watching this. Just fucking hit a site, and then just show me some good like after plants and stuff like that. They just kept it super simple, and it looked so much better. Oxy's frying because it's just so simple.
Yeah.
We're not getting picked off, and even when we are kind of like doing defaults, at least we're like inserting very early, and we're not just like, oh, let's walk here. We're like making sound into here, and then we hold for a reaction. So you can't like get caught off in the middle with doing some weird stuff, and everyone's like, oh, can you do this for me? Can you do this for me? No, mate, we're hitting this site. You know your util that you're throwing. It's just straight to the point. And I think that's kind of where they should lean on, because I don't think Zelsis, first of all, is like a new IGL. I'm not sure he's ready for that. And a lot of these new kids are not ready for that. The chemistry, the synergy is not going to be there. They've got too much other shit that they've got to focus on. So I like that they're just way more direct with their calling. It works out, especially on Breeze, man. Just fucking spam a site. That's what the map is.
Yes.
Just
If
spam their
I
sites.
can give some like maybe some insight. Like Veer was my assistant coach last year on SRG, so W Veer. I'm gonna be a little bit biased, but I think what you're saying really hits on I think what his shrinks are. Again, they could be doing it completely different over at Cloud9. I'm not actually on the team, but what he really helped us with were a lot of like set things like protocols, things you can go over in like a Valo plan, things you can go over and correct in like a VOD review. And like the simple things are rewarded so much in this meta. I prefer a lot when Cloud9 keeps it simple, because I noticed, I don't think it was this match. It was their match versus, actually I think it was this match. Maybe it was on their split versus crew. I did highlight a couple rounds where I felt like they overcooked the mid-rounding to burnt crisp. Like it was like, you don't need to do this. This is some old meta shit, bro. Like Jordan, just call the hit. Like the differences between like a Lev macro and a C9 macro is C9 will be doing some like holds, fakes, another hold into going somewhere else where you don't have map control. And then Lev is like, if they get a kill B main, bro, they're fucking going. Like they're not going to think about it twice.
Yeah, that was the main point I had, where like C9 would literally have a man advantage to the point where they've revived like two players from a different team. It's like a 7v1, and like the guy has a classic, and Zelsis is still calling like a fake. Like, you know, it's just hit the site, brother. It's okay. But if they started to do that as well, which is why Split started to look very dominant. So fixing that inside the game, getting even more simpler and making the call, pretty strong from C9, which makes me kind of answer my own question. Yes, you got to hit a wet cardboard box, but you also had like punches of your own. I feel like that started to level up a bit. So I think, what's their final test on this one? Where does C9 stand in the grand scheme of things? Oh, they're 1-3.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I was going to make a point about how beautiful Veer's Valor plants are, because his Valor plants genuinely were the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And I went back into my old team's playbook, and I go to GCC Bind playbook, right, from 2025, and it's just, he's completely cleared every single fucking slide, and it just says
all the
no.
C9. Oh, okay.
That's good.
Wait, that's
Please
it.
show this.
I thought you were going to say all of the
It
C9
just says
strats. I was like,
no.
hold on.
No, from SR, sorry.
Oh,
It just says fucking no. My bad. His Valor plants are really pretty, but I don't have access to them, unfortunately.
That's good.
That's wild.
Yeah, I mean,
Anyway.
I think as a team before, they played too tight. So seeing them play a lot more loose, like the individuals, it looks at least a bit more normal. Because man, did they look really bad at the beginning? And now I think that this is the kind of like confidence win that obviously, you know, win against anybody, they'll gain a bit of confidence that will like enable a little bit more of validation of like, okay, playing for the good fight, even if I'm alone, is still a good decision. Like having that be rewarded, I think is very important. You saw Fireball Ops like taking solo contact timings, killing the jiggle player on split multiple times. You saw Jack taking his own individual fight, even though maybe, you know, initiators are not supposed to do so. I mean, like X-Ross, obviously, at Santiago was like kind of the king, off-angling, you know, getting his advantages. So like seeing more individual play, even from the roles that aren't supposed to, in theory, is like a good sign. But their post plants are like really not it. They can level it up though. Then I'll like be actually like a believer that maybe they could make a run go like into play-ins playoffs. But I
Good
will
question,
say,
man.
like for example, Summit also game plan wise, they're playing like retake every round.
Yeah.
I was like, man, like
Yeah. My follow up to that would be: have they leveled up enough from that loud loss then, or do they have like a long ways to go for play-ins?
it's a level up, but they still have a long way to go, in my opinion. Like the calling points are very valid. It's also in my notes. Also little details like not having the what is it called? Like within the micro and even in the macro game, just being able to pump fake a hit before you do it so you don't get refought and die, or like even do that with controls. This is like all part of the current meta. So like if C9 played against Lev, they're going to take control, die to the refight every time. But like when they slowly add these layers, if they can kind of speedrun add these layers, maybe it can happen, but they still have, you know, a bunch of steps to go. But I mean, at least they look better. That's kind of like where I would put C9. It's like improvements, but they got a lot of room to grow, at least within like the meta. In terms of like team fighting, post plans. Yeah.
I believe them because these guys are like the lower bracket like qualifier organization, right? Like they just like having struggle inside playoffs and play-ins, getting all the way to the top, at least when they're the most successful. And I'm bringing up like league runs in the past, so this should be it should be fun to see if it happens in Valorant as well. Let's move on and talk about NRG Lev. We'll skip over the LoL game a little bit because listen, they fixed a lot of the stuff for the crew one, and we touched on it a little bit. But this was like crazy back and forth. I feel like the first map as well, like. Lev maybe just should have won with the style that they were playing with too. We start with you, Mel. Thoughts initially on NRG, like skirting this one with the win. Are they in a better spot? Are they like top 2 Titans again? Does this put them above Leviathan? I guess is my main question, or is it still kind of like they just won the bout, but overall as a team, there's a bit more work to do?
Is it weird to say I think they just won the bout? I think Lev still has the what's it called? Sorry, like the title. I think they definitely still have that like prestige. I think they're just, when we were talking about win cons earlier, I was thinking about Lev because I was sitting there on stream like, damn, what the fuck do you do? If you don't go into Neon, you go into Sato. If you don't go into Sato, you're getting slid, peeked by Spike, who's still dropping 30s on Neon. And then if not that, you go into King. And then Blows is such an underrated part of this roster. I think they're still definitely a threat, like for sure. But I actually really like what NRG's showing here. I think their Summit, their comp, I was skeptical at first, but now that I've seen it a couple times, I really fuck with the KO. And I see the vision behind the Brimstone and the Cypher. I think they've got something cooking that's unique to them here, not necessarily meta, but I like the thought behind their defense. I really enjoy like the structure they have set out.
Yeah, I can get on board with that as well. Like the Sunset sucks, but obviously they kind of just realized they had to get rid of Split. Dude, why am I just a blur all the time? Sometimes I just turn into a pixel,
It's
man.
the Cruise fan tears in their eyes watching the stream.
But yeah, I agree with the Summit stuff. I think their Summit looks very good. They have like their own way of doing it. I think they have a better understanding than most of the teams, especially on attack in terms of solo smokes. I think the Brim's good. I think they just spam sites more as well. There's so many to set XX. They're kind of just using like I didn't watch that, and they played another Summit. I don't know who it was against. I didn't watch that one. It was the second game, but at least on this one, like they just started with like a traditional double duelist like split game plan, where it's just like, let's just spam the sides, and until they prove that they can hold the sides, then we can start doing like the weird D40 mid stuff. But it's so good to do that with this comp, because the Brim smokes are incredible, and at the same time the molly just means that they can't fast flood, and essentially unless you're starting on the sides on this one, the map's so big, the maze on defense, that you have to go for it. And the retakes are good here. I'm watching these teams and they fully like understand the B retake, so they fight A heavy and sometimes leave B retake. They always like make sure they get drop fast, and they like drone into drop. They're like knife close, drone into drop. Like they've got it down. They look a lot more drilled than maybe the EMEA and the Pacific teams, to be honest, because that's where I'm at. I watched some of the Americas and I'm like, oh, I think like they have a better understanding of this map, like outside of PRX. So I think they have they choose a lot of corrode theory. And then, dude, I think they can get the Odin out a little bit more on this one as well. I think it's great over towards A. But again,
Do
I
not
like
let
their...
Brock hear that. Oh, God.
Dude, it's so good on this map over towards
Armada,
A. It's
I guess.
criminal. Yeah, dude, they started double. Dude, I was mad at doing it on Haven. They started doubling. I was like, what the hell is going on here? The double Odin. Yeah, this in terms of NRG, their Sunset is like my only worry. That's where they need to get. But that's historically been a really bad map for them. The only time they've ever won it was against Fnatic.
At champs when they needed to.
When they're champs, yeah, the biggest time ever. That was so funny. That final was like probably the two worst Sunset teams I'd seen all year battling for a champs trophy, playing Sunset. I was like, this is gonna be a shit show, man. Fnatic just 5-person defaulting over towards middle. Yeah, I think that's like a big map for them to kind of get better at. In terms of their Sunset, I think they need to maybe look into like the Lev trap plays. Lev is so good at doing the like fighting with the Phoenix and the Neon stuff. They can kind of do that with the KO. To be honest, with like the Omen flash a little deeper, they can adopt a little bit of that stuff. I also hope Lev doesn't think their Sunset's good because they beat NRG as well. That's like something that I'm worried about. Lock in. They're still gonna lock in, and I promise there's like a couple of flaws that aren't that good. But yeah, NRG look good, man. But yeah, they still got some work. This is like a big win. I kind of agree with Mel. I think if they matched up multiple times, I would still have Lev maybe winning. If they played it 10 times, maybe it's like 6-4 kind of vibes.
It felt like NRG had the game plan idea to, like, they know they're playing Neon against no Cypher, so they had like free reign to just run set strat, rush, have really well practiced executes. Because at the end of the day, when you're playing Chamber Astra, it's like such a pick-oriented comp. Like when it comes to like the actual combat util or like threatening defensive util, like you're not running through trips. You don't have to worry about it, and they didn't have to worry about it on any map. I felt like game plan-wise, NRG just kind of they just had a sick game plan. It's like they did a good mix of like contact play, punishing the gaps and the lack of passive util on Summit, alongside just running set strats over and over and over. And sometimes it would kind of, Lev would have like a good timing fight off the audio cues of the rush, but mostly NRG got a lot of value through that. And I think that's kind of why we saw them slam C so many times on Haven.
Yeah,
like
both
because
teams
that was getting
like
kind of
like
comical.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
Like,
it was
what
getting
is
kind of
happening?
comical. Like they actually were rushing C so often, but it was getting them okay value if it wasn't for the fact that a detail I want to point out, because I think that King should be shouted out for this. There's a lot of people in the current meta on Haven C site that start backside. And when you start backside, you don't actually hear the audio of like the site head coming. You can't really distinguish Is it a default? Is it a, is it an
Rush.
actual rush? But because King always starts close to the barrier, he can always hear like the insta rush timing. And because of that, it's always an insta smoke, which is kind of funny because, both sides can kind of play into that a bit. Like Energy low key should be a little bit more ready if they see a fast smoke that a player must be close.
To
Using
punish that.
some inferred knowledge. Yeah. But it's like, I mean, this was probably one of the highest level games that we've
Yeah.
had, if we're being honest. Like, insane composure from both teams. I actually have a really good clip from Energy, and like how much they improved their team fighting is unreal. So this is like the example already of one of their C rushes. Obviously, insta smoke before he's even there. King right here started at the barrier, like we said, and they've given sight, used a bunch of util. But Energy doesn't just sit back and AFK. They already have a plan. We're gonna walk into C-Link. We're gonna throw a wall, throw a flash, and look to punish deep with Soval timing. They're trying to catch them on like the util timing where, people are like blind out, getting ready to set up the hit. So they were a little bit like early on it. But I mean,
Also such
then
a
you
good
see them
post-plant, bro.
pivot back into
Yeah.
garage, find this timing on King. Also, by the way, I got to bring up the high level of this game as well. It's like Lev knows that they want to use the Sovault as well. So Lev goes for a flank retake instead. Instead of just like doing a standard round, they also have a protocol to deal with the Sovault. It's just such a high level game. Like across the board, it was, I don't know, it was way too good. To shout out something about Lev that I think they do better than other teams, to make it very clear, the synergy between Spike and Sato, when you compare Neon Phoenix on any other roster, even like 100 Thieves, who we all would say 100 Thieves is like one of the best in the world currently. The synergy between Spike and Sato is what's impressive. They always do this thing. It happens every single time. Next time you see Spike and Sato play, just look out for it. The Neon starts making noise. The player's crosshair gets baited. So the player looks there, and as the slide peek is happening, a flash is going behind the slide peek. So it's like you're forced to look at the smoke, or you're forced to look at the angle, because there's a Neon running at you. But when you look at the angle, you get flashed. It's like, oh, fuck, man. And they do it so well, and they do it all the time. Any team fight that they do, it looks the exact same. It's just perfect, man. Lev's so good. I kind of agree. I think Energy's game planning was the difference maker here. And they also improved a lot in that, like that point about proactive post plants. We had to listen in on Summit. And Summit was also like their Summit team fight where they said like, oh, I'm going to Sovault next wave, take the fight. And then Scuba, as the dead comes, says, reset, we can refight later, like this kind of stuff. And they're like going into all these layers of, we're punishing the first wave, we're pausing, we're refighting. It's like, bro, it's just way too good. The level of this game was nuts. It was way too good.
I had that as on one of my clips as well. Like, the flash swing thing that you're talking about with the slide.
Yeah.
Like I had one of the sunset things on here as well, because it's just like, man, they rinse and repeat the same theory just over and over again, and it's for sure like the best of the Phoenix and the Neon look. And there's always an Omen flash for like anyone that's at the back as well. Like it's just so well. Like this is exactly what we talk about. This was a little cooler as well because they dodge the timing of the knife. He flicks right as like he's sliding out, so obviously you go back to focus on him, and the timing of it's just insane. And then obviously Omen flash at the back as well for anyone at the back.
Yeah,
but
It's
they
the
rinse and repeat
anti-audio
this.
tech, bro.
Yeah, it's so
it's
so
intentional audio to like fucking bait you in, like make you look.
It's messed up.
So good.
They're
They have
so
a bunch
good
of it
with
like on Ascent as well. But the coolest thing is that like that's like Zix, you're tapping into like stage 3 of their team fighting, like within that map of Haven, right? Like because at the start, like Lev's floods were working really well with that flash dash, and RG then starts playing like a step back behind it. Like you guys just keep saying it's game planning. I think it was a bit more of an adaptation in the moment, like understanding that that is what Lev is actually doing. But NRG were getting kind of fucked by it. They adjusted. Then Lev adjusted by having more flank angles. Like it was sick as a developing trilogy of like fights where like Lev has an advantage and NRG has an advantage. Then we go to OT and it's like individual stuff needs to, I mean, honestly, banger game back and forth. It had a bit of everything. It was really, really sick. And again, I asked Mel, but I'll ask both of you as well after we talked about it. Does this put NRG a bit ahead of Lev, or does the map pool between both of them, and like in a best of 5, if you're looking at the finals, and you keep saying that Lev would have, the match if they replayed it, is that where you guys both stand?
And
yeah, okay.
I mean, I would say the Lev are a little bit above, just purely because of NRG's Sunset, and then they would lose split no matter what as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay.
it's just map ball. That's
I
it.
like
I think
NRG
that's
when they have
fair.
like
Yeah, I think that's
yeah.
fair.
When their comps kind of run what they can, like, what they're best at, which is stopping, like having a default stoppage of like a lot of the fast entry things. Like you guys are talking about the Summit comp with like Cypher and like Brim being, having the molly, so you can't have Neon dash on her timing and things like that. You have to adapt a bit. They had like Pearl, which is really strong as well, because of the Teo Sova stuff to also interrupt like duelists coming in pretty fast. I feel like Sunset, you could play around with the KO a little bit more, but like getting a bit more bunkery on it and a bit more like Sentinel heavy or like Molly stall heavy, is that an option for NRG?
They could do that. I honestly think they can just play their comp a lot better if they wanted to play their comp a lot better. They can do way more trap plays. Their problem is they're very static over towards B main. They don't get much info over towards B main. If you actually like look at the rounds they win, it's because Mada has deep line over towards A, and then they can heavy stack over towards B. But they need to do something once they lose A control. And once A control is gone, there needs to be that reaction over towards B. So a lot of times they could maybe just put their camera a little deeper and just do that one where they can just check like in reaction, or we can go KO face over towards there. That's basically where I'm at. They just gotta. It's just a reaction thing. I just don't think that they're used to the maps that much. It used to be their permaban, right? When they were going between Bind and Sunset, like Champs time. I'm pretty sure that's right. They used to like bam between those two. So they just haven't got too many reps on it. They just need to get the reactions better.
Okay.
I will say on the NRG/Lev, like who's better than who, I will say, technically speaking, we haven't seen Lev's Lotus in a while, and Lev does have a permaban. So I feel like while we do rate Lev very high, it's like there is some like bad veto scenarios still for them, where it's like they're going to be forced to show their Lotus. How are they going to look when they're not Neon Phoenix? Kind of similarly to Summit. They still looked good, but there was gaps.
But if they come top of their group, they get a little bit of time, right? Like
Yeah.
If they skip the play-ins, you would imagine they would spend their time trying to get that map good.
By the way, when the owner
That's a
said
good point, yeah.
we played one scrim on that comp, I was like, man, energy's fucked. I was like, oh no. I was like, no way. They played one scrim. Energy got double pistol, bonus, the 5th round, the 6th round. That's 8 rounds. And then Lev still like had that many gun rounds. I was like, man, that is scary, man. When a team plays one scrim, they're like, we could probably play that on stage.
Listen, 2 of the best teams in the world, so let's talk about 2 of the biggest what ifs inside Americas right now. MIBR and EG. These guys also fought it up, and EG completely ran out of gas after having their dreams crushed in map 1. Kind of tough. MIBR though.
I can't let that slide. You just said 2 of the biggest what if teams and then said MIBR and EG. Like as if we weren't gonna notice.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with that? You don't agree with them being what if teams?
What's the what if EG?
What if
what?
EG won?
Can you sell it on
what
me?
if EG? What if EG were good? You know, and
That's
what
the
if,
what if. Oh,
That's
yeah.
not the
Can you scroll
biggest
down?
what if
Can
in
you
the
scroll
room, I
down,
fear.
Can you click on
I
Haven?
am a pretty big EG fanboy. I like the potential for the team. I'm a DG's believer. I was a Zerona fucking super subscriber, like coming into tier 2 a little bit. So seeing their first match as well, I was like, holy shit, it's all finally translated. Again, missed out last week, but then coming into this one, I was like, damn. I mean, there is no
they
what
got
if
us. They
anymore.
had us in the first half.
They had us
literally.
in the
They
first
did.
third,
They
and not
did.
going to lie.
Can you click on Haven there? Yeah, let's see the first blood situation here. Yeah, that's not looking very normal. Oh, yeah, you could just go. I've never looked at it this way. I won't lie.
Whoa.
Didn't even know that was an option. Anyway,
Freaking subs.
yeah, like if you look there, it looks like it was plus 10 for EG. So it was a
7
little
per
bit of a
Plus
late round
10.
disaster class on Haven.
Verno
sure.
was doing a madness for
Oh,
sure.
it
to be
was
fair to
this
him.
Yeah.
game.
Dude, it was
oh
like-
my. Okay, EG should have had map 1. I'll be honest.
No,
that
because
was
somebody
not-
promised EG they were going to win no matter what they did, and they just started to like bumper onto sites and like get Odin for the last like 3 rounds. But then past that as well, like I think what ended up happening is that like on the retake, Osboss and Zekken started to split a bit more. So like there were some retakes from MMBR where it's like they had the initial space, like on A defensive retakes, they'd come through CT and like have a Phoenix ult ready to go, and Osboss would be with Zekken. But because Zekken has to flash or set up a molly or something, Osboss is also just kind of waiting there. It's the same classic. We talk about it every week. Will he go in or will he wait for somebody? What does this guy want to do? Zeken starts to do some other shit entirely, and Oswas plays by himself, and lo and behold, he has like the best timings in the world. He actually is able to dash in a bit more, actually able to play the game. And I feel like, I'm not sure if EG let that happen, if it was just like, you know, a momentum thing, but MIBR figured it out, and then EG as a result, like, dies to like stardom in the back half of some of these rounds. Texas getting like 3Ks, I think twice in the game that were kind of illegal.
On Haven, right?
Holy shit.
Sight was a clip straight from Decoy. That was so insane.
But like EG, like in stage 1 also kind of remind me of like, there's so many rounds where they'll have like a good opening and it's like, oh guys, we're gonna win this. I can't wait for my teammate on the right to win. You go to his brain cloud. Oh, we're gonna win this. I can't wait for my teammate on the right to win this round. His brain cloud loops back to the first guy and they're all just like looking at each other to win the round, and then the round's over. You guys have lost. Like, it's happened so many times with this team, man. And it did it in that first week. I was like, oh god, they have a guy who can win the round. It's Zerona. He can just do it by himself. It's crazy. I mean, that's also just the first one. I'll roast them on Ascent for a second because they've torched my boy again, Vito. For
right, you can't keep calling. You can't keep believing in Vito. Surely
that's his boy.
Surely not.
That's what he's
his
talking
boy.
about.
I've subscribed to some pretty bad boys recently.
Dude,
man.
you must have been so pumped when you saw EG playing Vito. That's 2 of your guys right there.
No, because it's Ascent too, and I'm like, oh, this is the map where like Zerona had some crazy risky flash TPs, and it was so sick. But man, playing Vito Yoru on attack, never having like a cross cut, like in, you know, with Vito, it's really sick. Like there's some really very basic ideas where you take B main, leave a cross cut in there, then you can like, you know, you can go into mid, take some space. If it works, if it doesn't work, you have this really good insurance TP. Like you have a character that shouldn't be where
Really
people
good.
are. Dude, I swear to God,
I've got
the
a
cross
character with a really good insurance TP.
Yeah.
You'll
Right
never
here,
believe it.
named Chamber. And
Chamber
he is
is
just
not-
a better version of Vito.
I'm
Simple
telling you
as.
though, you can set shit up with Vito that has more value than Chamber. I'm telling you. I'm genuinely telling you.
Take
And,
a
like,
dual TP by having to turn and look at your TP on a delay.
if you're in cover,
It's like the
fine.
character
If
was
you're in
made
cover-
a long time ago. It's just hard to apply like the.
I know, but here's my issue. Right? Like, I agree with you. I agree with you all with all of that. I see teams picking this agent and not even opting into doing that stuff and losing on it. They
That's
just
true.
pick it.
No, that is
Vito
true.
goes in
No, that's
and
true.
just loses. And that shit pisses me off. I want to see me be wrong. I want a team to pick this shit and actually lose doing it. Till this day. Like maybe stage 1, some Pacific team that was running it. I forget what, maybe Udo was doing like some of the stuff on Abyss. Like way back. But even then he was just taking raw fights. Somebody lose properly on Vito or stop picking the fucking agent. I swear to God, like there's no way 1 ult every 6 rounds is good enough to keep this guy in the roster. Anyways,
Yeah, it's a little question mark. I will say that I'm glad that every time I see it, I'm going to shout it out. So shout out to who actually is Verno, right? Verno playing Odin over towards short on Ascent. Shout out to Odin. Shout out to Verno, dude. Shout out to the Odin itself.
Word.
Shout out to the guy that created Ascent short. It's busted with an Odin. Dude, I need to see it more, man. Teams, look at how much he's farming. Look how much damage he's doing over there.
Yeah, because
people
they're
are paying-
facing like, dude, I can't say certain words, but like, dude, these guys, I'm talking about like just like cheating stuff, not like actual bad words. Just before I get clipped, but like.
Right.
These guys are like, they have Vito Yoru and they're trying to, on a gun round, 5-man push in from A main. They're dying to basically a smoke, even though they have flashes, they can have forward TPs, and they have like 3 MIBR players just like beaming the smoke because, again, we're in a Spanish meta. Like, this just can't be the way, man. This can't be the way on Ascent.
It's just hard, bro. Have you seen like some of the entries they're trying to do? He's like TPing like right side gen, like. It's just rough, man. Like, I don't know.
So
that comp
rough.
is just hard. It's
Yeah.
so hard to play.
It's a hard
like,
comp.
Why?
Yeah, it's like,
No,
what
just
kind of
you get-
voodoo magic
Why?
does Zerona have to do to be able to get onto the bomb site? It's like they would need to almost put smokes on the bomb site so all 3 of them can break through the choke. It's like that's probably one of their best options. I do want to point out something though that I've been like seeing throughout the entire year. It feels like defense pistol is such a crazy snowball problem. It's unreal. If this EG comp got pistol on attack, they're not playing against operator, then it enables their contact play.
I
And
see.
nobody does like the old 100 Thieves 2024 tech of saving 400 creds to guarantee you get an operator no matter
Cryo
what.
buy.
Exactly. So it's like we're in a meta where defense pistol does just kind of snowball out of hand. So like, and there's been a lot of, if you go back and look, there's been so many cases of Ascents going this way. once the defense pistol comes in, because obviously when you win attack pistol, you don't have enough money unless you quite literally get 2 kills on pistols/eco, full save, buy no util, and even then it's still like a glass cannon op with nothing else. So
Okay, so you're asking for equitable patch notes. So like the defense op should cost 5,400, the attack op should cost 4,000.
What?
well, I
Where did
haven't
that
really
come
thought
from?
exactly about the
my guy
change.
went-
Real.
I haven't thought
Oh my
exactly
God,
about the change, but it's like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy because it's like really easy for defense to save for it while, you know, just buying a Marshall. And in the current meta, it's just everybody just buys a Marshall in second round because it's so easy to convert the round against classic no armor when you have Marshall, which is why I kind of like the Stinger buys we saw, G2 Sen. Oh,
Yeah.
there was another thing, since we didn't talk about Loud, but I wanted to shout out Loud and Luke Show and Meteor were 2 chamber players that when they lost the pistol round, they both bought half armor so that they could counter the Marshall meta. I thought that was really cool. And then
Yeah.
those
True.
guys contact around and try to punish with light armor. And it's kind of like the, you know, just the evolution of the little like meta details like that is kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't know. The defense pistol problem is definitely there.
Just
It's brutal.
Win,
It's brutal.
Just win defense pistol.
Simple
Simple
as,
as
yeah.
that. Simple as
Simple
that, bro.
as. Simple as. EG should have just won the attack pistol.
That's
EG
a
had some
good
really
fucking
cool,
call.
That's
like,
some good analysis.
Yeah.
and some of the C retakes, they had some really good like 3-layered like retake protocols in terms of like they always had a dude garage, and with that garage control they'd always send somebody flank. Happened like 2-3 rounds in a row where like 3 lanes were being pushed at the same time, and MIBR were like basically in trouble every post. What ended up happening is they stopped that the flanker from coming in, so they'd always have the garage lurk and the split coming through. But ever since they lost their long player, MIBR were able to just like kind of bunker down a bit harder and have like, you know, a bit more success in some of the retakes, which I think was a problem. I think EG have that same C9 issue where like they'll find something that works or they'll find an advantage, but they won't press hard enough on it. They'll always think about the what ifs and where else the round can go, and then as a result kind of fizzle out, maybe with confidence even, because their players need to be confident in the style they play as well. It's a whole thing.
I can agree with that.
Very cool. Well, that's you know, mini comeback. I said not too much else to talk about past the comp. Envy against Furia. This was crazy, and there was nothing like, you know, super on the line in terms of like team identity this time when it came to like scrounging up to get better to get a win. Pretty banger series between the two, with some mistakes here and there, yes, but some really cool ideas from certain players. I want to quickly shout out on the Haven, like some of the night stuff with Phoenix, like putting that wall up fast so like they don't get access to graffiti as much. Calm's getting like burned alive, like he's getting ready for being the plate ready for dinner. Like they kept doing it again and again on the defensive retake. I was like, damn, somebody get some water. Get some water for this site, because they're burning hot, man. It's wild. It just kept working. And then the coolest thing is, because they have this Astra, like you put that wall up, you can't scale the left side. The wall comes in afterwards, and they're doing it on C as well. They'd wall through logs, set the wood ablaze, and then Astra wall afterwards, so it lasts even longer. Like, dude, that shit was a bit of cinema. I was loving the
Wow.
retake,
I
even though it
mean-
didn't go their way sometimes. But
Your imagination is truly a gift, Shio. Has anyone ever told you that?
Set the logs on fire.
I think Athena sent me to therapy like the last time I was on Plat Chat.
Oh.
What else? No, but thank you. Much appreciated.
Just wanting to give you a shout
Yeah.
out, bro.
100%.
It's nice. It's nice to. Sorry, I'm not going to give you another compliment. It's nice to watch. I saw you waiting for it. It's nice to see Envy. I can actually see like what they spend their time in their pracs doing. Because when I watched that first game and then watching them run around on like Summit and we're like 5 midding, I'm like, oh man, I'm not even sure they're like proper pracking. And then they come out and do this, and I'm watching like good, like the Sunset is probably one of the best like Yoru Sunset macros that we've seen. They probably stole it from T1 for sure, because that's what was like, they were the best at it back in the day as well. When I say back in the day, it was earlier this year, but that's, I just thought it was like nice to see that stuff, because we didn't see anything that like really made sense from them in the games before. So yeah, it's cool to see that they're pracking, and it looks good. Imagine they keep that improvement week after week. I think they can. I'm not saying they can compete with like the bigger teams, but they're at least going to be like the middle of the pack instead of like right at the bottom. It was a good sign for them. I came out of this feeling great for Envy, for sure. Like it was, because I thought they were. I'll be honest, I thought they were like a dead team that just weren't trying.
Okay, but
That was my vibe.
wet cardboard theory, and I'll leave this open as well. Furia on like the second map onwards, like started to just play and look a bit more scared. Like on that Sunset, I think there was like a 1v2 with Demon 1 where there's like a sound sensor on pillar. It's like a post plant on the B site. And like it's a 2v1. They have a Cypher playing behind the smoke or something. And like they're just letting Demon 1 take this 1v2 completely on his own terms. Sound sensor pops. No one has a setup ready to actually swing it in play. Time is becoming a thing. And the person that's playing on Spike stays on Spike. They could have easily walked around and like jumped up, played time or something. But like I felt like FURIA were kind of, you know, cats back against backs. Their backs were against the wall. Their backs were against the wall a little bit, and they were cowering a little bit. You know, that's my.
This is why we can't compliment him.
Yeah.
His brain's gone.
It just
Come on,
short-circuited.
Yeah.
I think it's like for Furia, if you watch the interview, I think it was after this game, it felt like what went right. It's not even matter like what went wrong. It's just it felt like from what I could gather from the interview, it just seemed like they're so out of it. Like it's hard for me to take anything really away from Furia. I'm just like when I was watching this, I was just watching Envy purely and just thinking like, all right, what can I get out of this? Because the Furia side of things is really rough, honestly.
Yeah, it is rough over there. Because I don't know. I feel like I thought the main thing with them making all the changes was them to get the op out on Koala, but then I don't see the op nearly enough for them to do it. So then I'm like, well, why do we make the changes in the first place? And then and then I just don't, I can't. It's not like you can look at this and be like, oh yeah, these changes like make so much sense. They just don't make any sense. And then it feels like they're too adamant because they have to move away from using the neon, otherwise they would have kept Alum. But it's like, guys, it just doesn't. You got to show me when you make big moves like this. Even the first two that they got rid of, that's a big move. You got to show me. You got to show me why on the server why you did this. It doesn't make sense. And then the next one, kicking your best player. Fuck, man. Like, you can't, even if he's, and I don't think he is, and Zix, you probably coach with him, but unless he's like a complete dick, man, even then I'm not kicking him. Like, I'll just go, well, this guy's getting me wins. I'll keep him here.
No,
like,
literally.
I'll just handle it. Even if he's the biggest knob that you've ever met in the wild, you got to keep him, I think, because he's winning you games. So, I'm not saying that he is, again, I'm just saying that I just cannot comprehend this.
No, I
this
understand.
change.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, because I've definitely worked with like, I'll say toxic, but it's not really toxic. It's like extremely passionate people that kind of let their like fire kind of go into the burning territory.
WHR, very good.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I'll say, I mean, Dan is definitely not that. He definitely has opinions, strong opinions, and maybe they just really wanted, I don't know. I have no idea. But I mean, what I will say,
the little thing that was said, like with his like whole goodbye.
That's what I was going to
tweet.
get into.
Yeah.
What's confusing to me is like, just because there's explanations for changes doesn't mean that they make sense. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yes.
That is like kind of where I see these Furia changes. It's like, oh, you know, well, we wanted to make this change for this reason. It's like, oh, I can understand that, but it doesn't make sense. Like, I can see how you got there, but like how? Like, what?
Why?
Like, exactly.
Why?
It's,
Yeah.
when you look at just, I don't know, the current meta, you have double duelist is the meta, and it's been like that pretty much the entire time. You wanted Koala Noob to operate. It's like you need an entry duelist. You need it. It's like there's
As
not
the entering with the op.
exactly. There's some comps, sure, some maps where you can have like a solo duelist opper kind of situation, but it's so weird. I think the Nerve one at least makes a little bit of sense to me because when they first formed the roster, Nerve was supposed to be the IGL. At least from a logical standpoint, if they felt they could find more firepower or, you know, like they felt like somebody was a better fit, or like Basic is obviously insane, by the way. He's obviously insane. So maybe bringing in Basic only, keeping Alum, EU, it would have just changed everything. But like when the decisions were strategic and yet it doesn't feel like it makes any sense at all, you have like probably your best player currently is on Breach, Deadlock in current meta. KO.
Oh, like,
and it's like,
genuinely
whoa.
what?
The breach.
Whoa.
It's
like
a breach.
So like, what is their option now? It's like Koala Noob, solo Yoru. They play Deadlock Cypher on a bunch of maps. I have no idea. Like it looks, it looks
a little doomed.
It's a little tough. The thing too is like I know the stats don't show it for him on the Ascent map, but he was finding so many good gaps to like over peek a bit and punish like some fast retakes coming in from A Heaven. There was never a KO flash to help him when he jumped up from Jenny to Heaven. It happened like 3 times. And I get it. By that point, like everybody on FURIA is trying to make their like, you know, individual PRX just try to win the round type play. But there's so many moments where like I'm just wondering what's happening in the comms. Like you guys have the tools. You have double initiator. Like Koala Noob should be set up or not, knives active or not, to have something there. Somebody should be looking out for that jet at all times. Doesn't matter what type of player you are. And that's not happening. Combined with some of the issues you saw, like for the reasonings of bringing in Calm and not bringing in Calm, who is leading? What are the ideas there? Like, you know, every week I just see more problems stacked on top of FURIA, even though I'm seeing like good things from them as well. It's like everything keeps canceling out. Like I still see the good options available for them to choose, yet they keep, and they have the ability to do it. They're just not doing it. It's really weird. It's really strange.
Yeah,
If I could, go ahead. No, mine is not even about Furia, so you're good.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, the one thing I will say about Dan's impact, EU, is that his like understanding of the game is very like, I guess I'll call it like siege heavy, where it's like very slow. Even if there's multiple people there, you're just gonna keep walking at them, take the good duels, you're gonna win it. And that's kind of been the win con for Furia. If you watch all of their games, they're super slow. They grind you out. They bait the over peaks. They punish you. They contact into you. It's a completely like silent lobby. In this series, you kind of start seeing how like the composure set by that kind of identity. I would imagine that Dan was super vocal about this on that team as he was on 100 Thieves. I could see how, you know, it's kind of shifting away from that during this series, where they start increasing their pace. They look a lot less composed in their like micro. Like you said, the perfect example you said was the sensor. How is Demon 1 not getting peeked on that sensor? Like nobody has the confidence to just peek this guy. It's full stunned. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, there were many moments like that, but we'll see what's up with them potentially, or 100% in plans. And
Could I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to show something here. I had 2 things. I want to pick your brain on one of them. There's this round I posted that I thought was just really cool from Envy. I just really like their pistol. And I think one thing I will say about Envy, because it was honestly hard to glean anything about their power level from this game. I think to me, the Furia is the crew in all of our minds. Like it's like, what can we even read anything about this team? I will say this pistol was really sick. And one thing I want to see from Envy is just a bit more like a more of a level up in terms of their calling, because this is such a good thing with their comp. The Waylay goes in from the front and the Yoru breaks the door and TPs behind him. The market guy is fucked, right? And you look at Furia's comp, it's double Senti. They're going to have the complete site locked down. So this allows both your duelists to go above everything. So why not run this on a gun round? They struggled to close this game out a little bit, and I didn't see them run this kind of play once after. And I was begging for it. I'm like, dude, that pistol was so sick.
That is sick.
And there's some pistols in this game where, like, a lot of pistols where it's like, you just run it on a gun round. Sometimes you just pocket call it. You're like, nah, this is good. Just run it bar for bar the exact same way. Maybe change a thing or two because you got guns and more util. And I just really wanted to see them tap into that. And I think they're missing a little bit on their calling sometimes. They're like right there, and then they're not quiet.
That's when you get into overtime, you get into like 2 or 3 overtimes. You're just like, oh,
Yes.
we're out of it. That's what we used to do. I was just call the timeout and be like, do you remember that one pistol round the way you did this? To run that with guns. Like that's normally what works. Because it's like something different that people haven't seen for a long time, and it normally catches people off. Yeah, I remember seeing the strat. It's cool, like with the Omen flash for the double dive as well. Dude, how nice is it that we get to go, hey, look at this Envy round? That's fucking sick.
I know.
Cool. No, it is cool.
That's fucking
You just
cool.
shout out
tried
to
to
Knights as
Sliggy
well.
last week.
Yeah,
Knights'
dude. No,
performance was pretty insane.
That's
He
cool.
was
Yeah, Knights
so
looks great.
good. I feel like he's gotten so comfortable now. It's so cool to see, bro. Like I feel like the first week he was definitely like getting the jitters out or something. He looks completely different now. He looks
Like
super set.
running every scaling, just dying for free sometimes. But now it looks very composed. It's
taking
nice.
his fights, not rushing it. I will ask, I don't know if you guys feel the same way on this, but it feels to me that there is a lot of like doomerism on these teams, at least from what they show in interviews. And this is not me like specifically calling out Koala. Like I've seen it from Zelsis. I've seen it from like other players' interviews on teams that aren't performing well right now. And I've been watching them, and the quotes will be, worst year of my life, worst year of my career, we're fucked or something. And to me, as a viewer, it's so odd because they still have plans. Like this stage isn't like before where, all right, you go 0-5, you're fucked, kid. Like, good luck next year. See ya. This one is like, you can go 0-5, and technically with the month of practice you get going 0-5, and then the 2 weeks after for plans, you can still make playoffs. Like, there's still a chance. And it feels like a lot of teams or a lot of players are showing that they think the year is over and that there's no hope when there's still games to be played. And I feel like that's holding a lot of these players back. I don't know how much of an effect it's having, but it feels very odd.
Well, it's
I don't
not
know.
there for.
It's a good point. Yeah.
Let me say it like this, Mel. If you just kick the wall next to you as hard as you can, and I give you an interview immediately, your quotes would be, "My life is over. I hate everything. This is the worst year of my career." They're getting these interviews like a day, if not 10 minutes, right after some of the worst
immediately
on their
after,
minds. Yeah, like, give them a
I've
day or
been
two.
there. I've been
right?
there.
Yeah.
It sucks for sure.
If they're saying that like 2 days detached, 3 days detached, yo, maybe we gotta tap in a bit. But you have to understand, like, you know, if it's right after 100%, like there's got to be a bit of leeway. But yeah, it's true.
It is the super emotional people too. To be fair,
Yeah.
both players are very emotional.
It's dude, play-ins is just an LCQ. Crew
Oh.
2023, they did it, right?
It's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
LCQ. It's talking about LCQ. We've talked a lot about Tier 1. Let's talk about some of the teams coming up into Tier 1 in the smoothest of ways, right? Zix, it was very smooth this last LCQ. That's what you were saying, right?
Yeah, I tried to stream the entire thing, and I think it was 14 active hours.
Because the
for
OTs
a
were insane,
best of
right?
5, but it spanned over
holy.
2 days. So like everybody left, came back. So it's 9 hours total of tech pause. By the way, it ended up being a banger series. If you cut out all of the techs and whatnot, like it was a pretty nice series. Like all the maps were pretty close.
Oh man, I mean,
But
that's
the
also
9 hours of
ridiculous.
tech pause really did not do it justice, I will
Dude,
say.
I remember raiding you, and then I was like, and then I went an 8, and then I came back an hour. I was like, oh, just check who won the map, and I was like, oh, so we're at the same score. I was like, okay, I'll go to bed. And my chat was like, yeah, it was a 7-hour tech pause in the end. I'm like, what the hell is that, man? Dude, and it's a big game.
Yeah,
It's
so
not like it's a small little tournament.
To give you the stakes, this is the end of Tier 2 entirely in Americas. This is the very last game because in 2027 the format is changing. You have SRB coming in who've gotten second every single time, like for the last year and a half, have not been able to clinch it towards the end. And this is like the last chance they'll have to qualify. Hence the name. Very cool name, by the way, for the event to have it be last chance qualifier. You have 2G as well, who were inside partnership before via Ascension and then got knocked out a bit. But this roster they have, dude, it is insane in terms of the W key potential, some of the creativity on it. Brinks, who's a player there, is like, I mean, this is what I wanted to say about the team. What ended up happening is Genum, who's on the team, on the main roster, it has visa issues. So they get their coach to play for them, who I believe was
Gavix, yeah.
Gavix, yes. And so to give you like a concept of it as well, in terms of who Brinks is like if you were trying to clone like one of the most, if you were trying to clone, say, Ruxic and putting in, and like every Ruxic 10s and every aggro Omen as a player into one player. 2G were basically Team Rocket from Pokemon. Like they have Giovanni as their coach as well. If you guys remember in the game, he's also the 8th gym leader. That guy can actually play. One of the matches in here, by the way, Giovanni and his Meowth, Gabix, has a 3K from Cat defensively to end the game and take these guys off a map. Like the coach is winning a 1v3.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
no,
Which is insane.
don't bring up that round,
So,
bro,
like,
please.
these guys were
Oh
literally
my
also the
God.
Team Rocket because, you know, the heroes in this sense, SRB for the majority of the community, people want to see them win. For me personally, if you were to pred these two teams, 2G should beat SRB with their style and their fast-paced gameplay. But with the Genum sub, yes. But with the Genum sub, I think SRB had such a big advantage with them playing with the coach. So SRB should have clinched it. Now, Zix is talking about how a lot of these rounds were close. One of the reasons for that is in half these rounds, I wish I could show you the examples. Brothers are playing on Microsoft PowerPoint / Microsoft Rewind if they ever came up with a program for that. I was casting this halfway, by the way. I stopped casting the series when they went on a 7-hour tech pause, which I've never done in my career. But to give you more insight on that as well, like basically Riot servers were having issues that day. And that's not Liga Ace's fault, right? But the way Liga Ace kind of handled the entire situation in terms of what should happen. Here's a clip, by the way, of a player's POV from 2G. So,
Yoru ult.
T-ping forward.
Watch
Knife
the
doesn't
watch
work.
the Yoru.
Oh, And there's a lag FPS wise.
Oh, yep. During this time, he W.
Man.
You see it from the spectator POV, actually. Nature's full running the entire time, and he goes straight to that corner. So it's like, while it looks like he's just holding the angle, this guy is actually fully walking into ropes. It unlags, and he's like, oh shit, I'm in ropes. Turns and just kills him for free. It's like, whoa. I don't even, did that round get replayed, by the way?
I don't think
There's
so,
I don't
man.
think that one.
didn't.
I don't think
That's
that
the
one got
thing,
the
replayed. By the
day
way,
It's
before.
happening
There's
for
so
both
many that
teams.
didn't.
Nothing's getting replayed. So we're casting. First tech pause happens. It's only 5 minutes long. Next one, only 10 minutes long. The next one's like 30 minutes.
this is the one that got replayed.
Yeah, so this one, it's like no one's
my
checking. There's like
God.
half lag. You can see everything stop. The players get
Watch.
off their seats before everyone even dies in the round. Like
You're gonna
these
see
guys- look, they're
FRZ
leaving.
taking his headset off. He's alive in the round.
Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy. We get into a crazy 4-hour tech pause after the fact, by the way, where in which we come back, the same lag happens. They have to reset it again. By the way, this entire time, this match, my call time is 3 p.m. The match starts at 4. I have Odyssey tickets at 11. And it's booked out for like the next 3 months, by the way. And also, I don't care. Like, if I'm casting, I'm not going to go to this movie, playing it as a meme in the green room the entire time. We go on this 4-hour tech break. We're told to come back for 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, nobody messages the group chat. 9 o'clock, they say we're testing things. I'm already in my car going to the theater, bro. What are we talking about? Wait till 10 o'clock, no message still. And then as Matt Damon's getting water on him, I see a text, can you guys come back to the cast, please? Like, it's been 8 hours of tech pause. I'm already eating popcorn. They gotta get the analysts to cast. It's gonna go.
And you're on your phone in the theater? Shayo,
Yeah,
get
what
the
the
fuck
hell?
That was actually
together, bro.
self-report.
Jesus
Listen, it was low
Christ.
brightness.
that
I'm
was
sitting near
actually
the back.
self-report.
It's totally fine. Come on. I just had to know. I had to know the drama. But the matter of the fact that they continue the game like 6 hours detached is bonkers to me. And they try to play it like, I think SRB were up 10-4 on split, and that got reverted. So like they didn't get to keep their advantage or whatever it was. They reset that because of the lag that you saw in those clips.
11-4,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, and then they end up losing that map in OT, right? Is what ends up happening on split. Like, it's insane. They go forward. There's more lag. There's day 2. I'm watching it. There's tech pauses. We're playing poker night in the Discord. Like, dude, it's wild. Like, and so as a result, towards the very end as well, 2G end up popping off. And they really start to like give it to SRB. Like they start to just like cuss them out, which to me is like, yo, both of you guys have suffered here. Even if SRB did it the same way to 2G, the way they just cussed them out at the very end, you should be cussed out the TOs if anything. Why is this like a against the player type thing? You guys both suffered here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that rubbed me the wrong way a little bit.
To play devil's advocate, though, we weren't there to know exactly
True.
how
Actually
the
true.
conversations went, because I mean it's just so funny, by the way. Exactly, you see here from the QCK tweet, they talked a shit ton and didn't play for shit. It's like
How can
we
you play
weren't
for
there.
shit?
Both teams, by the way,
everyone's
both
lagging,
teams.
bro.
I know both teams contested rollback rounds when they both should have won the rollback round, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Do you remember
I know,
the,
but
the
my
Yoru
thing
TD
is,
from the
like,
sky?
dude,
Then there's
if
also a flank round on Lotus where Xander has an easy backstab and op shots missed too. It's like, it was kind of BS. Like, both teams contesting the like round that they obviously should roll back because of
Yeah.
lag. So it's
But
like,
my
I get
message
it.
is, like,
I get
in
it.
the,
It's
like,
kind of my
map
point.
to map, right? Talk your shit. Even if you're winning with lag, map to map, do what you want. When the series ends, sigh of relief. Get the fuck out of there, man. Why are we keeping the beef going when we're now in real life?
Yeah.
Like, where both of us have suffered. That's just my thing. And if SRB did it, fuck SRB. Same thing. What are you doing if you did that? You know what I'm saying? That's just that's my 2 cents.
Yeah,
know
I get it
both
from an
teams talk
outside
shit.
POV. I get it
Yeah.
from outside
That's,
POV.
that's the whole thing. But anyways, 2G are in, and I'm very excited to watch them play. I think Brinks is an amazing fucking player. I wish the SRB boys were in. I wish both these teams would be in because they both have some really cool ideas on some of these maps. Contra got absolutely smashed by both of them on day 1. But yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how these guys play. I think they're sticking with their coach, by the way. I'm not sure if Jenem will make it back, but that guy can frag, and he was on the team with their IGL FRZ, or some people have told me it's Pelancito, who's IGLing. Was that Pelancito or who was it? I don't even know.
Oh, you're saying
No,
British
it's-
team?
that's from Contra. Never mind. Yeah,
I see.
FRZ is the IGL, and him and Gabix played on
I thought it was
Red
Brinks.
Cannon's
I think
last.
Brinks is IGL. I think Brinks is IGL.
Brinks is IGL. I thought it was FRZ.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, sure. Okay, fuck it up. Either way.
Yeah,
happened.
I
was
I
drama.
cannot take this tournament seriously. I'm sorry. I just
Yeah.
can't sit here and pretend to like analyze this shit because like it's just so unserious, bro. It's just unacceptable in every way. It is. I cannot believe that this is the most important match for some of these players' careers, like that they've had up to this point, and they're playing in unacceptable conditions. It's just I can't even try to like.
Oh yeah.
It's just impossible
whole
for me
year
to
for
say
this.
anything. Dude, it wasn't even just that day is the thing. We saw these issues from day one, but everyone just assumed that it was a spectator bug because sometimes lol Valorant spectator. But no, they actually were pausing and the players were being nice in their tweets after where it's like, oh, just a little bit of lag. No, this was horrible, guys. It was so bad. And it's genuinely it's such a farce, and it's like I can't take anything away. I can't take anything wrong with these games because these games, like you were saying, both teams were contesting rollbacks. There was so many tech issues on such pivotal rounds. Like you as a coach or you as a player, you cannot sit there and be in a flow state when it's like, oh, timeout for an hour. Oh, lag. Oh, all right, let's go back 3 hours. Oh, we gotta go eat dinner. Oh, we're gonna go play. Oh, wait, we said we were going to play out the rest of the game, but we're actually, everyone go back to your hotels. We're coming back tomorrow. But I just drank a Red Bull and I'm fully awake right now thinking we were going to finish it. And then I come back tomorrow and there's still tech issues. How can you expect either of these teams to play good Valorant and to actually prove that they deserve a spot in tier 1 in these conditions? Like, I just am not convinced. It's such a horrible, horrible way for this to end.
Yeah.
I feel horrific for them.
They probably should have. I'm trying to think of like a better way of doing it. Could they not have just like cancelled and then you replay on LAN at play-ins?
I was asking about this like in the green room.
Time to ante.
Yeah, like because again, I don't think this is Liga's fault in the fact that the lag happened because this was happening via Riot stuff. My issue is in the handling of all of it. Cancel it. Do it next. You have time. Cancel it. Do it next week. Cancel it. Do something else. If you have a 2-hour tech pause at minimum, it's time to maybe shut down the broadcast and think about next steps, not keep players there, do the what ifs, try. I know you want to keep it on LAN, but shit happens. It's the TOs make the decision of what to do when that shit hits the fan. It's not their fault the shit hits the fan, but it's their fault that the shit gets everywhere in the room. You gotta turn off the fan when the shit's up there, man. That's the whole thing. That's your job.
For sure.
And they sped that shit up and also dropped Trow and added more. Like, dude, it was crazy. It was actually crazy.
There's shared blame to be held here, though. Obviously, I think the elephant in the room, the elephant's coming in from last week. I see it. We all see it. How the fuck is there even issues on a LAN? That's just something like we saw kind of glimpses of this where EMEA had that tech pause where they scheduled. Was it Team Liquid versus I don't remember who? I know it's yeah, I think it was. But they had to reschedule it because how are we having LAN? How are we having lag on a LAN server? Like it doesn't compute. That's I think there's some responsibility probably taken from like whatever side of Riot that's handling the servers and licensing or whatever. And then 2, it's like, listen, maybe Liga Ace is getting some flack from this specifically that maybe they aren't accountable for, like the server, but it's because Liga Ace has been a fucking terror on society in tier 2 society for so long now. Like it doesn't even, this is not the beginning. No one is like surprised by this. This is like kind of a continuation of the norm. There has been so many complaints about how Liga Ace has done things. Don't get me started on some of the League Ace mods. This shit is only scratching the surface, but just stuff like this where they're saying like GG easy for 2G after that. Such a fake game that we just watched. You guys probably have the tweet of Loic talking about something that my team encountered last year where there was a Liga Ace admin who admin our matches before, by the way, when we were in Challengers. We were playing a match versus Sad Esports, and this admin was a mod in this chat, and he pretty much asked, he literally asked the chat, I guess. I'm not sure who he was asking or what the conversation was, but he asked, which SRG player would you crack? And this guy was an admin for our games before, just for the reference. And he typed this as a mod in the Sad Esports chat. Didn't get banned, by the way, because he was a mod. But we had to reach out and we were like, yo, what the fuck? Because we were watching the VOD back. And we reported this person, they got fired. But like, that's just the surface. Like this, there's things that happened that weekend for the challengers, like LCQ that I can't get into. But I promise you, it's just scratching the surface. Like it's genuinely release the Liga Ace files. Release them. I'll be there no matter what. I will be there.
That's fucking madness. Shit.
Yeah. This is what is the CEO of the esports division of SR, right? Like
that's my boss.
Yep.
I
Jeremy
go.
talking about just everything is a bit more eloquent with all of it as well. But they definitely will follow up and make sure that, because people are asking for SR and just the teams in general to try to redo everything. I know the fans are passionate, but 2G won at the end of the day. So hopefully this doesn't happen again in the future. And again, this is like to wrap it up a little bit, like this is what things might look like a little bit at the start of 2027, because like you have 14 regions now. You're gonna have to be tapping into some of the TOs and stuff that aren't Riot first party, and you will have lag issues, things, and people even new to maybe TOing Valorant or FPSs in general. So I'm not saying that this is gonna be the norm, but like stuff like this might happen again, and the entire idea of like having good feedback to make sure the bad stuff doesn't go through is a good thing. And so the fact that SR is doing it and the community has like good outcries when things go wrong is a net positive entirely for the scene. So if you see something that's shit, speak up about it, right? So it doesn't happen again, because this will be our scene a little bit. It'll be all tier 2E.
Maybe that's why he gets so vocal about Prius, but he's still got a job, man.
That's what dude. We have to
The Prius direct nuke, not even a stray, is great.
straight for him.
Hydrogen bomb, just straight at.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about some more hydrogen bombs and some babies with the predictions that we have for this week. Starting off with what's it called? Looking at how do you even host things? Are we jumping right into the thing? Yeah, EG versus FURIA. Are we doing that first? No, we're gonna check back on the community tab to vote on the America's match of the week. Wow, let's do that first. 100%. We know how to host. Oh, okay. Let's just do EG. Are we just stopping it? EG versus FURIA. First day on the job. Bada bing,
Go,
bada
you're doing a
ace.
great job.
Thank you.
Nice.
Oh, that's
Why?
fucking mental, mate.
After all
I
of
kind
it,
of get him though. I actually get him in his madness. I kind of get him.
I gotta hear it, please.
I'm gonna be
Starting off
honest.
strong.
Thought I picked EG, but Basic looks really good. Basic looks really good. How can I play devil's advocate here? Let me look at my notes. Basic
want
looks
me
Well, if
good.
Ascent gets played, Fury is winning. I'm sorry.
Koala Noob is on Jet on Haven. They might have a breach, but they also have him on Jet, which is better than when they had him on Neon and Shy on the operator instead, which also didn't make sense. But somehow I ended up flaming Furia, even though I'm supposed to be betting.
Like
predicting against them.
ChatGPT generate me a
Predicting with
Furia
them, but yeah.
fan for this game. And it's just
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I thought I was EG here, but I mean, I guess I'm Furia. It's fine.
Does
Close
Furia
enough.
have any? No, Furia lose on Ascent. They have projectiles, and
Basic.
Veto counters projectiles.
My
Okay.
whole
Is that
thing.
how it works?
My whole thing.
Yeah.
Basic.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's
So-
the best
all right.
chance, yeah.
That's all I've got
Okay.
going.
If
Well-
they win a pistol, an op, maybe.
Defense pistol.
Defensive pistol.
Defense
They need
pistol.
every defense pistol possible.
Let's skip forward. Maybe Zix is right. Maybe he's trolled himself from the past. Envy versus NRG. A bit more tasteful if you were hyped up on Envy. None of us were. Okay, why is this wall too high to climb? What's the issue?
I mean, it's just NRG. Like again,
Respects.
it's mate.
Yeah.
I love the improvements from Envy. I don't even want to say a word about them this week because again, I'm impressed with the improvements. I like that. That's what I want to see. It's just NRG as a better team.
Oh, okay. Mel, anything? NRG? Nothing? We're good? I think everyone's on the
Plus
same
one
page.
vouch with Sleege.
Oh yeah,
honestly.
energy's insane. Envy still, even some micro moments that are just crazy off. Man, this 3v3 by the way, where Kesnet swings top mid on Sunset in the post.
Oh
plant,
my god,
that
bro.
that plays in
was-
my head over and over. It's so funny every time. Anyway, yeah,
Yep.
energy's better.
Okay, could Cloud9 steal a thief? Let's find out. 169. They can't steal shit.
Dude,
Unfortunately.
I'm glad I'm back on the Americas. You know, sometimes Reddit always does this post and it's like, oh, the Plat Chat like people's predictions. And like, obviously, I'm never on Americas, but this shit's fucking easy in Americas. man.
Oh,
If I was
easy.
if I was like playing purely for stats, I would only come onto Americas. You'd be like high 80%. It's so
100%.
fucking easy out here.
Would you like, okay, if you were a footballer, then would you take the American contract just for the money? Is that what you're saying? You wouldn't
Sure.
play in the big leagues? Damn.
Okay, Bessie.
Respects.
Kidding.
I said
that.
beat. Okay, a harder one to call, in my opinion, as to where the teams are, which is crazy right now. G2 versus Loud. What are we thinking about these two rosters?
Harder one to call, he says.
Yeah, I
goes
was
for
trying to-
G2.
Like,
Oh,
bro,
that's such a hard one.
you had the craziest hooks for these, bro. I can't
Yeah,
lie.
listen.
MIBR versus EG, then this.
G2
Yeah.
Loud, it's a map pool thing, right? Like Loud play on the same maps that G2 are just smashing on, and they're struggling against like lower tiered teams on these maps too. The Breeze Lotus over and over again. So it's
Yeah, I think G2
yeah.
is gonna like pick them apart, kind of, because I think that Loud's like way of playing is just contacting everything, and man, sometimes it looks amazing on attack, and other times it's just like, I mean, G2 plays with operator, and you're just gonna be contacting into an op. So yeah, good luck.
okay. Okay, next series, Child Without Legs versus Sentinels. Let's see who's winning in this one. It might be Sen, guys. Kids need to walk.
We're
That's
looking
how they
good.
grow. Yep. You guys had growing pains before? Those things hurt, man. The thighs? Holy.
What?
Growing pains? You guys ever had growing pains?
What are you
When you're like
saying?
10?
That's what I'm saying. In Child
You
Without
remember that?
Legs.
Dang.
Dude, it was like some of the most painful stuff. Trying to grow, you know? Anyways.
Is it?
Trying to grow, you know, he
Don't-
said.
Do you feel that? I mean,
I
didn't-
yeah,
I didn't really feel
sympathize
mine.
My
to
legs
you.
were hurting. Like I was
You are
actively
6'11". We all do know this. We have to respect that.
It's true. It's true. Okay. That's what we have to say about this matchup, by the way. Let's move on to the next one. Leviathan versus MIBR. It's the match of the week.
No.
That's not that bad.
No.
No,
Oh,
I'm actually
no.
down. I'm actually down for this.
Dude, I mean, I'm not biased as fuck, so I was flip flopping, but I don't know if this is a guarantee. I think there's a good chance, like a chance that we have to acknowledge. Oh no.
Yeah, this is the banger. But we're not saying it's as bangy. I mean, what is this a 3-mapper? Is that what we're saying?
And it's a
Yeah,
3
it's
map.
At
a free
least-
map,
Sure.
It's a free map, but Lev still win.
What map do you give MIBR?
That's what I was about to go look at. I was
That's
three mapper. I was
it.
like, hold
It's a
on.
No, actually.
Let me go check this real
Not
quick.
split. In my mind, it should be a 3 mapper. In my actual practice of looking at the maps, perhaps not. I mean,
You're
what
like
have I
what?
been banning? They, like,
You know, like
These
us?
guys are
Split's gonna come
picking
in,
that,
Love's
that
gonna
Haven,
win.
by the way. They're
That's what I'm saying.
picking
It's
the
gonna be
Haven.
Haven, Ascent,
yeah, I
and
don't
like
know.
And
and Lotus, maybe Force on Lotus.
Nah, Lev ban, right?
no, they ban
They have a
Breeze.
different perma.
They perma
They
ban
ban
Breeze. So yeah, I mean they could put them on.
They could force the
I
Lotus.
guess.
But then what? MIBR
Is
are winning
MIBR good on Lotus?
Ascent or something?
I mean, they like super floated their Lotus, so I guess maybe it's like their third or fourth best map.
Yeah, you
Who
definitely
knows?
need to see Lotus
Insane.
in here.
I think they should put him on Lotus. I want
Yeah.
to see a
Yeah.
team put Lev on Lotus for sure.
Dude, Lev are
Feels
gonna
like-
I haven't
second
been
ban it for
tested on
sure.
that.
Unless they straight up pick it, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I have to toss them a little crazy one there. What is it called when the ball curves? A curve ball. Of course.
What?
Let's go for
A ball that curves. Yeah.
EG versus NRG. The battle of the G's. And looks like there's only
What?
one real one.
What?
Convinced
Let
by
me
the
cook.
veto.
Why did I pick this? I'm pretty sure I picked
Why?
NRG.
No, you
You're
pick
No,
the
no,
one.
defend
Did I
it.
pick EG?
You are crazy.
Tell
That's
us.
crazy. Man, I did that this morning. Maybe I had like, I don't even know, blurry eyes. I'm telling you. Okay, to advocate for these guys, what if they look like they're week 1? That's crazy. What if NRG are
still
adjusting a few
lose.
things?
Against Envy,
Versus
by the way.
Envy?
What if they look like they're week 1 against Envy? That could be crazy.
Well, maybe I've saved us from something. You know, at the very last week, there's always upsets. And that was going to be my supporting argument for my next pick. But I have to use it here. So maybe, you know, maybe something happens with EG and they're all good. And NRG, let's move on to Loud versus 100 Thieves.
Let's just move on.
Let's keep 100 Thieves humble, guys. No guarantees. And I'll be the guy to say it.
I was
They
gonna
gotta
actually.
lose somewhere. They have
I was
to
also
6.
gonna
You're
do
with
this.
me on this one. Why wouldn't you? If you're with me, why don't you pred this? Why don't you
Because
pred
I don't
Loud
believe
as well?
in it. Because I don't
Oh,
believe in it.
come
Every
on,
time
man.
I pick Loud, I get punished.
I
Every
do
time.
too, but it's part. This is the way. This is the Loud fan
So
way.
I-
It's just
You know how I was talking about the Plat Chat rankings where people have 100 like percentages of the prediction rate. You're gonna be the only guy in America to go under 50%.
oh, I thought it was pretty high so far on the leaderboard. I swear to God.
Oh, you might have been, but you're
We
tanking
might
now.
tanking it.
I am
yeah.
tanking now. Well, I'm
Yeah.
gonna bet everything on EG because I think they're on my VFL roster. And then Loud, honestly, last week you never know. Could be a super team. 100 Thieves might just be a bit too close to the sun. Horrible picks for me though. Horrible
No,
picks for
I
me.
think-
You can.
I mean,
They're out
yeah,
there.
I think Loud's attack is scary. I say that. I think that 100 Thieves maybe sometimes struggles against attack op. There's a world, maybe.
Yeah.
There's a world,
We'll see
maybe.
what's up. You know where to find me. I'll be watching these games, so you can roast the hell out of me. When
I'll
these
come
teams.
over,
Well,
yeah.
you know what? Don't roast the hell out of me because you guys are gonna be wrong, and I'm gonna be laughing the entire time on EG and Loud. Stand on business, by the way, all the way through. And if you can't stand, you might be able to do a backflip instead. It's a hint towards Wyatt's weekly award.
Have we ever given
is that a
a
hint? Just
direct
straight
hint
up
before to what it
The
is?
answer.
Didn't really feel like
God,
it.
I wonder what it could be.
Oh, hold on, my bad. I went way too fast. Boom.
Good.
It's all good. I gotta get this ward to the compound. I gotta get to the Plat Chat compound right now.
Oh.
No!
That's tough.
Shit.
That's a good one.
Dude. The technology's come so far. I thought he was actually on the bike, like on the street. It makes the most sense.
Is
no?
that wow, dude? I could sell you on anything. Thoughts on Vito on Ascent? How do you feel about that?
I'm
He's on
down.
board. He's on board.
Let me coach one team for just a round, please. It'd be so sick. We'd lose so fast. Yeah, so for Wyatt's Weekly Award, we're giving this to a fan who did a backflip in Pacific during the RRQ and Full Sense game. For those who watched it, was the backflip
Right.
cool?
I didn't
Let's
see
watch
Mate,
it.
wait, look at how much space he has and look at his footwear.
Oh my god, he's doing that on stairs
The
too.
slides?
Slides. Look at that space that he
Oh
has.
my god, he has.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
That's so scary.
It's like
What a
potentially
beast.
not safe for life.
Please don't
Oh
try
my
this at
god,
home.
do not do this. Do not do this backflip at the top of the stairs. Got you, Vix.
Crazy, innit?
Got you, bro.
But don't do it, but we're also giving you an award for doing that, by the way.
We're rewarding.
But also, don't do it,
Survival
guys.
award.
Don't do it. Final notes, Americas. I feel like it's not as doomer as last week. This was a pretty good week. Some nice bangers. And I think that we'll continue to have a few more until playing starts, right, guys?
Yeah, I think the middle of the table pushed it up this week for sure.
Yeah. Cool. When I say Amera, you say Kaz. Amera?
Cuz.
Amera?
Cuz.
And that's the episode, my friends. Enjoy your days. Find everybody on their social platforms. Mel's doing awesome stuff with Pro Mines. Sliggy's co-streaming all the time and playing some fun sponsored games half the time too. Zix, he has the clips. He's got some cool content and some long form coming in as well, including me. I'm also on YouTube. Check it out and sub to Plat Chat. Join as a member. Do some cool stuff. We'll see you next time.